Chapter 8:22. The cauldron of mountain and river resonated with the divine formation Deity had set up by the lake. Like an ancient mountain descending from the sky, it pressed down on the dragon and phoenix cave in the center of the lake. Rumble, the world shook. The cauldron of mountain and river activated the divine formation. Rays of divine light rushed out from the formation and connected with the cauldron of mountain and river. The power of the inescapable net instantly increased by many times. Roar! The purple flood dragon king was roaring. It was crashing into the inescapable net formed by the interweaving divine light. The entire divine formation was trembling, and the lake water rushed high into the sky. Dragon energy rushed out from the cave. On the right side of the lake, there seemed to be tens of thousands of dragons soaring, terrifying to the extreme. Croak! Bird cries pierced the sky. The three-legged fire bird summoned the power of the phoenix and soared into the sky, wanting to rush out. However, the cauldron of mountain and river descended and directly suppressed the bird. An extreme saint weapon could display a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Moreover, the cauldron of mountain and river contained primordial chaos energy. Just a sliver of it was as heavy as an ancient mountain. It could crush a mountain range and suppress the world. It didn't matter if it was a primordial beast born from the convergence of dragon essence and phoenix energy. Even if it was a true divine dragon or phoenix, it would still be suppressed. The cauldron of mountain and river descended. Endless divine light wove into an inescapable net that covered all four directions. It also fell from the sky, trapping the purple drake king and the three-legged fire bird in the lake. The place where dragon essence and phoenix energy converged was indescribably wondrous. It evolved into the great Tao and could give birth to peerless beasts. However, at this time, this place was being suppressed. The cauldron of mountain and river suppressed the world, displaying its supreme power. It could actually suppress this cave where dragon essence and phoenix energy converged. This was truly shocking. Success. Shaoqing saw this and murmured. Soon. Erebus was so excited that his voice began to tremble. As long as he could suppress this peerless cave, it would be difficult for the dragon essence and phoenix chi to gather together, and the power of the phoenix perishing and dragon dying lands would be greatly weakened. After all, the convergence of dragon essence and phoenix chi was capable of developing the truths of the grand Tao, and it raised the might of the heavens and the earth in this peerlessly dangerous place to an unimaginable state. It was capable of obliterating all living beings that entered this place of danger. It could be said that even if an almighty walked into this place, he would be in danger of dying. Otherwise, the two things that were nurtured in this place would have been taken away by someone long ago. How could Gu Fei and the others even have a chance? In this world, there were still almighty existences. The countless runes that Deity had set up by the lakeside attracted an endless amount of heaven and earth energy, which all gathered towards the mountain river cauldron in the center of the array. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river was vibrating. The aura and pressure emitted by the cauldron of mountain and river was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed to be endless, causing people's hearts to tremble. Roar! Gua! The purple flood dragon king and the three-legged flame bird were howling in grief. At this time, the water in the small lake began to gradually recede. The dragon essence and phoenix chi gushing out from the dragon and phoenix treasured acupoints were also gradually weakening. Roar! 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 Terrifying roars came from everywhere in the peerless danger ground. An endless amount of death chi was vast and mighty. It was as if there was a terrifying devil roaring, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The evil spirits of the peerless characters who had fallen in the land of the phoenix death and the dragon death became restless. Their roars and roars were enough to make one's hair stand on end. Terrifying figures that were filled with death chi began to appear in the peerless danger ground. They were like evil spirits that had crawled out from hell, wandering in the peerless danger ground. Rumble, the entire peerless danger ground started to shake. The peerless dragon vein seemed to be flipping. The place of death of the phoenix emitted a sky-high fiery light, as if a phoenix was being reborn from the fire. The wind and clouds changed color. The sun and moon dimmed. The heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei and the others could clearly feel that the terrifying aura of the peerless danger ground was weakening. As the power of the peerless danger ground weakened, the divine array that He Tian had set up became more and more powerful. The power of heaven and earth in this part of the world was being activated. Rays of spiritual qi gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron that was descending. The mountain and river cauldron started to show its extreme power. This was the power of the divine array that gathered the endless power of heaven and earth, causing the mountain and river cauldron to display its extreme power. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. A terrifying power descended from the sky. Bang! Bang! The purple serpent king and the three-legged fire bird were suppressed into the lake, unable to rush out again. The lake water quickly receded, revealing the bottom of the lake. There was no silt at the bottom of the lake. Instead, there were pieces of dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jades that contained dragon essence and phoenix chi. On the right side of the lake, dragon chi gathered. The bottom of the lake shone brightly, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. Those were pieces of dragon crystals. On the left side of the lake, fire chi was boiling. Pieces of scarlet fire phoenix divine jades were scattered at the bottom of the lake. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. This was a rare divine object formed by the condensation of dragon essence and phoenix chi over countless years. Dragon crystal and fire phoenix divine jade were divine objects that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. In the outside world, even a small piece of dragon crystal and fire phoenix divine jade was rare, let alone so many of them. If it wasn't for the divine array, He Tian would have already jumped into the lake to collect the dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jades. Divine items. He Tian was extremely excited. Even if he couldn't get the two legendary items, it would be worth it to collect all the dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jades. Who is it? Suddenly, Gu Fei shouted angrily. He raised his hand and slashed his sword to the side. A dazzling purple sword light soared thousands of feet and slashed at a figure in front of him. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know when someone had come nearby, but they didn't notice. If that person suddenly attacked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The figure silently retreated and dodged. He seemed to be very wary of the purple gold divine sword light. There was no aura of life on the person's body. It seemed to be a corpse. The sword light dispersed the mist by the lake, and a middle-aged man with blood-red pupils appeared. It's him! He Tian exclaimed. The middle-aged man was the terrifying figure that they had seen on the mountain peak formed by the 9 heaven star iron. At this moment, everyone saw the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man wearing black divine armor. The middle-aged man's divine armor was already showing signs of decay. He was an ancient person. Everyone was astonished. Even the divine armor had decayed, yet this person's physical body was still imperishable. This was definitely the corpse of an ancient divine being that had died countless years ago. It had gained sentience after death, and a new intelligence had been born. Chapter 8:23. Rumble, 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 the mountain and river cauldron was sinking. The water of the small lake was gradually suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, forcing it to flow back into the cauldron. As the lake water receded, the bottom of the lake gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the right side of the lake, there were many large and small crystals. Each crystal was emitting a dazzling spiritual light, and the aura of a dragon was vast and mighty. Those were dragon crystals, rare divine items. They contained the essence of a dragon. Even in ancient times, a fist-sized dragon crystal could not be seen. And on the left side of the lake, there was a piece of divine jade that looked like scarlet blood. That was the fire phoenix divine jade. It contained the essence of a phoenix. A small piece was hard to find in this world. This was definitely a super divine treasure. Anyone who saw it would be envious. Dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jade, just one of them was already a great fortune. Not to mention that both of them appeared at the same place at the same time. However, Gu Fei and the others could not be happy. Because a great sense of danger had already enveloped them. An ancient corpse with intelligence was staring at them. This was an ancient corpse. The black iron armor on its body had already lost its luster. It seemed to have lost all of its spirituality. There were signs of decay. Time was merciless. Even divine items would decay. However, this ancient corpse had never decayed. Even time could not erase it. Moreover, it had already gained intelligence. A pair of blood-red eyes emitted a horrifying evil light. There was not a trace of emotion. It coldly stared at the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. What should we do? At this time, no one could remain calm. They nervously stared at the faintly discernible and terrifying figure in the fog. This ancient corpse did not have a monstrous aura of death. There was not even a trace of energy fluctuation. There was not even a trace of life aura. It was as if it had been standing there since the beginning of time. There was no energy fluctuation, no aura. However, it made Gu Fei and the others almost unable to breathe. This invisible pressure made Gu Fei and the others tremble with fear. Feng Yuan was definitely an incredible figure when he was alive, but he was still so terrifying after his death. Could it be that the corpse of an ancient god had gained sentience after his death? The ancient divine beings roamed the world unhindered. They were the innate divine beings that were born between heaven and earth. They were incomparably powerful and could contend against the true demons and stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme Tao. It shouldn't be the corpse of an extreme powerhouse. Otherwise, just the aura emitted from the corpse would have been enough to kill them countless times. Even if an extreme expert had fallen, his corpse was still incomparably terrifying. No one dared to approach him. Could this person have been an ancient almighty when he was alive? Gu Fei was apprehensive. This ominous land was truly too strange. Even an ancient almighty had fallen here. This was the Great Desolation ancient world. Everything here had existed since the Great Desolation ancient world. It was not strange for the almighty of the Great Desolation ancient world to find this place. The land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon was a peerless and dangerous land formed in the primordial world. Everyone's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. They were extremely nervous. The figure in the fog in front of them gave them too much pressure. Gu Fei gripped the purple-gold divine sword tightly and stared at the figure in front of him. The divine power in his body was vast and mighty. Divine light flashed outside his body as if there were divine flames rising. Buzz! The purple-gold divine sword vibrated continuously and spat out sword light. It was as if it could leave his hand at any time and turn into sword light that shot into the sky. At this moment, the ancient divine sword was extremely agile. Swoosh! Suddenly, the faintly discernible figure in the fog ahead moved. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and Gu Fei almost slashed out with his sword. However, Gu Fei realized that the figure did not lunge at him. Instead, it shot into the sky and directly punched the cauldron of mountain and river that was still descending. Bam! There was a loud bang and the cauldron of mountain and river seemed to have been hit by a primordial sacred mountain. It shook violently and the entire array shook. There was still no ripple of energy. This was the manifestation of the purest strength. One punch shook the cauldron of mountain and river that was already beginning to emit a trace of divine power. One could imagine how powerful the punch of this bizarre corpse was. Not to mention one primordial sacred mountain. Even if there were 10 primordial sacred mountains, they would most likely collapse under the punch of this ancient bizarre corpse. What is that? He Tian suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at the treasure cave in the lake that was spewing out the dragon essence and phoenix chi. His voice was trembling. That is, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan hurriedly looked into the lake. What they saw made them instantly dumbfounded and speechless. As the lake water was suppressed back into the treasure cave, a pitch-black coffin was revealed. It was a huge coffin that was 4 to 5 feet long and 2 to 3 feet wide. It was placed horizontally on top of the treasure cave. Someone actually buried himself in this place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi intersect. He Tian was extremely shocked. Who would do such a thing? It was unbelievable that someone actually found such a treasure cave to be their burial ground. Roar! Croak! The purple king serpent and the three-legged firebird roared and screeched from the treasure cave. These two Khanate realm beasts could not resist the mountain and river cauldron and had already retreated into the cave. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the lid of the huge black coffin was not sealed. It was actually open, as if something had already come out from inside. Bam! Another huge tremor took place, as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. The ancient being was extremely powerful, as he ignored the extreme aura and continued to attack the mountain and river cauldron. Although it was only a wisp of the extreme god aura, it was enough to cause the world to lose its color. If it weren't for the force of the world inside Gu Fei's body, which covered a radius of 100 zhang and protected little Qing and the others, they would have been crushed to the ground by the wisp of extreme god aura from the mountain and river cauldron. However, it seemed like the attack of the ancient wondrous corpse was in vain. Although it managed to shake the mountain and river cauldron, it could not stop the mountain and river cauldron from sinking. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron finally landed on the huge black coffin. The extreme aura was unleashed, causing the ground to tremble violently. The peerless treasure cave let out the cries of dragons and phoenixes, as if thousands of dragons were roaring and phoenixes were crying. The cries of dragons and phoenixes faded away rapidly, as if the real dragons and phoenixes were retreating. Buzz! A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient wondrous corpse was blown away and fell into the mountain range of the peerless danger ground. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened up his inner world and kept everyone inside, avoiding the terrifying ripple from the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble! The transparent ripple spread out with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. The mountains were collapsing, the ground was cracking, and the entire peerless danger ground was shaking violently. Everywhere the transparent ripple passed, everything was destroyed. Many powerful evil spirits and evil beings were instantly turned into ashes and disappeared in the void. Chapter 8:24. Rumble, as if heaven and earth had changed and the universe had reversed, the entire land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon shook. The terrifying killing formation between heaven and earth was broken. A drastic change occurred in the momentum of heaven and earth. The wind and clouds changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. The evil chi that had shrouded the land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon for countless years was dispelled at this moment. The aura of the extreme Tao surged in the center of this peerless land. The heaven and earth changed color as if an extreme Tao god had descended, shocking the world and causing all living beings to tremble. At the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, the deity lake had already dried up. A pitch-black coffin was placed horizontally above the dragon phoenix divine point. One end was placed on the right where the dragon chi converged and the other on the left where the phoenix chi converged. As the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, a dark light circulated above the pitch-black coffin, emitting a terrifying aura. Under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the coffin did not shatter. To be able to remain intact under the suppression of an extreme Tao sacred tool, the material of this pitch-black coffin was definitely a peerless divine material exclusive to extreme Tao elites. At the moment when the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the black coffin above the dragon phoenix divine point, a visible ripple spread out with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. This ripple-like ripple sent the extremely powerful ancient bizarre corpse flying hundreds of miles away, smashing into the mountain. Gu Fei immediately opened his inner world and enveloped himself, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan to avoid this terrifying wave of energy. The transparent ripple spread out soundlessly. Everywhere it passed, the evil qi dissipated, the mountains crumbled, and cracks appeared in the void. Swoosh! The void beside the lake suddenly shattered and a few figures walked out from it. Shaoqing, Old He, Balan, you guys go to the land of the death of the phoenix and I will go to the land of the death of the dragon. We must seize the initiative. After Gu Fei walked out from his inner world, he only said one sentence before he used the desolate steps and rushed out. Swoosh! 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 Shaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others did not say anything. They turned around and rushed toward the land of the phoenix perished. The structure of the peerless ominous land had been broken, and its power had been greatly weakened. Rumble. The cauldron of mountain and river was shaking, emitting a strand of extreme divine might, suppressing the dragon and phoenix divine points below, preventing the dragon essence and phoenix chi from merging. This was the safest moment in this exceptionally dangerous land. Gu Fei and the others had caused such a ruckus in the land of the dragon and the death of the phoenix. It was impossible for others not to know, especially the Li family of the Huanggu. The area where the phoenix perished and the dragon perished was located was the territory of the Li clan of the ancients. The Li clan of the ancients also coveted the things that stood against them. Over the years, this place had devoured countless lives, and the Li family of the primordial era had lost many of their members. A celestial from the Li family had once barged into this land of death and was never able to come out again. The land of the phoenix perished and the dragon perished was a place that even powerful beings would have a headache if they came. They would not dare to set foot in it. Otherwise, the Li clan of the ancients would have long taken away the things inside. Swoosh! Gu Fei wielded the violet gold divine sword and took a few miles with each step. He rushed toward the endless mountain range that snaked into the depths of this world. There was a peerless dragon vein beneath the ground, and there was definitely a corresponding phenomenon on the ground. This mountain range was like a giant dragon lying on the ground. Dragon chi rose from the deep chasms of the mountain range, and there were faint dragon roars coming from within. This was the lair of a true dragon. Very soon, Gu Fei rushed to the front of a bottomless abyss formed by a broken mountain ridge. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed into the abyss formed by the mountain ridge. At this time, a valley 100 miles away from the land of the phoenix perished and the dragon perished was in an uproar. Figures shrouded in immortal aura were running around in panic. In the depths of the valley, there was a palace made entirely out of spiritual jade. It was crystal clear, and immortal aura rippled in the air. Around the palace were flying immortal birds, giving off the vibe of an immortal. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook violently. A terrifying aura swept in from outside the valley. Everyone in the valley was terrified. Those with weaker cultivations were already kneeling on the ground, trembling. Those with higher cultivations could still stand, but their faces were pale and filled with fear. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? A voice came from the spirit jade hole. It wasn't loud, but it was like a heavenly sound that was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Swoosh! A green figure appeared in the sky above the spirit jade hole. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green with a black beard hanging down to his chest. He had a clear face. Supreme Elder, someone recognized the middle-aged man. However, the terrifying aura coming from outside the valley caused everything to tremble. No one went forward to greet the middle-aged man. Land of the phoenix perished and the dragon perished, the middle-aged man seemed to be one with the heavens and earth. He wasn't afraid of the aura at all. He could sense where the aura was coming from. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Swoosh! In the next moment, he disappeared into the void, and no one knew where he went. Soon, a few more figures rushed out from the Jade Spirit Palace. Powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. They soared into the sky and headed for the land of the Phoenix perished and the dragon perished. Thousands of miles away, in the area where the Gate of Heaven was located, the Gate of Heaven in the underground cave had risen from the ground and was fixed in the sky. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. Anyone who saw this scene would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. The ancient Gate of Heaven was already tightly shut. However, below the Gate of Heaven, there was a bloody world that seemed real and illusory. There seemed to be mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as countless skeletons. All living beings were struggling in the bloody world. Living beings were constantly being slaughtered mercilessly by terrifying creatures. It was a terrifying purgatory. However, above the Gate of Heaven, it was the exact opposite. There was a world of celestial spirits. Celestial chi lingered and it was full of vitality. Above the 9 heavens, there were countless palaces. It was like a heavenly palace. In the heavenly palace, there seemed to be celestial gods walking around. There were fairies singing and celestial music lingering. There was a supreme heaven and earth preaching about the great Tao. It was a heavenly realm. There were powerful beings guarding the 4 sides of the Gate of Heaven. In the distance, everyone stared at the 2 worlds that seemed real and illusory, below and above the Gate of Heaven. At this moment, a powerful aura came from afar. All the celestial gods in the sky immediately fell from the sky. It was as if a powerful being had descended. Everything in the world trembled. Even the powerful beings were shocked. What happened? Chapter 8:25. The Heaven Realm was the legendary divine land. It was the true cradle of the strong and the final destination of the strongest in the world. All cultivators in the world aimed to enter the Heaven Realm as their goal of cultivation. However, ever since the great change of the ancient world, immortals and mortals were separated forever. Since then, no one in the mortal world could break through the void and enter the legendary Heaven Realm. That great change came too suddenly. Even the ancient powers were cut off from returning to the Heaven Realm and were stranded in the mortal world for countless years. Even powerful cultivators could not break the structure of the world, reverse the universe, and return to the Heaven Realm. Perhaps only those who had already disappeared could reopen the Heaven Realm. The ancient Gate of Heaven was fixed high up in the sky. Above it was the shadow of the Heaven Realm, and below it was the projection of the terrifying purgatory. The Gate of Heaven seemed to be able to connect these 2 places. However, even powerful cultivators could not open this ancient stone gate. The ancient stone gate seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. It emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. At this moment, a terrifying pressure came from afar. It was as if a powerful cultivator had descended. The world changed color and all living beings trembled. Those with weaker cultivations fell from the sky one after another. Many of them smashed into the ground, and their bodies suffered varying degrees of damage. However, those who could fly in the air had very strong bodies, so they wouldn't fall to their deaths. If even the high and mighty immortals could fall to their deaths from the sky, it would be too funny. It was something that was impossible. What happened? What's going on? Could it be that there are still powerful cultivators in this world? Everyone was terrified. That terrifying aura was something that even the celestial spirits couldn't handle. They knelt on the ground and trembled. The land of the Phoenix and the Dragon, some powerful cultivators sensed the location of the terrifying wave and their expressions changed. There was a strange movement in that forbidden land. Could it be that a terrifying existence comparable to a powerful cultivator was born there? At this moment, no one could remain calm. Whoosh! Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, teleported away. All the ancient powers sent their own cultivators to investigate, but the powerful cultivators could not separate themselves. If it weren't for the fact that a few almighties had taken action to suppress this ancient gate of heaven, this gate of heaven would have flown away long ago. Above the ancient heavenly gate, unknown divine patterns were faintly discernible. The aura of the great Tao swirled about. Even though it was fixed high up in the sky, it would still tremble from time to time, wishing to break through the seal of the great figures and rush into the heavens. The four mighty figures sat cross-legged in four directions and joined hands to set up the sky's sealing formation, sealing the ancient heaven gate high up in the sky. Moreover, it was not easy at all. No one would stop because the ancient heaven gate was just too important. Everything had to be put down and couldn't be compared to the heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate might be the path to the heavens. If he could open the ancient heaven gate, he might be able to enter the legendary heaven realm and cultivate. Wasn't the ultimate goal to pursue the limits of power? The ultimate power could only be obtained in the heaven realm. This was the consensus of the entire cultivation world. If one wanted to live forever, if one wanted to be immortal, they could only enter the legendary heaven realm. Even though they knew that something shocking had happened in the Phoenix Death Dragon graveyard, none of the Almighties present were willing to leave. Even if an extreme expert appeared in the Phoenix Death Dragon graveyard, the Almighties present wouldn't stop them. At this time, the Li clan of the Desolate World, which was the closest to the Phoenix Death Dragon graveyard, had already arrived. Moreover, many more cultivators were arriving. Up in the sky, several celestial realm immortal emperors and Shen King had arrived. Their powerful auras filled the air. The cauldron of mountain and river emitted a trace of extreme divine aura that spread throughout the ancient world of desolation, startling everyone. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient world of desolation. There were unknown and terrifying beasts roaring. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the green-robed middle-aged man rushed into the extreme danger ground. The power of the extreme danger ground was greatly weakened. But even so, the celestial realm Shen King and the celestial realm immortal emperor were still in danger. They had to be careful. Swoosh! 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 The other celestial realm Shen King and the celestial realm immortal emperor also rushed into the extreme danger ground. Soon, their figures disappeared into the extreme danger ground. Let's go in. The Li clan of the Desolate World of Desolation also began to enter the extreme danger ground. They did not dare to enter the extreme danger ground through the air like the immortal emperors and Shen King. Those who entered the extreme danger ground included immortals, demigods, and even cultivators of the Yushu realm. Their cultivation levels varied. The Li clan of the Desolate World of Desolation only had a dozen or so immortals. It was extremely difficult to become an immortal in the mortal world. Therefore, even within the Desolate World of Desolation, there were not many immortals. On top of that, the death of an immortal meant that there would be one less immortal. The amount of time and effort needed to groom an immortal was immeasurable. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light shot out from the ground. A cultivator walking in front of them instantly turned into a pool of blood. Everyone was shocked and stopped. A peerlessly dangerous place still hid peerlessly dangerous things. The Li clan of the Desolate World looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Isn't this the path of survival? Why is there a blood death ray on the path of survival? The Li clan of the Desolate World no longer dared to move forward. For countless years, the Li clan had lost countless experts in this extreme danger ground. The deaths of these experts were not completely worthless. The Li family of the Desolate Antiquity used their blood to teach them a lesson. In the end, they found a safe way to enter this extremely dangerous place. Of course, this safe way did not lead to the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, nor did it lead to the land where the phoenix died or the land where the dragon died. What now? They had just entered the extremely dangerous place, and someone had already fallen. This made everyone feel a sense of danger, and everyone began to feel uneasy. The world seems to have changed. Someone noticed something strange. The power of heaven and earth had changed. The path of survival had now become a path of death. At this time, the extreme chi emitted by the cauldron of mountain and river had been withdrawn. Otherwise, the people of the Li clan would not be able to do anything under the suppression of the extreme danger ground. Every disciple of the Li clan of the desolate world knew very well how dangerous this extreme danger ground was. One wrong step in this extreme danger ground would result in death. A young man at the 9th level of the immortal spirit realm waved his hand and summoned a flock of birds. Then, he used the birds to clear a path in front of him. Rays of blood burst out from the ground, turning the birds into puddles of blood and falling from the sky. One had to admit that this move was quite effective. The people of the Li clan continued to move forward. When the Li clan of the desolate world entered the extreme danger ground, Gu Fei had already rushed into the dragon vein in search of the source of the earth dragon chi. The dragon chi of the extreme danger ground was emitted from the source. The place where the dragon chi condensed was the place where the 10,000 dragons returned to origin ground originated from. The dragon vein was pitch black, but with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could see everything in the dragon vein clearly. The dragon chi within was vast and mighty. Occasionally, dragon-shaped dragon chi could be seen swimming within. This place was indeed the lair of the true dragon. Soon, Gu Fei went deep into the ground and approached the source of the dragon chi. Roar. Chapter 826. Roar. A terrifying roar reverberated in the dragon vein, causing the entire dragon vein to tremble. The majestic dragon chi was terrifying. Gu Fei couldn't help but stop in shock. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a few powerful chi appearing in the dragon vein. Someone had entered the dragon vein, and the person's cultivation base was extremely powerful. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Someone had arrived so quickly. This was much faster than what he had expected. These people should be from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity. Gu Fei used the heaven and earth energy to seal his body, sealing all his chi, and silently hid in the majestic dragon chi. The dragon vein was a peerless dragon vein that had been nurtured for God knows how long. The dragon chi was so thick that it could be seen with the naked eye. This was definitely a cultivation sanctuary that cultivators dreamed of. Refining the dragon chi for one's own use would allow one to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the dragon chi here was endless. Swoosh! Divine light flickered in the pitch-black dragon vein. Powerful immortal chi surged in the dragon vein. Even the thick dragon chi couldn't block such a powerful fluctuation. There were 3 balls of divine light. Within the divine light, there were 3 sage-like figures. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man in green robes. The other 2 were old men with grizzled hair and a beard. The 3 of them were shrouded in immortal chi. Divine light flickered as though true immortals had descended from the 9 heavens. Their immortal chi was vast and mighty, illuminating the pitch-black dragon vein. The dragon vein was a vast and spacious land. There was nothing under the ground, but the dragon chi was condensing, as though there were countless shadows of dragons looming. The 3 experts flew directly towards the source of the dragon chi. After the 3 of them left, Gu Fei walked out from the darkness. Celestial being realm immortal emperors? Gu Fei's heart shuddered. He didn't expect that the Li clan of the desolate antiquity would send 3 incomparably powerful immortal emperors. An immortal emperor of the celestial being realm was a peerless expert second only to the Almighty. Their cultivation base could connect with the heavens and attract the power of the heavens for their own use. This was a celestial being. Gu Fei became even more cautious. 3 immortal emperors was no joke. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be a match for 1 immortal emperor, let alone 3 great immortal emperors. Profound Transformation Realm Immortal King Gu Fei could still fight, but against a celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor, he could only retreat, because fighting against a celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor was the same as fighting against heaven and earth. Celestial sovereigns in the celestial being realm could connect with the power of the heavens. Their magic power was boundless, and they were already innately invincible. Only almighty beings could suppress celestials. The 3 celestials led the way, while Gu Fei hid in the back and followed them silently. Just now, a terrifying roar came from the peerless dragon vein. There was definitely a terrifying creature ahead. That purple flood dragon king was suppressed back into the divine cave where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged. The divine cave was connected to the earth dragon vein and the place where the phoenix fell. The purple flood dragon king could escape back into the peerless dragon vein. Perhaps that roar just now was made by the purple flood dragon king. The origin of the dragon chi might be guarded by a terrifying creature. This peerless dragon vein seemed to have no end. Gu Fei estimated that he had already advanced for tens of li in the dragon vein, but he still hadn't reached the origin of the dragon chi. On the other hand, the surrounding dragon chi was getting thicker and thicker. Huge illusory dragon shadows were faintly discernible, as though there were divine dragons swimming around. These were the shadows of dragons formed by the boundless dragon chi. Boom! Suddenly, from the endless darkness ahead, a huge purple claw stretched out, directly grabbing at the 3 celestial being realm immortal emperors. The void shook, the dragon chi tumbled. The huge purple claw tore the void apart, shattering the heaven and earth. The terrifying power directly shook the entire dragon vein. Swoosh! The green-robed middle-aged man soared into the sky, dodging the attack, but the old man behind him was slapped away by the huge claw. The old man's body was twisted and deformed under the impact of the huge force. His bones were broken, and the bone fragments pierced through his flesh and came out of his body. The blood of the immortal emperor splattered like crystal-clear agate, blooming with a dazzling blood-red light in the pitch-black underground space. Each drop of blood contained powerful immortal chi. Everything on the body of an celestial being realm immortal emperor was a treasure. Even the hair of an immortal emperor was a treasure that could be refined into a terrifying divine item. Just a drop of the immortal emperor's blood was enough to kill an ordinary immortal god. At this time, the immortal emperor's blood sprayed out. The unlucky old man was slapped away by the huge purple claw, and his body suffered unimaginable damage. Roar! The old man threw his head back and roared. His broken body flickered with divine light, and the power of an immortal emperor surged. His almost broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood rapidly regenerated. In just a few breaths, the old man whose body was almost destroyed recovered as if he had not been injured at all. The celestial aura on his body was terrifying. At this time, the green-robed middle-aged man and the other old man were fighting a terrifying creature hidden in the dragon chi. Roar! The old man who was slapped away by the mysterious creature roared and rushed forward. He opened his mouth and spat out a crimson cauldron surrounded by divine fire at the creature. The shadow of a vermilion bird loomed over the cauldron surrounded by divine fire. The divine fire distorted and shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. The fire illuminated the pitch-black dragon vein cave and dispersed the surrounding dragon chi. Bang! A beast claw covered in purple scales reached out from the dragon chi and slapped the crimson cauldron, sending it flying. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The mysterious beast was too abnormal. It actually used its physical body to resist the Emperor divine weapon refined by a celestial being realm immortal emperor. Clang! A sword chime resounded in the dragon vein cave. A cold sword chi pervaded the air. A divine light rushed out from the body of the other old man. Within the divine light, there was a peerless divine sword, which slashed towards the mysterious creature shrouded in dragon chi. This was another incomparably powerful emperor divine weapon, and in the hands of a celestial being realm immortal emperor, it could exert the most powerful and extreme power. Swoosh! A beam of purple divine light shot out from the dragon chi, heading straight for the emperor divine sword. Powerful energy waves rippled out. Boom! It was as if two bolts of lightning had collided in an instant. Divine light burst forth and illuminated the entire void. The mighty dragon chi was dispersed. The emperor divine sword was struck away, and the old man was also affected. He was sent flying back involuntarily, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. His physical body was injured. Damn it! The green-robed middle-aged man roared angrily. 9 pitch-black mountains rushed out from his body, blocking the entire underground space and emitting chaotic chi. Rumble. Chapter 827. Rumble, the green-robed middle-aged man made his move. 9 divine mountains descended from the sky, crushing the void and shattering the heavens and earth. The boundless draconic aura was dispersed, and a ferocious and terrifying beast appeared before everyone's eyes. The energy descending from the 9 divine mountains was extremely powerful. Furthermore, there was a strand of chaotic aura lingering on the 9 divine mountains. It was comparable to the 9 ancient divine mountains. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! One of the vertical eyes on the terrifying beast's forehead opened, shooting out a beam of dazzling purple light. It pierced upwards and broke through the divine power of the 9 divine mountains, blocking the 9 divine mountains that were descending from the sky. This is, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this ferocious beast. This ferocious beast wasn't the Purple Serpent King, but an unknown ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was covered in a thick layer of purple scales, and it had a pair of demonic blood-red eyes. It looked like a lizard, but it had a crocodile-like mouth, and a vertical eye on its forehead. The ferocious beast was incomparably ferocious, and the murderous aura it exuded was terrifying. Roar! The ferocious beast roared to the sky, and the purple divine light that rushed out from its vertical eye actually blocked the suppression of the 9 divine mountains. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, and it was terrifying. At this time, the crimson cauldron that was knocked away flew back. Boom! The cauldron shook, and a monstrous fire erupted from it, burning the void. A vermilion bird rushed out from the cauldron, setting off endless divine flames as it pounced towards the ferocious beast. That was not the true divine bird, the vermilion bird. It was an illusory figure condensed from boundless fire elemental energy. However, the fire elemental energy was vast and mighty. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, space would be burnt and shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! The ferocious beast stretched out its claws, and the surrounding draconic aura was triggered. Following the ferocious beast's movement, streams of draconic aura in the shape of a dragon pounced towards the vermilion bird. Boom! The vermilion bird and the dragon collided in an instant. Flames shot up to the sky and dragon chi surged. The vermilion bird that was condensed from endless fire elemental power collapsed and dissipated in the void. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The entire dragon vein was trembling as though it was about to collapse. The ferocious beast was terrifying to the extreme. It was able to summon the power of the dragon vein and send the cauldron flying once again. The old man controlling the cauldron suffered the impact and was sent flying while coughing up blood. This was an emperor weapon that he had refined. It was connected to his aura and bloodline. It was like a part of his body and was closely connected to him. The elder was also affected by the impact of the emperor armament. If the emperor armament was destroyed, the elder's vitality would be greatly injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover. This was the weakness of all cultivators on the immortal path. They relied on celestial weapons and divine weapons, but their bodies were not fully tempered. Relatively speaking, their bodies were much weaker than martial artists. Although Gu Fei was still in the immortal realm, the strength of his body was comparable to that of a mighty expert. Ordinary divine weapons and celestial treasures could no longer hurt him. Evil Beast, the green-robed middle-aged man soared into the sky and flew to the top of the 9 mountains. He then sat down cross-legged on the mountains. He wanted to use the power of the immortal emperor to destroy this ferocious beast. Rumble, the 9 divine mountains shook and chaotic aura surrounded them. The power that came from the 9 divine mountains was enough to shatter a part of the void. However, it was blocked by the purple divine light emitted from the vertical eye on the forehead of the ferocious beast. Roar! The peerless ferocious beast roared again and again. It absorbed the dragon chi into its body to replenish the energy it had consumed. The purple divine light that shot out from the vertical eye was extremely dazzling. The vertical eye on the forehead of the ferocious beast was too terrifying. Even the 9 divine mountains refined by the green-robed middle-aged man couldn't suppress it and obliterate it. This man is definitely an expert among the immortal emperors. Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene. An ordinary immortal emperor couldn't fight against this ferocious beast. The 2 old men were the best proof. Go to hell. The old man wielding the Emperor Divine sword slashed out with all his strength. The sword light soared thousands of zhang. The cold sword chi made people's hearts tremble and their bodies shiver. Swoosh! The sword light cut through the sky, dispelling the dragon chi and slashed diagonally at the ferocious beast under the 9 divine mountains. The terrifying sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Roar! The ferocious beast roared and stretched out its claws, clawing at the incoming sword light. Clang! Sparks flew like 2 pieces of divine iron colliding. The fact that the Emperor Divine sword couldn't break the scales of this ferocious beast was really shocking. One could imagine how hard the scales of this ferocious beast were. The ferocious beast's claws shattered the sword light. Then, without losing any momentum, it clawed at the chest of the old man. The dragon chi lingering on the claws pierced through the void. Swoosh! With a thought, the godly sword flew back in an instant, blocking the claw that was coming at him. Bam! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. His expression had also become weary. Although the Emperor's sword had blocked the attack, the old man's ribs had already been shattered. An ordinary celestial being realm immortal emperor was so weak in front of this ferocious beast, like a newborn baby. It posed no threat, but it also threatened many others. The ferocious beast didn't fall into a disadvantageous position even though it was 1 against 3. In fact, it even had the upper hand. The 2 old men were no match for this ferocious beast. It was an innate ferocious beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful that it could kill an ordinary Shen king. If it wasn't for the green-robed middle-aged man, the 2 immortal emperors would have been mercilessly killed by the ferocious beast in the dragon vein and become its food. There was a great disparity in strength between celestial being realm immortal emperors. A 9th heaven celestial being realm immortal emperor could easily kill a 1st or 2nd heaven celestial being realm immortal emperor. The green-robed immortal emperor was so powerful that he could barely fight against the ferocious beast. The peerless beast's vertical eye emitted a dazzling divine light as it faced off against the 9 divine mountains in the sky, which were emitting an endless pressure that could collapse the void and shatter the world. The green-robed immortal emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on the 9 divine mountains, circulated his immortal emperor power with all his might. Rays of divine light lingered around him as his immortal emperor power continuously poured into the 9 divine mountains. Rumble, the 9 divine mountains were shaking. The terrifying energy fluctuation that spread out was enough to destroy a part of the void, but it was resisted by the ferocious beast. Roar! Chapter 828. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The whole dragon cave shook as if there was a huge dragon turning over. The endless mountains outside were shaking violently as if a dragon was about to soar into the sky. The mighty dragon chi rolled and condensed into a dragon shadow that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards everyone. Everyone's expression changed. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching from afar. Go! Without any hesitation, the green-robed middle-aged man put away the 9 divine mountains that were confronting the terrifying beast, turned into a ray of divine light, and fled in the direction he came from. Even the green-robed middle-aged man who could fight against the ferocious beast had left. The other 2 immortal emperors didn't dare to stay any longer. They put away their emperor weapons and flew into the air, trying to escape. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar resounded nearby. The huge sound wave almost caused the 2 immortal emperors to fall from the sky. The whole dragon cave seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Rocks kept falling from the sky. If this was the place where the peerless dragon vein was protected by the dragon chi of the earth, it would have collapsed long ago. The 2 immortal emperors were terrified. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying creature in the dragon vein. Just a roar from it was enough to make them lose their souls. When the light dissipated, the figures of the 2 immortal emperors appeared in the void, surrounded by divine light and vast immortal chi. However, their faces were pale and they were on the verge of collapse. Only the green-robed middle-aged man's light was not affected. He flickered a few times and disappeared into the distance. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Those were 2 incomparably powerful immortal emperors. Even if he had the supreme saint weapon, he would not be a match for the celestial being realm immortal emperor. The gap of 2 major realms was not something that could be bridged by grasping an extreme Tao saint artifact. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. The murderous aura in front of him soared into the sky. There was an extremely terrifying beast rapidly approaching. In just a moment, it had arrived nearby. He sealed himself with the power of heaven and earth. It was as if he had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. No one could sense his aura. Even so, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He stealthily retreated. That savage beast wasn't something he could deal with. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao Saint weapon, he wouldn't have dared to face such a savage beast. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. A purple divine light flashed, and one of the immortal emperors who didn't manage to escape in time was pierced through at the waist by the divine light. The beast, which looked like a lizard but had a terrifying crocodile head and was covered in scales, charged at the 2 old men again. This ferocious beast was comparable to a peerless celestial emperor at the 9th level of the sky being realm. Its strength was so strong that even a peerless celestial emperor at the 9th level of the sky being realm would have a headache if they encountered it. The 2 elders from the leaf family of the ancients were only at the 3rd and 4th sky of the celestial being realm. They were no match for this kind of wild beast. One of them was instantly pierced through. Whoosh! The vertical eye on the forehead of the ferocious beast opened again. A purple divine light shot out and swept towards the other old man, tearing the void apart. It was a destructive light that seemed capable of obliterating everything. Bang! A crimson ancient cauldron rushed out from the body of the old man. The ancient cauldron was surrounded by divine flames, and the shadow of a vermilion bird could be vaguely seen around it. It flew towards the purple divine light. The vermilion bird ancient cauldron was blasted away by the purple divine light. The body of the cauldron was dented and deformed. The divine flames emitted from the cauldron dimmed. The figure of the old man trembled violently and was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled. A huge purple figure rushed out from the depths of the dragon vein. Its two eyes were like lanterns, flickering with a pale green light as it moved rapidly in the darkness. Something that looked like a tail flew out from the dragon chi and lashed at the old man who was flying backward. Even the void collapsed. The old man was scared out of his wits. His body flickered with divine light. His hands danced in front of him. Immortal Tao divine runes appeared between his hands. A powerful force was rapidly condensing. He drew upon the force of heaven and earth in an attempt to defend himself. However, it was all in vain. Bang! Countless immortal Tao divine runes were crushed. The old man was also whipped by the tail-like object until his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. An immortal emperor of the celestial being realm would not die so easily. In the bloody mist, a fist-sized divine light wrapped around a small person rushed out. The small person was no different from the old man who had his body destroyed by the wild beast. It was a shrunken old man. The small person's face was filled with fear and wanted to flee. Roar! At this moment, a roar rang out from the churning dragon aura. After that, a dragon head that was as large as a mountain suddenly stretched out from within the dragon aura. The dragon opened its mouth wide and actually swallowed the little person that was enveloped by the divine light in one gulp. A dragon. Gu Fei was shocked. One should know that this was the land of the dragon. The heavenly dragon that was nurtured by the heaven and earth had died prematurely. There was no way another dragon would be born here. The other old man was so frightened that he forgot to escape. His entire body was trembling like a fool. A dragon had appeared in the dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon was incredibly powerful. It had killed a celestial immortal emperor in an instant. That was an immortal emperor, not an ordinary immortal god. At this moment, even the ferocious beast retreated, as if it was afraid. After devouring the old man's immortal emperor nascent soul, the dragon charged out from the rumbling dragon chi. Its body was over 100 zhang long, and its purple scales glowed with a layer of purple light. There were no claws under its abdomen, only 4 protruding lumps of meat. It only had a dragon's head, but no dragon's body. It turned out that it was not a real dragon, but a serpent dragon. Although the word dragon was also used for serpent, it was vastly different from a dragon. This purple serpent dragon was the purple serpent king that had been suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron back into the dragon vein. No wonder it was so powerful. It had killed a celestial being immortal emperor as soon as it arrived. This purple serpent king was a connate savage beast that was born in the land of the dragon. This is bad. When Gu Fei saw that it was the purple flood dragon king, he couldn't help but frown. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron, the purple flood dragon king would have already died in the dragon essence and phoenix chi points. Bam! The purple serpent king swung its tail again, turning the other old man into a mist of blood and devouring the immortal emperor nascent soul. During this process, Gu Fei was hiding in the dark, ready to open his inner world at any time. If he was discovered by the purple serpent king, his life would be in danger. He didn't have the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Although he had the violet gold divine sword, it was an offensive saint weapon. If he couldn't kill the purple serpent king in one strike, he would be the one to die. Chapter 829. The mountain and river cauldron was currently suppressing the place where the dragon chi and phoenix chi converged, greatly weakening the power of this place. Once the mountain and river cauldron was summoned, it would suppress the mountains and rivers of the heaven and earth. Its defensive power was so strong that even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time. Moreover, the mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi that was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. The cauldron's soul had already recognized its master, so there was no need to worry about it being snatched away. Without the mountain and river cauldron to protect him, Gu Fei wouldn't take the risk. The purple serpent king that was comparable to a supreme expert was extremely powerful. It already possessed the ability to transform into a human, but it didn't transform into a human. The Purple Serpent King walked the path of a supreme demon. After killing the two immortal emperors of the Li clan, the Purple Serpent King was about to retreat to the depths of the dragon vein. However, it suddenly stopped as if it sensed something. Its mountain-like head suddenly turned around, and a pair of huge eyes emitted a murderous green light, staring at the place where Gu Fei was hiding. In an instant, Gu Fei felt as if his heart had stopped beating. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and all the pores on his body opened up, causing his scalp to go numb. I've been discovered. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Just as he was about to open his inner world and temporarily retreat into it, however, at this time, a figure silently walked out from the dragon Qi. This person was wearing a black iron godly armor. His skin was bronze in color, and he was full of strength. The black iron godly armor was dull and had already shown signs of decay. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for this to happen. Perhaps even the godly armor would lose its spirituality and be eroded by the merciless passage of time. Apart from extreme divine tools that were refined from rare and immortal divine materials, which could exist for a long time outside of the world, even semi-divine tools that were refined by almighty figures would be worn down by time after a long time, unable to exist forever. This person was the corpse of the ancient sage that Gu Fei and the others had encountered before. There was not the slightest fluctuation of life coming from this corpse, nor was there any death qi. It was very strange. The corpse of an ancient sage hadn't decayed, and had already regained its spirituality. It was an extremely powerful corpse that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme expert. Roar! The Purple Flood Dragon King let out a roar and no longer paid any attention to Gu Fei. Instead, it stared at the lifeless ancient corpse. Majestic dragon qi surged and dragon shadows appeared around the Purple Flood Dragon King. The Purple Flood Dragon King was born from the dragon vein of the earth. It could draw on the dragon vein qi, and it had the advantage of time and geography. Swoosh! The ancient bizarre corpse didn't make a sound. It pounced forward and pressed its hand forward. Bam! With a loud bang, the void trembled. His huge hand expanded endlessly, filling up the entire void as it slammed towards the Purple Flood Dragon King. Bam! The Purple Flood Dragon King swung its tail and smashed the incoming hand into pieces before charging towards the ancient bizarre corpse. Hoo! A mouthful of cold air was spat out from the Purple Flood Dragon King's mouth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Even the void felt like it was about to solidify. When the ancient corpse was hit by the cold air, it immediately turned into a block of ice and was frozen solid. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This Purple Flood Dragon King was so monstrous that even the ancient sage's corpse that had gained sentience was frozen solid. Seeing that the two existences comparable to Almighty's were facing off, he was in no hurry to leave. Swoosh! The flood dragon swung its tail like a peerless divine weapon. It turned into a purple divine light and whipped towards the ancient bizarre corpse, wanting to smash it into pieces. Boom! The block of ice that was sealing the ancient queer corpse suddenly exploded. Shards of ice scattered in all directions. The ancient queer corpse rushed out and grabbed the flood dragon's tail with one hand before spinning the Purple Flood Dragon King around. Too strong. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This ancient bizarre corpse was so strong that it was able to swing the Purple Flood Dragon King, which was comparable to an almighty being. Who? The ancient bizarre corpse loosened its grip and used all its strength to smash the Purple Flood Dragon King downwards. The Purple Flood Dragon King's huge body smashed towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew. A huge crater appeared on the ground that was as hard as divine metal. The force of the Purple Flood Dragon King's smash had cracked the ground and cracks extended in all directions. Within the dragon veins, the rocks and soil had been nourished by endless dragon qi for countless years. The hardness of the rocks was comparable to divine metal. The ancient corpse descended from the sky and stomped down on the purple flood dragon king, who was still in a daze from the impact. A terrifying power surged beneath his feet, causing the void to collapse and shatter under his stomp. The purple flood dragon king rolled on the ground and scurried away, avoiding the ancient bizarre corpse's stomp. The ancient bizarre corpse seemed to have instinctively used some of the battle techniques that it had learned when it was alive. It was extremely powerful and temporarily gained the upper hand, causing the purple flood dragon king to be in a sorry state. The purple flood dragon king and the ancient bizarre corpse seemed to have a huge grudge against each other. When the two of them clashed, the terrifying shockwaves shook the entire dragon veins. The dragon veins of the earth were filled with boundless draconic chi. The purple flood dragon king unleashed a supreme innate ability, activating the power of the dragon veins. 9 dragon shadows danced around him like the reincarnation of the dragon emperor as he fought against the ancient wondrous corpse, instantly reversing the situation. Fight! Fight! It's best if both sides suffer. Gu Fei had already retreated far away. The two mighty existences emitted a terrifying aura that even the inner heaven and earth energy couldn't completely isolate. This made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. He silently retreated, but he didn't retreat. If he retreated at this time, he would be an idiot. While these two fellows were fighting, he should take the opportunity to enter the depths of the dragon vein and take that thing away. Gu Fei was extremely careful. He pretended to retreat and let the purple flood dragon king think that he had really retreated. He then turned back without anyone noticing and went around the two of them to enter the depths of the dragon veins. Roar! Suddenly, a mournful roar came from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but turn back and saw an incomparably shocking scene. The terrifying beast that could contend against the immortal emperor was actually torn apart by the ancient bizarre corpse. Fresh blood splattered and the ancient bizarre corpse was bathed in a rain of blood. Swish! Gu Fei regained his senses and executed the 8 desolation steps. Each step was a few miles and he rushed towards the depths of the dragon veins. Along the way, he didn't sense the presence of any powerful beasts. The purple flood dragon king was a sentient savage beast that was comparable to the ancient bizarre corpse. The dragon veins of the earth were its lair. Other beasts would never dare to enter. Very quickly, Gu Fei had covered 100 miles. The dragon chi in the surroundings was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was as if it was going to liquefy into divine liquid. It was truly shocking. The peerless dragon veins indeed lived up to its name. Chapter 830. An extremely pure draconic aura surged from the front. Where the light was, there seemed to be a real dragon hiding, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even with the obstruction of the inner world energy, Gu Fei could still feel the horrifying movement of the draconic essence. It made him tremble in fear, as if he was facing a real divine dragon. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly stepped in the void, using the 8 desolate steps, rushing towards the direction of the light. As he got closer, the light became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt as if he had rushed through a layer of water. Then, there was a bright light in front of him, and the surging draconic aura suddenly disappeared. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He seemed to have entered a different world. In this world, there were dragon shadows appearing, as if there were countless real dragons hiding in the void. In this void, it was not that there was no draconic aura. On the contrary, the draconic aura here was denser than anywhere else. However, the draconic aura here had turned from tangible to intangible. This void was dozens of miles wide. This was a divine land, and there were rare dragon crystals everywhere, shining brightly like an illusion. This was not what made Gu Fei dumbfounded. What really shocked Gu Fei was that in the center of this void, there was a divine pearl floating. The diameter of the divine pearl was hundreds of feet, and on it, there was a dragon-shaped divine light flowing, as if there were countless dragons swimming. The divine light had 9 colors, and it was dazzling. There seemed to be a primordial world inside. The sky was black and the earth was yellow, and it was incomparably mysterious. This is... Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. After the death of a real dragon, it left behind a peerless draconic essence. This divine pearl was the peerless draconic essence. The essence of a real dragon was in the draconic essence. The draconic essence had been nourished by the dragon veins for countless years, and it was definitely a treasure that was hard to find in the world. Gu Fei risked his life to enter the peerless dragon veins, just for this draconic essence. Roar! Above the dragon Yuan, there was a faint roar of the heavenly dragon. It was not loud, but it caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Even the power of the inner world could not isolate this sound. His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. A true dragon born from a peerless dragon vein had died before it could soar into the sky and achieve the body of a heavenly dragon. This resentment had accumulated for countless years and was not something to be trifled with. Under the influence of this resentment, the ferocious beasts that were born from the peerless dragon vein were filled with a vicious aura. They were the most terrifying ferocious beasts in the world. Swoosh! In a flash, Gu Fei arrived in front of the dragon essence. The dragon essence seemed to have a spirit of its own as it suddenly began to vibrate. Then, an evil black dragon appeared above the dragon essence. Gu Fei was shocked. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. Boom! Just as Gu Fei retreated, a pitch-black dragon claw came down from the sky and shattered the void where Gu Fei had been. An evil dragon with a vicious aura. Gu Fei's heart trembled. A true dragon had fallen, and its vicious aura had soared to the sky. It had not dissipated even after millions of years, but now, it could actually take on a human form. This was not a real evil dragon, but a manifestation of vicious aura. However, it was still incomparably terrifying. A huge dragon body appeared above the dragon essence, winding like a mountain. Roar! The evil dragon roared at the sky, causing the entire void to shake violently as if it was about to collapse. Even with the barrier of the inner world, Gu Fei was still shaken by the roar, causing the blood in his body to churn. Gu Fei's expression changed. This evil dragon was too powerful. It should be known that the void where the dragon essence was located was incomparably stable and unshakable. However, a single roar from this evil dragon almost caused the void to collapse. One could imagine how terrifying and powerful this evil dragon was. Even if an almighty came, they would not be able to subdue it. They might even be killed by this evil dragon. What should I do? Gu Fei's mind was racing. He quickly searched his mind. What method could he use to deal with this evil creature that was formed from endless vicious aura? Roar! The evil dragon roared again. Then, it rushed out from the dragon essence. This was a black dragon that was thousands of feet long. Its body surged with a violent aura that soared to the sky. Got it! Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the other 2 extreme Dao Saint tools in his body. At this time, the evil dragon that was formed from endless vicious aura had already fiercely pounced towards him. It set off a monstrous black aura that darkened the entire void. Swoosh! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a simple and unadorned bronze lamp appeared in Gu Fei's hand. On top of the ancient lamp, there was a lantern flower the size of a soybean. The lantern flower flowed with 3 colors of divine light. An auspicious aura immediately spread out from the ancient lamp. This ancient lamp was the 3 realms Buddhist lamp that Gu Fei had obtained from the Naraka path. This was a supreme saint tool that could even illuminate the 9 underworlds. Almost at the same time, a divine bell surrounded by Buddhist light appeared in Gu Fei's left hand. The divine bell was surrounded by Buddhist light, and faint Sanskrit Buddhist chants could be heard coming from it. The moment these 2 supreme Buddhist weapons appeared, the the world was immediately filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The power of Buddhism was vast, and the monstrous evil qi that was surging towards the sky was immediately repelled. The power of Buddhism happened to be the nemesis of this vicious aura. Gu Fei activated the Buddhist lamp in his hand. On the wick of the Buddhist lamp, the bean-sized lantern flower immediately shone brightly, emitting 3 colors of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, the figure of a Buddha seemed to be faintly discernible. He sat on a treasured lotus, chanting the supreme Buddhist chants. There was a supreme Buddhist power that could purify all evil. Roar! The evil dragon roared. It seemed to be somewhat afraid and actually stopped. Dang! Gu Fei shook the Sanskrit Buddhist bell in his hand. The melodious sound of the bell resonated in the void, and visible ripples spread out from the Buddhist bell. Amidst the sound of the bell, there seemed to be countless Buddhas chanting sutras and thousands of arhats chanting. The sound of Buddhism resounded, and the vicious aura in the void quickly dissipated. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp shone with Buddhist light, and the melodious sound of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The power of Buddhism spread out from the 2 supreme saint tools. Although it did not display its extreme divine power, the evil dragon did not dare to come forward. At this time, Gu Fei activated the power of the 2 inner worlds in his body. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly, and the power of the inner world surged out and entered the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged, and endless spiritual energy flowed into the 3 realms Buddhist lamp in Gu Fei's right hand. There were 2 inner worlds in Gu Fei's body. These were simply 2 sources of power. The spiritual energy would never dry up, and the divine power would never be exhausted. Chapter 831. Dang! The Sanskrit Buddhist bell continued to ring, and the Sanskrit Buddhist chant lingered in the air. The endless violent energy dissipated, and the evil dragon's body gradually faded under the sound of the bell. Endless Buddhist light bloomed from Gu Fei's hand. The 3-colored brilliance illuminated the world, and under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the violent energy was quickly dispersed. This was an evil spirit condensed from endless violent energy. It was a terrifying evil dragon, but in front of the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons, it was suppressed. Roar! The evil dragon roared and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, and the dragon's claws tore the sky and earth, crushing everything. Although it was afraid of the powerful aura emitted by the supreme Buddhist weapon, this ferocious and terrifying evil dragon still attacked Gu Fei in the end. Swish! The Sanskrit Buddhist bell flew out from Gu Fei's hand and descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Fei inside. Bang! The evil dragon's ferocity reached its peak. Its sharp claws broke through the layers of Sanskrit Buddhist chant and directly grabbed the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, sending Gu Fei and the bell flying thousands of feet away. The powerful impact caused the Sanskrit Buddhist bell to shake again and again. Visible ripples spread out from the Buddhist bell, and Gu Fei almost fell out of the Buddhist bell. Damn it! Gu Fei stopped retreating and sat cross-legged inside the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. He used all of his inner world energy to stimulate the power of the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp flew up from Gu Fei's hand and floated above Gu Fei's head, emitting a Buddhist light. The Buddhist light shone on the violent energy, turning it into a peaceful one. Dang! The bronze bell vibrated, and the Sanskrit Buddhist chant resounded throughout the world, constantly weakening the power of the evil dragon condensed from the violent energy. Although the Sanskrit Buddhist bell's defense wasn't as strong as the mountain and river cauldron, the evil dragon still couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Boom! The evil dragon crazily attacked, and its baleful aura soared into the sky. Black baleful aura enveloped the entire world, causing the entire world to darken. Very soon, it was plunged into darkness. Gu Fei sat inside the Sanskrit Buddha bell and listened to the heavenly sounds of the Grand Tao. It was as if everything that was happening outside had nothing to do with him. The power of heaven and earth continuously gathered towards the two supreme Buddhist weapons, and the violent chi was dissipating. In the end, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell released a trace of extreme divine might. All the violent energy in the void was instantly dispersed, and the evil dragon collapsed. As the endless evil energy was dissipated, Gu Fei's inner world energy was endlessly pouring into the two supreme Buddhist weapons. Swoosh! The three realms Buddhist lamp floating above Gu Fei's head emitted an unprecedented blazing light. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky, and the violent chi dissipated under the sunlight. The violent chi on the dragon origin bead was refined by the three realms Buddhist lamp and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. Then, Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and put away the peerless dragon origin bead. The peerless dragon origin bead was a supreme treasure left behind by a fallen true dragon. It was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. Only by putting it in his inner world could he keep it by his side. Rumble, as if he was moving a mountain, Gu Fei exerted all his strength to draw the worldly dragon essence, which was flickering with a nine-colored divine light, into his inner world. Roar! Just as Gu Fei put away the peerless dragon origin bead, a roar suddenly came from the distance. An extremely powerful and violent aura was quickly approaching. This is... Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He already knew what was quickly approaching. This was the most important location of the peerless dragon vein. It was where the dragon origin bead was. All the dragon chi in the peerless dragon vein came from the dragon origin bead. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly turned around and retreated. He had already obtained what he wanted, so he decisively retreated. The purple flood dragon king was comparable to a mighty existence. If he could avoid it, he would. He used the 8 desolate steps and quickly went back the way he came. Roar! A terrifying figure rushed into the void where the dragon origin bead was and then rushed out with a roar. The purple flood dragon's body was faintly discernible in the dragon chi. That ancient strange corpse that has already developed intelligence is actually not a match for the purple flood dragon king. Gu Fei thought. If this was really the case, then the purple flood dragon king was too terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei didn't care about who won and who lost. He directly rushed towards the exit of the earth dragon vein. The purple flood dragon king's roar constantly came from behind. The dragon origin bead was gone. This caused the purple flood dragon king to go crazy. Even the extremely stable void where the dragon origin was located was destroyed by the purple flood dragon king. Within the earth dragon vein, there was almost no light. It was pitch black. If it was an ordinary person, or even an ordinary cultivator, it would be difficult to see what was inside. Only those with a cultivation like Gu Fei could see the darkness as if it was daytime. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and ran through the earth dragon vein as if he was teleporting. His speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the peerless dragon vein was broken. The dragon chi here was vast and mighty. He could already feel the bright and fresh air of the outside world. Just as Gu Fei was about to rush out from the bottomless abyss formed by the peerless dragon vein, he suddenly stopped as if he sensed something. He could sense the aura of many cultivators outside. The commotion at the land of Phoenix's death and Dragon's grave had alarmed many people. Even though the supreme experts couldn't split themselves, there were quite a number of celestial being and mysterious transformation realm immortal emperors and immortal kings. Gu Fei could sense a few especially powerful auras. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he hid in the bottomless abyss formed by the broken dragon vein. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the earth dragon vein. The entire earth dragon vein shook violently. Everyone outside was shocked. A terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the earth dragon vein. A terrifying Xiantian realm beast was approaching at high speed. The violent aura it emitted was terrifying. Boom! A purple flood dragon broke through the layers of dragon chi and rushed out from the bottomless abyss. It pounced towards the crowd outside in a frenzy. The purple flood dragon king was infuriated. These humans had actually taken away its dragon chi. This infuriated it and it went straight for those unlucky fellows outside. The purple flood dragon king was comparable to a supreme expert. Without a supreme expert of the human race, no one here would be able to fight against the purple flood dragon king. The purple flood dragon king spat out a breath of cold air and sealed 100 li of the outside world. Half of the people were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered in all directions to hide. Chapter 832. Rumble. The appearance of the Jiao dragon changed the color of heaven and earth. Endless purple lightning fell from the sky, turning the area within 100 miles into a purple sea of lightning. The purple Jiao king seemed to have turned into one of the lightning bolts, moving rapidly in the sea of lightning. Screams of agony rang out as people were struck by the lightning bolts, instantly turning into charcoal. Everyone's expression changed. Even the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King were shocked. No one expected an extremely terrifying purple Jiao King to rush out from the peerless dragon vein. The purple Jiao King attracted endless lightning bolts. It was simply a vast lightning tribulation. How is this possible? Heavenly tribulation lightning. The primordial law of heaven and earth hasn't changed. Is this a connate ferocious beast that can fight against a mighty being? I don't want to die. Many people gathered outside the peerless dragon vein. Among them were immortal emperors whose cultivation and strength were second only to mighty beings. There were also immortal kings and deity kings who were one realm lower than the immortal emperor and Shen King. There were also immortal gods, but most of them were below the immortal realm. The endless divine lightning fell, and the first to suffer were the immortal realm cultivators below the immortal realm. Whether it was the paramount saints who were one step away from the immortal realm or the demigod realm peerless experts, none of them could resist this terrifying lightning tribulation. Dozens of immortal realm cultivators were completely annihilated by the first wave of lightning tribulation. Nothing was left behind as they were blasted into ashes by the lightning tribulation. Only the powerful heavenly immortals could barely resist this lightning tribulation. However, the immortals were also in danger of being struck by the lightning and turning into charcoal at any time. Roar! The purple Jiao King roared angrily at the sky. The terrifying roar produced a terrifying sonic boom, causing the bodies of the immortals present to explode into a mist of blood. Their souls directly dissipated into the most primitive soul power. The purple Jiao King opened its mouth and sucked the soul power of the immortals who were killed by its roar into its stomach, then refined it. To immortals, fiendish demons, and even ghosts, soul power was a great supplement. Refining souls and devouring soul power would make one's own soul stronger and stronger. For all the cultivators in the world, the stronger their soul was, the harder it was for them to die. Even if their body was destroyed, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could be reborn. If his soul was destroyed, it would be useless even if he left behind an immortal body. A single roar from the violet flood dragon king was incomparably ferocious. Boundless violet lightning circulated around the violet flood dragon king, causing the expressions of everyone to change. This flood dragon was simply too powerful. Even the immortal kings and divine kings of the profound transformation realm, who were a level higher than the immortal god realm, had their ears bleed from the purple Wyrm king's roar. Their blood and energy roiled within their bodies, and they almost fell from the sky. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shen King were shaken. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare at the scene from afar. The might of the purple Wyrm king's roar was truly terrifying to the extreme. It could even kill immortals. Even with the obstruction of the inner world, the roar still penetrated the barrier of the inner world and entered Gu Fei's ears, causing his ears to buzz. For a moment, he couldn't hear anything else. If this flood dragon finds out that I took its dragon essence, it'll be terrible. Gu Fei trembled in fear as he carefully moved towards the outside of the Sea of Lightning. The inner world's power had sealed the void around his body. The vile tribulation lightning that fell from the sky couldn't even get close to Gu Fei's body, as it was dissolved by the inner world's power. Gu Fei's body formed a world of its own, and no law could touch him. The terrifying lightning that could tear the heaven and earth apart wreaked havoc between the heaven and earth, but it couldn't do any harm to him. The rest of the people were out of luck. Under the first wave of the tribulation lightning, the immortal god was also killed by the roar of the purple Wyrm king. Only a few profound transformation realm immortal kings and divine kings, and celestial being immortal emperors and Shen king were struggling in the Sea of Lightning. They could be annihilated by the tribulation lightning at any time. Rumble, the violet tribulation lightning that fell from the sky was getting more and more powerful. The destructive aura was vast and mighty between the heaven and earth. This was the power of the heaven and earth. The fury of the thunder was not something that a human could resist. Bam! A white-haired old Shen king struck out a large black seal that was surrounded by chaotic aura. It shattered the heaven and earth, shook off the endless lightning in front of it, and rushed outwards. Boom! At this moment, a huge purple claw directly grabbed at the old Shen king from the sky. Endless lightning and thunder coiled around the body of the purple Wyrm king. A claw actually grew out of the abdomen of the purple Wyrm king. This claw was the claw of a dragon. It emitted a vast dragon chi. Everywhere it passed, everything that was tangible and intangible would be crushed. The dragon chi from the claw shrouded the four directions, imprisoning the void. The old Shen king was scared out of his wits. He only felt that the void around him suddenly solidified, making it hard for him to move. He knew that the opponent had imprisoned him, and he was at the mercy of the opponent. Bam! The purple dragon claw slammed down, instantly turning the old Shen king into a bloody mess. Even the immortal emperor infant in his Niwen palace couldn't escape, and his soul dispersed. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. That purple Wyrm king was truly monstrous. A roar could kill an immortal god, and a claw could kill the Shen king. Dragon transformation. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a dragon claw growing out of the abdomen of the purple Wyrm king. This lightning tribulation was most likely aimed at the purple Wyrm king. This was the desolate world. This place was still governed by the laws of the desolate era. The purple Wyrm king's cultivation and strength had already reached the stage of dragon transformation. Hence, the heavens sent down the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Roar! The purple flood dragon king roared as he allowed the lightning to enter and exit his body. The purple lightning coursed through every inch of the purple flood dragon king's flesh. With the help of the heavenly lightning tribulation, the purple Wyrm king almost annihilated all the human and heaven-ranked cultivators outside the dragon vein. Swish! 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 No one dared to make a move against the purple flood dragon king anymore. This ferocious beast was too powerful. Only a supreme existence would be able to contend against it. Since they weren't a match for it, they could only retreat decisively. Among the group of heaven-ranked experts, no one could contend against this Xiantian savage beast. Staying here would only mean death. No one wanted to die. Hence, everyone was running for their lives. Gu Fei was no exception. Although he had a saint artifact, he wasn't a match for such a savage beast. Chapter 833. The area within 100 li was filled with raging thunder and lightning. Each bolt of lightning was as huge as a mountain, tearing the heaven and earth apart. A terrifying aura of destruction filled the air. Gu Fei silently ran for a few dozen li, but he still couldn't escape from the range of the thunder and lightning. Gu Fei wasn't the only one who rushed out. A green figure with 9 black divine mountains above his head rushed out from the sky. Each of the divine mountains was filled with chaotic aura. Gu Fei recognized this person. This green-robed middle-aged man was the ninth heaven celestial emperor of the Li clan of the primordial clan. This immortal emperor's cultivation was so powerful that he could fight against peerless beasts. Only such a person wouldn't die in this sea of thunder and be devoured by it. Cries of agony were still ringing. The purple king serpent was chasing after the fleeing cultivators. The target of all the thunder and lightning was the purple king serpent. Wherever the purple king serpent went, the strongest thunder and lightning would follow. The dragon transformation lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Within the range of the sea of thunder and lightning, all life was destroyed by the thunder and lightning. The earth was charred. Apart from a few celestial beings, all the cultivators gathered outside the peerless dragon vein had died. The cultivators of the Tinglong continent had never seen the power of the heavenly tribulation. Ever since the end of the primordial era, the heaven and earth had changed. The heavenly realm and the human realm were separated forever. Even the primordial clan that was rooted in the heaven realm was trapped in the human realm, unable to return to the heaven realm. After the great change, even if someone cultivated to the immortal realm, the heavens wouldn't send down the lightning tribulation. Without the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, the immortal realm on the Tinglong continent was inevitably different from the immortal realm that ascended. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king who was near Gu Fei let out a cry of agony as his artifact was shattered by the thunder and lightning. In the next moment, he was struck by the second thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning that connected the heaven and earth contained great destructive power. The immortal king who was struck by the thunder and lightning let out a cry of agony for the second time. Smoke rose from his body and he fell to the ground. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king was struck to death. Gu Fei's heart pounded. This dragonization heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. This was already the outer region of the lightning sea, but the lightning energy was still so strong. Roar! The purple serpent king's roars rang out from the depths of the sea of lightning. At this point, the purple serpent king didn't dare to split its attention to pursue other cultivators. The power of heaven and earth lightning had already been raised to a terrifying degree. If it couldn't withstand it, the purple flood dragon king would be refined into ashes by the tribulation lightning, and its soul would dissipate. There were only two outcomes to transcending a heavenly tribulation, and that was life and death. This was a test given by the heavens and earth to those who were successful in their cultivation. If they could pass this test, then they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. But if they could not, then only death awaited them. Swoosh! Gu Fei sprinted on the ground. He did not fly in the air. Soon, he rushed out of the sea of lightning. At this time, he still did not dare to relax. Only after running for 1,000 miles did he stop on a mountain peak. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. In this extremely dangerous place, there were two powerful auras. The mountain and river cauldron was suppressing the energy of the place where the dragon and phoenix intersected. The energy ripples from the mountain and river cauldron were the strongest. The place where the powerful aura came from was the location of the Purple Flood Dragon King. The Purple Flood Dragon King was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, and it was at a critical juncture. Swoosh! A divine ray of light flew across the sky with great immortal chi. It was an immortal lord in the celestial being realm. This immortal lord was currently rushing towards the land of the Phoenix perished. Then, a green-clothed middle-aged man with 9 black divine mountains floating above his head and a vast and mighty aura of primal chaos walked over from high up in the sky. In the end, someone managed to rush out of the sea of lightning. The land of the Phoenix perished. Shao Qing. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan had gone to retrieve the item in the land of the Phoenix perished. He wondered if they had succeeded. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. Using the 8 desolation steps, he rushed towards the land of the Phoenix perished. With the presence of the purple flood dragon king, unless it was a supreme existence, no one would be able to barge in. However, there were still some people who were unaware of the situation heading towards the land of the dragon perished. The land of the Phoenix perished and the dragon perished spanned a radius of 10,000 miles. The distance between the land of the Phoenix perished and the peerless dragon vein was about 300 to 400 miles. The place was shrouded in Phoenix chi, and the temperature was much higher than ordinary places. By the time Gu Fei arrived at the site of Feng's death, a good number of cultivators had already gathered around the site. Their cultivation bases were not particularly high. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from the land of the Phoenix perished. The ground shook as if someone was attacking something in the land of the Phoenix perished. A heat wave spread out from the land of the Phoenix perished. Where are Shaoqing and the others? Gu Fei realized that Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had entered the land of the Phoenix perished? Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and a few powerful energy ripples surged out from the center of the land of Phoenix death. There seemed to be people fighting, and it was an intense battle. Whoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly rushed into the fog in front of him, and his figure instantly disappeared. He entered the land of Feng perished. Even with the mountain and river cauldron suppressing this part of the world and infinitely weakening the peerless danger zone, the land of Feng perished was still very terrifying. The people outside were all at the human level. After Gu Fei entered the land of the Phoenix perished, he had only walked for a few miles when he found a corpse under a pile of rubble. It was the corpse of a man. The corpse was in tatters and blood was splattered all over the ground. It was unknown what had torn the corpse into this state. It was covered in blood and no one dared to go near it. Three-legged firebird, ever since Gu Fei entered the land of the Phoenix perished, he was worried that he would encounter the three-legged firebird, so he ran back. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-colored evil light rushed out from the ground and rushed towards Gu Fei. It was so fast that Gu Fei could barely react. Boom! The void around Gu Fei's body suddenly trembled. The blood evil light that was about to strangle him immediately collapsed in the void and was blocked outside of his body. The inner world energy had isolated the void and the blood evil light was unable to penetrate the inner world energy. Bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow descended from the skies and slammed down. A violent force shook the heavens and earth. That was a terrifying shadow of a rod. Wherever the shadow of the rod passed by, a tear would appear in the void. Chapter 834. The land of the death of the Phoenix was filled with yang qi. It was the birthplace of the Phoenix. Even though the Phoenix died prematurely and could not soar into the sky, the essence of the Phoenix did not dissipate and gave birth to a treasure. This treasure was something that even a mighty being would be jealous of. Not to mention other cultivators, many people who entered the land of the death of the Phoenix were here for this treasure. Bam! Out of nowhere, a shadow of a rod descended from the sky. A strong gust of wind swept down from the sky, causing dust to billow everywhere. Terrifying energy ripples caused the ground to undulate like waves. Powerful cultivator. Gu Fei took a step forward. As if teleporting, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, he reappeared hundreds of feet away. His speed was extremely fast. Boom! That person's rod smashed into the ground. The extremely ferocious power directly caused the ground to explode and cave in, forming a huge pit. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. Shush! Gu Fei shot up into the sky. He then held the yang in his right hand and the yin in his left. The yin and yang rotated and moved the heaven and earth. Bam! A huge seal appeared between Gu Fei's hands. The power of yin and yang intertwined. The seal pressed down from the sky like a mountain, causing the sky to collapse. Gu Fei struck out with the yin-yang seal of life and death. This was a skill that was derived from martial arts. There was no ripple of qi, nor was there any sign of skills. There was only the purest ripple of energy. It was not a skill, nor was it a skill. However, it was much scarier than any other skill. A martial artist. The man was shocked. He did not dare to take Gu Fei's yin-yang seal of life and death head-on and quickly retreated. However, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and chased after the man like a shadow. The huge seal continued to press down on the man. Roar! Seeing that he could not escape, the man roared in anger. The black rod in his hand pierced upwards like a heavenly pillar. It expanded rapidly and covered the sky. Boom! The yin-yang seal and the black stick instantly collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the ground within a radius of several hundred feet suddenly collapsed. If not for the fact that this was the place where the phoenix died and was protected by the power of the phoenix, everything within a radius of 50 kilometers would have been affected. This was a battle between immortals and gods. Pooh! That person spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His face was deathly pale, and his wrist was broken and bleeding. Swoosh! That person turned around and left without any hesitation. His sneak attack had failed, and he wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If he didn't leave now, then he would be a fool. Humph! You want to leave? Gu Fei sneered. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Since they dared to launch a sneak attack on him, they would have to bear the consequences. And the consequences were very serious. Gu Fei took a step forward. With just a single step, he caught up to that person. Then, he stomped down on that person's head. 8 steps of extreme speed instantly transformed into 8 steps of absolute death. Rumble, endless power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The aura of destruction was surging. It was as if the entire world was crushed by his feet, and the entire world was trembling under his feet. That person was scared out of his wits. He never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. He was unparalleled and chased after him like an ancient god of war. Roar! Don't push me too far. That person roared angrily. He waved the black rod in his hands with all his might and smashed it upwards, welcoming Gu Fei's stomp. Swoosh! The black rod in that person's hands turned into a black dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It emitted a terrifying wave of spiritual energy, tearing through the void and fiercely pouncing towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. The first step of the 8 steps of absolute death landed. Boom! Endless power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The black dragon that soared up to the sky was immediately crushed by Gu Fei's stomp, revealing its original form. The black rod was sent flying by Gu Fei's stomp. Bang! Gu Fei immediately took the second step of the 8 steps of absolute death and stomped towards that person's chest. The power of the second step was more than double that of the first step. The void could not withstand such power and directly shattered under Gu Fei's feet. After the black rod was sent flying, that person could only block with his hands. A vast amount of divine power surged out from his hands, trying to block Gu Fei's 8 steps of absolute death. Bang! That person's hands were directly crushed by Gu Fei's stomp. A peerless combat skill could not be blocked. That person spat out blood and was sent flying. He crashed into a huge rock and rolled among the rubble. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Fei was about to step forward and finish that person once and for all. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar was heard from the depths of the land of Fengxi. The dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens, shaking the sky and the clouds. When Gu Fei heard the dragon's roar, he was shocked. This was the secret skill of the dragon clan, the Azure Dragon's roar. It was Xiaoqing. Who was it that made him use the peerless sound-killing technique of the dragon clan? Xiaoqing had run into trouble in the depths of the land of Fengxi. Gu Fei couldn't care less about the person who ambushed him. He immediately used the 8 steps of desolation and rushed towards the depths of the land of Fengxi. Boom! Bang! Rumble, someone was fighting in the depths of the land of Fengxi. Terrifying energy waves spread out from the inside. The collision of the ultimate skills was extremely shocking. Roar! Another earth-shattering dragon's roar rang out. The sound waves shook the heavens and the earth. The entire land of Fengxi was trembling. If it wasn't for the protection of the phoenix's power, this land that could give birth to the divine phoenix would have collapsed. The Azure Dragon's roar was the peerless secret skill of the dragon clan. It was a great killing technique of sound. If it was used by an emperor of the dragon clan, a single roar could shatter the mountains and rivers. It was extremely powerful. When the dragon's roar rang out, many immortals rushed out from inside. These immortals were bleeding from their ears. They had no choice but to retreat under the peerless killing technique of the Azure Dragon's roar. Gu Fei used the heaven and earth energy to suppress his aura. But he still felt his blood boiling. This showed how powerful the dragon's roar was to be able to penetrate the barrier of the heaven and earth energy. When he came closer, he saw a huge magma lake in front of him. The magma was bubbling and rolling. Endless heat spread out. Even Gu Fei felt a wave of heat. Above the magma lake, there were 2 figures moving at high speed. They were engaged in a life and death battle. One of them was covered in majestic dragon qi. Dragon shadows could be faintly seen around him. Who else could it be but Xiaoqing? Where are He Tian and Balan? Gu Fei looked around. There were many people standing beside the magma lake. These people could withstand the terrifying sound waves of the dragon clan's secret skill, the Azure Dragon's roar. None of them were weaklings. Some of them even had celestial being cultivation. These people were just watching the show and had no intention of making a move. Who is that Xiaoqing dragon? When did such a young expert appear in the dragon clan? That young divine king of the Jiang clan is also impressive. He lives up to his reputation. Chapter 835. He Tian and Balan were nowhere to be seen. There was only Xiaoqing fighting a youth in the sky above the magma lake. Where did He Tian and Balan go? Gu Fei didn't know what happened. From the conversations of the bystanders, Gu Fei knew that the youth who was fighting with Xiaoqing was the young divine king of the Jiang family. Cultivating to become an immortal, mastering the life and death technique, possessing boundless magic power, they were immortals. Cultivating divine abilities and ascending to the heaven realm, they were gods. There was a difference between immortals and gods, but it wasn't that clear. This was because immortal cultivators would often grasp divine abilities. Divine abilities and people who cultivated immortal Dao techniques were not few. Therefore, immortals and gods had always been referred to together. Starlight illuminates the universe. The young divine king of the Jiang family shouted. Boundless starlight surged on his body. A starry sky appeared in the sky and boundless starlight sprinkled down. Divine ability phenomenon appeared. Around the young divine king of the Jiang family, a starry sky appeared indistinctly. One after another, large stars emitted boundless power of the stars and smashed towards Xiaoqing. Great heavenly dragon hand. Xiaoqing also shouted angrily. Dragon qi surged all over his body. He slapped forward with both of his hands. It was as if there were many large dragons rushing out from his hands. The stars that smashed towards him all exploded. The large dragon soared into the sky and shattered a part of the starry sky. The power of a true dragon was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The battle technique of the dragon race was incomparably powerful. Xiaoqing's temperament was actually somewhat similar to Gu Fei's. Swish! The young divine king of the Jiang family attracted a large purple star and smashed it towards Xiaoqing. This large star seemed to fall from the 9 heavens. The heaven and earth were shaken by the power of the stars. Rumble, the void shook. The large purple star crushed the void. It was actually like a real star falling from the sky. It was indestructible and shattered everything. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the great purple star descended. The Jiang clan's little divine king displayed a divine ability that made one's heart palpitate. He was similarly incomparably powerful. The spectators nearby were also shocked. This young divine king was known to be invincible in the same realm, and it wasn't a lie. Even if he were to face the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King, he might still be able to fight them. Roar! Little Green sensed the danger. It roared and slapped out with both hands. 2 huge dragons soared into the sky and met the purple star that was descending from the sky. The 2 dragons were incomparably solid, as if they were real divine dragons. They emitted boundless dragon power as they charged toward the purple planet. This was simply a scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 dragons collided with the purple star descending from the sky. The power of the true dragon and the power of the stars collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. The magma lake below was impacted, and the magma rolled up for half a day. The spectators nearby couldn't help but change their expressions as they hurriedly retreated far away. The magma here wasn't ordinary magma. This was the magma of the Phoenix perishing land. It was contaminated with the supreme yang energy of the Phoenix and could melt refined gold and divine iron. Even an immortal physique as powerful as an immortal spirit would be peeled off a layer of skin if it was splashed by the magma here. The purple star wasn't shattered by Xiaoqing's heavenly dragon hand, but it was blown high up into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was shaken by the boundless power of the stars, causing him to fall into the magma lake. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Just as he was about to make a move, Gu Fei heard Xiaoqing's voice. "Big brother. Don't make a move." Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What exactly is little Qing trying to buy? Why was he like this? Although Gu Fei didn't know why, he didn't make another move. Boom! Xiaoqing fell from the sky and smashed into the magma lake. Magma splashed everywhere. Everyone was shocked. No one expected such an outcome. Even the young divine king of the Jiang family was shocked. His opponent was defeated just like that. How was this possible? His opponent's strength should be about the same as his. Xiaoqing grasped the secret arts of the dragon clan and was the disciple of the old tortoise. He was strong enough to compete with immortal kings or divine kings. He could be said to be the rising star of the dragon clan. Rumble, at this time, the earth suddenly shook, and the entire magma lake boiled. Strands of phoenix energy rushed out from the earth, and there seemed to be a divine bird flying above the magma lake. It was a phantom formed by the phoenix energy. What's going on? Could it be, oh no. That kid from the dragon clan wants to take that thing. Someone came to a realization. Then, the celestial being realm Shen King and the immortal emperor directly rushed over. With divine light protecting their bodies, they directly broke through the magma and entered the magma lake. The place where the phoenix was born was filled with the utmost yang energy. After countless years, it gave birth to a treasure of heaven and earth. That treasure was under the earth. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the magma lake. Then, Gu Fei saw the Fusion King and Immortal Emperors who had just rushed into the magma lake break through the magma and rushed out of the lake. Caw! A bird's cry shook the heaven and earth. Endless divine fire rushed out of the magma lake. A five-colored divine bird that was as huge as a mountain flew out of the lake. The terrifying aura was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Some people with weaker cultivation immediately fell to the ground, trembling in fear. This was fear that came from the depths of their souls. Three-legged firebird. After Gu Fei saw the giant bird, he was also shocked. Could this magma lake be connected to the dragon and phoenix divine point that was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron? Boom! The three-legged firebird flapped its wings and set off endless divine fire that swept in all directions. Those who could not dodge in time were immediately turned into ashes under the divine fire. They did not even have the chance to scream. Hiss! Gu Fei took a deep breath and retreated as expected. Without the mountain and river cauldron, he would be in big trouble if he was targeted by this vicious bird. He sealed his body with the inner world energy, so he was not worried that the vicious bird would sense his existence. Roar! What kind of monster is this? Damn it! Is this the legendary three-legged firebird? Everyone was shocked and quickly dodged. This vicious bird was too powerful. Its aura alone could already suppress the immortal realm. Only those who were above the immortal realm could dodge it. The young divine king of the Jiang family immediately retreated far away. Shao Qing. Gu Fei could not help but worry for Shao Qing, who had fallen into the magma lake. One should know that the three-legged firebird was hiding under the magma lake. Caw! The three-legged divine bird opened its beak and spat out a mouthful of divine fire at the ninth firmament of the immortal spirit realm experts. The divine fire swept out, causing the void to distort and collapse. The ninth firmament of the immortal spirit realm experts were immediately trapped in a sea of fire. After a few short cries, the ninth heaven of immortal realm experts were turned into ashes in the sea of fire. Their bodies and souls were destroyed by the divine fire. Chapter 836. The three-legged divine bird's ferocious aura soared into the sky. It breathed out divine fire, and a few ninth heaven immortal gods who couldn't dodge in time were devoured by the divine fire. Everyone was shocked and retreated far away. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperors and deity emperors were shocked and had no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps but he had already escaped far away. Jiang family's young divine king. Gu Fei discovered that the Jiang family's young divine king, who had fought endlessly with Little Qing and even knocked Little Qing into the lava lake, had also retreated far away. The Jiang family of the Desolation was the most ancient cultivation family that had existed for countless years. They weren't known for their divine arts but for the blossoming of 100 flowers. Some cultivated divine arts and became gods, some cultivated the immortal Tao and achieved the body of a true immortal. There were even some who embarked on the most difficult path of the righteous Tao through strength. Since the primeval times, this family had produced many big shots and had an incomparably deep foundation. The young divine king of the Jiang family of the Desolation didn't look old from his appearance. He should have achieved Tao at a young age. He was definitely a monstrous genius and extremely powerful. This kind of person was outstanding, a proud son of heaven. He had talent that others could not hope to reach. If he grew up, this young divine king would definitely become the strongest person in the world. The descendants of the Desolation families aren't simple. Gu Fei murmured to himself. He was already tens of li away from the magma lake and stood on top of a stone mountain. Ahead of him was a fiery light that soared into the sky. Waves of hot LNG surged over, distorting the void. The divine fire breathed out by the three-legged divine bird was incomparably powerful, as if it could melt everything. Cries of pain could be heard constantly. The bird seemed to have been angered and was chasing those immortals who were fleeing in all directions. There were indeed many people who entered the land of Phoenix Death. But at this time, everyone hated that they were born with 2 legs and were fleeing with all their might. This ferocious beast was too powerful and undefeatable. Boom! The three-legged god bird spat out another mouthful of god fire. It was a god fire of extreme yang, and it had the characteristics of the phoenix god fire. Although it was not the phoenix god fire, it was not something that ordinary immortals could withstand. The divine fire enveloped a part of the world, enveloping several immortal deities. Even a celestial being Immortal Emperor was swept into the sea of fire. The immortals did not even have the time to scream before they were burned to ashes by the divine fire. Roar! A furious roar came from the sea of fire. The celestial being Immortal Emperor didn't die. He was surrounded by 108 divine rainbows that blocked the powerful divine fire. That was the sword light formed by 108 divine swords. It was an Emperor divine weapon. Terrifying sword chi fluctuated in the monstrous divine fire. The sword light cut through the void, protecting the Immortal Emperor inside. 108 sword lights gradually dimmed under the divine fire. The Immortal Emperor turned pale with fright. This divine fire could even refine Emperor divine weapons? Buzz! 108 divine swords vibrated at the same time. The sound of the swords echoed in the sky and the earth, spreading to every corner of the land of the death of the phoenix. The Immortal Emperor desperately controlled the 108 divine swords to push away the divine fire. He wanted to rush out of the sea of fire and escape. If he was trapped in the sea of fire, there would only be one outcome, to be burned to ashes, and his body and soul would be destroyed. Just as the Immortal Emperor was about to rush out of the sea of fire, a bird's cry resounded above his head. Then, a huge claw directly grabbed at the Immortal Emperor from the sea of fire. Boom! The void trembled. The huge claw that was surrounded by divine fire emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It directly tore the void apart, shattered the 108 destructive sword lights, and crushed the Immortal Emperor in an instant. The divine fire burned from all directions, and the broken flesh was immediately burned into charcoal. Finally, it turned into ashes and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. That was an Immortal Emperor in the celestial being realm. Moreover, it was a sword Immortal Emperor with terrifying attack power. But he died under the claw of the vicious bird just like that. This vicious bird was definitely comparable to a mighty being. It could even kill an Immortal Emperor in the celestial being realm with one strike. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp go numb. Without the mountain and river cauldron, even if he had the violet gold divine sword, he might not be a match for this vicious bird. Gu Fei knew that he definitely couldn't deal with this vicious bird. After the three-legged divine bird killed the Immortal Emperor, it immediately locked on to another Immortal Emperor. The celestial being realm Immortal Emperor became the target of this vicious bird. It was a white-haired old Shen King. Evil creature. Old Shen King's voice trembled when he saw that he was targeted by the vicious bird. This was a peerless vicious beast that was comparable to a mighty being. No one could remain calm after being stared at by such a terrifying ancient beast. Pang! The three-legged divine bird stirred up the sky and flew towards old Shen King from afar. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by the extremely powerful fire elemental power. Swish! Old Shen King was surrounded by divine light as though an ancient deity had descended. A golden pagoda rushed out from his body. The golden pagoda was flickering with golden flames. As soon as the golden pagoda appeared, everyone felt a great pressure. The fear that came from the depths of their hearts almost made everyone kneel down. The golden pagoda emitted endless golden divine flames that soared into the sky. In an instant, it became as huge as an ancient divine mountain, covering the entire sky. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth was shattered by the descending golden pagoda. The ground was sinking, the land of Phoenix perishing was boiling, and the incomparably stable void was shattered. Holy weapon of a mighty being. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect old Shen King to actually have a mighty being's holy weapon. As soon as the mighty being's holy weapon appeared, the weather changed and the sun and moon lost their light. The entire land of Phoenix perishing was on the verge of collapse. The magma and the magma lake surged high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Boom! Another tremor came from afar. Another extremely powerful aura exploded from afar. It was as though a savage beast had suddenly awakened. Another mighty being's holy weapon? Gu Fei was shocked. These guys came prepared. Although the mighty being had to suppress the ancient heaven gate and couldn't split himself, someone came here with a mighty being's holy weapon. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, as if a true almighty had arrived. Many people knelt down and trembled. Even the young divine king of the Jiang family was bitterly holding on, doing his best to resist the terrifying might of the almighty sacred weapon. Amazing. Chapter 837. The pressure of the mighty figure's divine weapon was too strong. Ordinary immortal gods could not withstand it at all. The immortal gods outside the land of death of the Phoenix all knelt down, trembling in fear. This fear came from the depths of their hearts. Did a mighty being descend? It's impossible for a mighty being to descend. Someone must have used a mighty being's sacred weapon. Too scary. Outside the land of the death of the Phoenix, those who wanted to enter the land of the death of the Phoenix all stopped. Everyone who felt the terrifying pressure of the mighty being's sacred weapon was shocked. At this moment, only the mysterious transformation realm immortal kings and deity kings, and the celestial being immortal lords and Shen King could stand within 1,000 miles. Although the celestial being immortal lords and Shen King were shocked by the mighty being's sacred weapon, they hesitated for a moment but still walked into the land of the death of the Phoenix. Boom! The whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. The golden divine pagoda that came down from the sky directly smashed the three-legged vicious bird. The mighty being's sacred weapon displayed great power. The golden divine fire actually showed signs of dispersing the divine fire spewed out by the three-legged vicious bird. The white-haired Shen King was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. His body shone with golden light as if he was made of pure gold. With the golden divine pagoda above his head, he charged at the three-legged vicious bird. Swoosh! At this moment, a huge purple divine saber that was thousands of miles long slashed down at the three-legged vicious bird like a heavenly saber. This earth-shattering saber seemed to split the world in half. The terrifying saber chi split the void and shook the world, becoming the only thing in the world. Croak! The three-legged vicious bird was instantly enraged by the golden divine pagoda. With a caw, a powerful and violent force exploded from the vicious bird's body. Bang! The monstrous divine fire engulfed the three-legged vicious bird in an instant. Then, many phoenix-like divine birds appeared in the sea of fire. They exuded an endless amount of fire elemental power and went up to the purple heavenly blade that was slashing down. Bang! 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 The boundless fire elemental energy condensed into many phoenix-like divine birds. The saber lights shattered one after another, suppressing the horrifying fire elemental energy. The holy weapon of the Almighty was really too powerful. This holy blade was indestructible, and it broke through the layers of fire elemental power like a hot knife through butter. Countless phoenix phantoms dissipated under the blade light. The terrifying saber chi swept out in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. Clang! A gigantic claw emerged from the divine flames to collide fiercely against Skyblade, which was hacking down from the sky. A resounding sound of metal colliding rang out. The three-legged vicious bird was worthy of being a Khanate-level ferocious beast born from the heavens and earth. Its physical body was incomparably strong. Its giant claw collided with the heaven saber, but it was not damaged at all. The terrifying heaven blade was blocked and sent flying high into the sky. The endless divine flames dispersed, and the three-legged vicious bird was sent flying by the blade. After sending the heaven blade flying, the white-haired old Shin King merged with the golden divine pagoda. Like an almighty descending, he emitted boundless murderous intent and rushed over again. A great battle broke out. The heaven blade saber light cut through the void and soared for thousands of miles. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was crushed and destroyed. Nothing was left. The golden divine pagoda emitted a monstrous golden divine fire. It formed layers of golden LNG and surged towards the three-legged vicious bird. The horrifying energy fluctuation shook the entire Phoenix burial ground. Even Gu Fei found it difficult to bear the pressure of the almighty saint weapon and had no choice but to retreat further away. Big brother. Suddenly, Xiaoqing's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Xiaoqing was knocked into the magma lake by the Jiang family's young divine king, but he did not die. Gu Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Xiaoqing, where are you? Gu Fei directly communicated with Xiaoqing using his divine thoughts. No one else could hear or capture the conversation between him and Xiaoqing. Big brother. I'm in the fire vein under the ground. Come down quickly. Xiaoqing's voice was a little anxious. He seemed to have encountered a problem that he could not solve. How do I go down? Gu Fei frowned. At this moment, the three monstrous existences in front of him were already fighting. It was a battle between almighty existences. No one dared to approach. That's easy, Xiaoqing said. Then, a weak energy fluctuation came from the ground under Gu Fei's feet. Immediately, a formation pattern appeared on the ground. There was a mysterious aura circulating above the formation pattern. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared in the void. The formation pattern on the ground immediately dissipated and disappeared in the void as if it had never been there. After an unknown period of time, it might have been a moment, but it also seemed like an eternity. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. A blazing aura immediately attacked his body. The scenery in front of him gradually became clear. He saw Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan. He realized that he had come to a strange space. This was a void formed by the power of a formation. It was shaped like a ball. There were pieces of spirit jades engraved with formation patterns moving around it. The entire space was about 100 meters in diameter. Outside the formation pattern was tumbling magma. Endless fire elemental power was vast and mighty. In front of the formation pattern space, there was a scarlet divine pearl with a diameter of 100 meters. There seemed to be a kind of liquid flowing in the divine pearl. A heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the divine pearl. The divine pearl was surrounded by mighty divine fire. This was the most powerful fire in this Phoenix perishing land. Phoenix Marrow, when Gu Fei saw this huge divine pearl, even though he was extremely calm, his face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Phoenix Marrow. That was a supreme sacred object born from heaven and earth. Even almighty figures would be tempted by it. Xiaoqing, are you all right? Gu Fei asked. He had personally seen Xiaoqing being blasted into the magma lake by the young divine king of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity. He didn't know if Xiaoqing could escape this calamity. Now that he saw that Xiaoqing was fine, Gu Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I did it on purpose, Xiaoqing said. With his strength, it was enough to fight endlessly with the young divine king of the Jiang family. The Dragon Clan's secret skill also had unfathomable power. Boss, don't worry. That young fellow from the Jiang family won't be able to hurt Brother Qing, He Tian said. This guy was holding a formation plate in his hand. On the formation plate, phantoms were constantly faintly discernible. The phantoms were the projections of the Phoenix perishing land. This He Tian actually set up a formation in the entire Phoenix perishing land. Then, he used the formation plate to control everything. Just now, He Tian used this method to teleport Gu Fei here. What's going on? Gu Fei asked. We can't get close to that divine pearl. Xiao Qing said helplessly. If it wasn't for the existence of the formation pattern, they would have long been refined into ashes by the true fire. Chapter 838. Rumble, endless flames surged. Under the ground, a scarlet divine bead that looked like a divine sun was fixed in the void. Endless flames of extreme yang surged, and phoenixes flew around the divine bead. That was the phantom of a divine bird manifested by the true yang fire. The phoenix had fallen, but it left behind a divine bead that contained phoenix marrow. Dragon essence and phoenix marrow were supreme treasures born from heaven and earth. Obtaining one of them would give one a chance to comprehend the Tao and become an invincible supreme saint. No one wouldn't be jealous of such a supreme treasure. Since ancient times, the land where the phoenix died and the dragon died had devoured the lives of countless peerless figures. Everyone wanted to become a supreme being and become an invincible expert. Although they knew that the land where the phoenix died and the dragon died was the most terrifying land in the world, there were still people who rushed in regardless of life and death. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the ancient heaven gate at this time, those supreme beings wouldn't just hand over their holy weapons to others to use, they would definitely come in person. If a supreme being came, then Gu Fei and the others wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they had supreme holy weapons and Gu Fei could borrow the power of the three great worlds for his own use, they would definitely not be a match for a supreme being. What should we do? Gu Fei asked. The divine bead in the void in front of him was surrounded by true yang fire. Even if divine iron was thrown in, it would be instantly refined into green smoke. It was impossible to get close. This was a divine fire of extreme yang that was born between heaven and earth. It could burn anything. Legend had it that this divine fire could smelt divine materials of the extreme path. A saint had once used this divine fire to refine a saint weapon of the extreme path. Although there was a formation in the way and they were very far away, Gu Fei and the others felt that the blood in their bodies were about to be ignited. Their entire bodies felt like they were being roasted. Their mouths were dry and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Gu Fei was a little better. He had the power of the inner world to block the heat. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan were suffering. Boss, the only thing that can take away this divine pearl now is the mountain and river cauldron. He Tian said. The mountain and river cauldron was currently suppressing the place where the dragon and phoenix chi converged. This. Gu Fei could not help but frown. If he withdrew the mountain and river cauldron now and allowed the dragon chi and phoenix chi to converge once again, the suppressed force of the world would once again display its might, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss, we don't have to care too much about these people's lives. He Tian said. He thought that Gu Fei did not want everyone who entered the danger zone to die. The world of cultivation was cruel. The lives and deaths of others were not worth mentioning at all. Big bro, we can't miss out on this type of divine object. Xiao Qing said. This was the phoenix marrow that was formed after a phoenix died. Obtaining it would give one a chance to corroborate the Tao. At this time, even Balan looked at Gu Fei nervously. If that's the case, let's do it. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. What they did not know was that the mountain and river cauldron, which was suppressing the place where the dragon chi and phoenix chi converged, had long been coveted by someone. Several celestial being realm Shen King appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. Swish! A huge golden hand grabbed down from the sky. Endless waves of magic power surged down from the huge hand, trying to take away the mountain and river cauldron. A celestial being realm Immortal Emperor made a move. Bang! Just as the huge hand grabbed the space above the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook. A terrifying force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, directly shattering the huge hand. Roar! A roar came from the sky. A figure was sent flying hundreds of miles away. A drop of Immortal Emperor's blood glittered with bloody light sprinkled down from the sky. A circle of transparent ripples spread in all directions with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. The heaven and earth shook. The other Immortal Emperors and Shin King who did not make a move were also sent flying. Puff! An Immortal Emperor directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The other Immortal Emperors and Shin King also had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their faces turned pale and they were frightened. The extreme Tao's sacred weapon was indeed powerful. It only released a trace of power, but it was able to severely injure the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shin King. Everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. If there was an Immortal Realm expert here just now, he would have already died. Go and invite the Almighties. Only the Almighties can take away the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. These Immortal Emperors and Shin King immediately turned around and left without looking back. The extreme Tao's sacred weapon had appeared. This time, those Almighties would probably not be able to sit still. The extreme Tao's sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by the extreme Tao sage. It was the ultimate sacred weapon refined by the extreme Tao sage. On the extreme Tao's sacred weapon, there was the great Tao imprint of the extreme Tao sage. It could be said that it was the incarnation of the extreme Tao sage. If one obtained it, they could comprehend the great Tao and have a chance to prove their Tao. The attraction of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon was probably even greater than the ancient heaven gate for those Almighties who could no longer advance to the next level. It could definitely make those Almighties put down everything and rush to this place. Some people speculated that the great change of heaven and earth in the ancient times was related to the extreme Tao sage. If one could break through the shackles of the Almighties and become an extreme Tao sage, he might be able to open the passage between the heaven realm and the mortal realm even without using the ancient heaven gate. However, just as the few Immortal Emperors and Shin King left, the mountain river cauldron began to shake. Endless formation patterns flickered and the power of heaven and earth surged. The mountain river cauldron gradually rose up. Clang! The black coffin under the mountain river cauldron was overturned. The lid of the coffin fell to the side. There was no corpse rolling out of the coffin. It seemed to be just an empty coffin. Thousands of zhang below the place where the phoenix perished was filled with terrifying true yang qi. Below the ground, the rocks and soil were all melted and turned into surging magma. As for the area close to the divine pearl of phoenix marrow, even the magma was vaporized. Nothing could exist here. The true yang qi had melted everything. Thousands of zhang away from the divine pearl of phoenix marrow, there were countless spiritual jades dancing in the air. Above the spiritual jades, there were formation patterns that shrouded the void. Countless formation patterns drew the power of heaven and earth and attracted endless spiritual qi, forming a void of the formation. Gu Fei and the others were in the void of the formation. It had to be said that the power of the formation had unfathomable power. Even the celestial being realm Shin King and the Immortal Emperor didn't dare to enter the place where the true yang qi gathered. However, He Tian had barged in. The formation that He Tian had set up blocked the endless true yang qi outside. Even so, everyone in the void of the formation still felt like they were in a furnace. At this time, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged. He communicated with the soul of the mountain river cauldron with his mind. He wanted to retrieve the mountain river cauldron. Once the mountain river cauldron was retrieved by Gu Fei, the momentum of heaven and earth in this place of death would be activated again. At that time, the place where the phoenix perished and the dragon perished would become a land of death that could obliterate all life. Even if a supreme expert came, he might not be able to return. Chapter 839. Boz. The mountain and river cauldron rose from the place where the dragon qi and phoenix qi converged. It vibrated slightly as if it was responding to some kind of summon. A terrifying pressure was released from the mountain and river cauldron, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The sky was about to collapse. The earth was shaking. Mountains were collapsing and dust was flying everywhere. It was like the end of the world. At this moment, everyone who had entered the land of Phoenix Parish and Dragon Grave was alarmed. The aura of a saint item of extreme Tao caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Even the celestial emperors and Deva emperors paled. Thousands of miles away, an old man in cyan robe appeared in the sky. Saint Tool of the extreme Tao. There seemed to be a starry sky in the old man's eyes. He looked at the place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. In the next moment, the green-clothed old man disappeared into the void without a sound. There were no ripples of energy, nor was there a trace of aura. It seemed so natural. At this time, as the mountain and river cauldron rose, the dragon chi and phoenix chi that were suppressed under the ground began to converge again. The water of the lake of divinity emerged from the ground again. Rumble, everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius began to tremble. The weather changed, and the baleful aura that had been dispersed began to appear once more. The sky gradually darkened, and a terrifying power began to gather, as if an extremely terrifying prehistoric beast was awakening from its slumber. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone felt uneasy. They could feel that a great danger was approaching. No one could stay calm. Some people saw that the situation was not good and rushed out of the danger zone. Swoosh! 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 Bolts of blood-colored lightning fell from the sky. Each bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, connecting heaven and earth. Some of the people who were rushing out were immediately struck by the blood-colored lightning, and not even ashes were left. The earth shook. The people on the ground felt like they were standing on a wave of LNG. The ground cracked, and endless evil chi surged out from the cracks. Wah! I don't want to die. Help! Many people screamed miserably as they were devoured by the cracked ground. At this time, everyone realized that they could not fly or soar into the sky anymore. Everyone panicked. Someone laid down a formation, wanting to move through the void and teleport out of this dangerous place. However, the formation also failed. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, and the earth spewed out a murderous aura. The momentum of the world in this peerlessly dangerous land was gradually recovering. Immortals and gods were constantly falling, and the blood of immortals and gods dyed the earth red. Even the celestial being realm's celestial emperor and Shen King were flustered. They sensed the subtle changes between heaven and earth. One side of the world was transforming into a land of absolute death. This was a terrifying power of heaven and earth that was derived from the power of heaven and earth. Even if a supreme being came, he would not be able to change anything. What exactly was going on? Could it be that someone was actually collecting that extreme path sacred weapon? The existence of the mountain and river cauldron was no secret to the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. Everyone who entered the land of the death of the phoenix and death of the dragon could sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. However, not everyone knew that the thing that emitted such a terrifying pressure that made everyone's soul tremble was the extreme path sacred weapon. The land of the death of the phoenix and the land of the death of the dragon were both engaged in fierce battles. Celestial being realm immortals and Shen King, wielding sacred weapons, fought against the purple king serpent. In the land of the death of the phoenix, two celestial being realm immortal emperors, wielding sacred weapons, fought against the three-legged vicious bird. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth. The momentum of the world was restored, and the peerlessly dangerous land was about to recover. However, at this time, the celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shen King with sacred weapons were still unwilling to retreat. Seeing that they could obtain the legendary supreme treasure as long as they killed the guardian beast of the phoenix and dragon essence dragon, how could these people be willing to retreat? Rumble, at the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, the mountain and river cauldron rose from the ground like a primordial divine mountain. Primordial chaos chi swirled around the mountain and river cauldron, displaying a terrifying might capable of suppressing the ancient heavens. The momentum of the world was still being suppressed and had yet to fully recover. At this moment, an old man in green robes appeared nearby. However, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron let out a loud buzz. The countless formation runes around the mountain and river cauldron were destroyed, dissipating into the void like snow. Oh no! The old man in green robes was shocked and stretched out his hand. Boom! A huge hand appeared above the mountain and river cauldron. Endless energy poured down from the hand, directly shattering the void. It was as if the world had descended, trying to suppress the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron had already turned into a chaotic divine light and broke through the shackles of the hand, disappearing into the horizon at an extremely fast speed. The old man in green robes was shocked. He retracted his hand and directly broke through the void. In the next moment, he appeared at the land of the death of the phoenix. At this moment, a chaotic divine light entered the magma lake. Who is summoning the mountain and river cauldron? The old man in green robe's eyes flickered. However, this was not the time to think. The entire forbidden ground was filled with murderous intent and immortals were dying continuously. This was a scene of doomsday. The azure-clothed old man no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the three-legged bird fell into the magma lake. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, everyone present was sucked into his sleeve, and he soared into the sky. Even someone as strong as the old man in green robes was shocked at this moment. After the mountain and river cauldron flew away, the momentum of the world in this forbidden ground was about to fully recover. If you don't leave now, you don't have to leave anymore. The land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon was a layout of absolute death. Moreover, it was a natural layout of death. Once the momentum of the world completely recovers, the land within thousands of miles will become a land of death. The power of the world will obliterate all life within. At that time, only the three-legged bird that was born in the land of the death of the phoenix and the purple serpent king that was born in the land of the death of the dragon will survive. Everyone else will perish and become a pile of bones. A similar situation occurred in the land of the death of the dragon. A powerful being suddenly appeared and repelled the purple serpent king. Then, he recalled everyone and left the forbidden ground without looking back. Boom! Deep underground, an ancient cauldron broke through the layers of magma and emitted an endless amount of pure yang energy. It rapidly descended and soon, the mountain and river cauldron landed near the pearl of the phoenix marrow and floated above the formation. Chapter 840. After the cauldron of mountains and rivers was summoned back by Gu Fei, the power of heaven and earth in the land of the death of the phoenix and death of the dragon began to awaken. Bolts of blood-red lightning the size of mountains descended from the sky, destroying everything in their path. The earth cracked and boundless killing intent surged out from the ground. From time to time, destructive light would flash across the ground, turning the area within a radius of 10,000 miles into a terrifying land of death. This was the release of the power of heaven and earth, a pattern of absolute death. Unless a saint of the extreme path arrived or used a holy weapon to suppress this land of dragon essence and phoenix essence. Otherwise, even a powerhouse wouldn't be able to break this pattern of heaven and earth. The dragon essence and phoenix essence converged and the power of heaven and earth was awakened. Cries of despair and anguish rang out from every corner of the land of death. Immortals fell one after another, their blood spraying everywhere. The terrifying power of heaven and earth was like a gigantic millstone that wanted to obliterate all life within. No one could resist this power, no one could resist the heaven and earth. The two powerhouses took action and collected a portion of the immortals and rushed out before the power of heaven and earth had fully awakened. Even the current powerhouses wouldn't be able to collect all the immortals that entered the land of the death of the phoenix and death of the dragon. Roar! The dragon vein shook and boundless draconic energy surged out like dragons dancing in the sky. The purple serpent king appeared within the draconic energy, roaring continuously. It was a connate beast born from the dragon vein and a three-legged bird from the land of the death of the phoenix. They were the only living beings in this land of death. Apart from the purple serpent king and the three-legged bird, there were no other living beings in the land of death. All that was left were dead creatures that had fallen in the land of death and gained sentience after so many years. Croak. In the land of the death of the phoenix, the magma lake boiled. Boundless pure yang energy shot up into the sky. Flames burned half the sky red and even space itself was collapsing. The three-legged bird was bathed in divine fire like a phoenix. It danced in the air above the magma lake, its silhouette faintly discernible within the flames. Whoosh! Outside the place where the phoenix perished and the dragon died, an old man in green walked out of the void. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures flew out from his sleeves. As long as a supreme saint did not appear, the current Almighty was invincible. Everyone who was thrown out by the green-robed old man did not dare to even breathe loudly in front of him. This was a supreme being of the current era. With just a finger, he could instantly kill these immortal kings and god kings. No one dared to be impudent in front of this supreme being. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King had to be respectful and careful in front of the great powers of the present age. Swoosh! In another direction, a figure shrouded in purple chi appeared in the void. With a wave of his hand, a void was opened, and nearly 100 figures fell out of the void. Purple Emperor. Emperor God Jiang. Almost at the same time, even though they were separated by thousands of miles, the two great existences sensed each other's existence. These two great existences were both from the ancient desolate era and seemed to be familiar with each other. Rumble, at this moment, the place where the phoenix perished and the dragon died let out a thunderous sound. The ground shook, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the winds and clouds surged. Murderous intent shot up into the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar that made even the great existences pale was heard from the peerless dragon vein. A huge dragon rushed out from the dragon died and circled the sky above the forbidden land. A phoenix's roar echoed through the sky. Endless divine fire rushed up from the place where the phoenix perished. A huge phoenix appeared in the sky as if it had been reborn from the fire. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. Even though they knew that these weren't real innate divine beasts that had descended, the aura that the dragon and phoenix exuded was just too powerful. Cultivators below the celestial realm were instantly killed by this aura. Some even exploded and died, their bodies and souls destroyed. The aura alone could kill cultivators below the immortal realm. This was too terrifying. Even some immortal souls were shaken and their Tao foundation almost collapsed. Everyone was shocked and retreated in a hurry. Only the two great existences, the celestial being realm celestial emperor and Shin King, could stay where they were. If it was so terrifying outside the forbidden land, even the celestial being realm celestial emperor and Shin King might not be able to withstand the terrifying aura of the dragon and phoenix inside the forbidden land. In the sky above the forbidden land, the dragon and phoenix danced. However, they did not emit a peaceful aura. Instead, they emitted an earth-shattering murderous intent. The dragon and phoenix that were born in the forbidden land died before they were born. After so many years, the murderous intent hadn't dissipated yet. It was imaginable how terrifying this forbidden land was. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The momentum of the world in the land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon had finally completely recovered. At this time, no one dared to enter the peerlessly dangerous land ahead, not even the mighty figures present. Only a saint of the extreme path would be able to break through the power of the heaven and earth that was formed in this forbidden place. Those who were trapped in the forbidden land had no chance of survival. The power of the heaven and earth had recovered and destroyed everything. Apart from the purple king's serpent and the three-legged bird, no life could survive. Of course, Gu Fei and the others were still in the depths of the Forbidden Land. They were an exception because they had the Extreme Tao Saint weapon, the Mountain and River Cauldron. If the Extreme Tao Saint weapon could fully display the power of the Extreme Tao, it would be equivalent to a saint of the Extreme Tao. It could unleash the full power of a saint of the Extreme Tao. Boz. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, in the middle of the Sea of Fire, the Mountain and River Cauldron trembled. Primordial chaos chi fell from the Mountain and River Cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and the others, blocking the true Yang divine fire from all directions. At this time, the true Yang divine fire erupted. If the Mountain and River Cauldron hadn't been summoned back, He Tian's formation void wouldn't have been able to withstand the true Yang divine fire. At the instant the true Yang flames erupted forth, the formation plate in He Tian's hand crumbled apart. The countless formation inscriptions He Tian had set up at the location of the Phoenix death instantly crumbled apart. In front of absolute power, no formation could withstand it. Even supreme divine inscriptions could be destroyed. Under the ground, in the middle of the Sea of Fire, a scarlet divine pearl emitted endless divine light. The Phoenix divine power was vast and mighty. Within the Phoenix marrow divine pearl, there seemed to be a phoenix that had awakened. If not for the Mountain and River Cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would have long been refined into ashes by the true Yang divine fire from the Phoenix marrow divine pearl. Chapter 841. Boz. The Mountain and River Cauldron trembled. The primordial chaos chi surged, blocking the endless true Yang fire. Gu Fei and the others in the void of the formation were not at ease at all. What should we do? Shaoqing asked. The current situation was very bad. In the Sea of Fire formed by the true Yang fire, nothing could exist except for the extreme saint tools. Even the void would collapse from the heat. He Tian wanted to carve runes in the Sea of Fire, but he failed. The true Yang fire could really refine everything. It was one of the most powerful flames in the world. The birth of a phoenix, 1,000 miles of scarlet land. This was not an exaggeration. A trace of the true Yang fire could evaporate the water of an entire lake. The true Yang fire could burn the sky and boil the sea. Only the lunar true water of the world could extinguish it. Otherwise, it could only be refined by supreme divine powers. Of course, this kind of true fire would probably be difficult to refine even for the current era's Almighty, unless a legendary saint of the extreme path came. Damn it! Another dozen pieces of spirit jades shattered in the Sea of Fire. He Tian couldn't help feeling depressed. The true Yang fire could refine everything. Nothing could resist the burning of this true Yang fire. If we can't do it, let's retreat. Gu Fei said. With the Mountain and River Cauldron in hand, they could still rush out of this place. Shaoqing, Balan, and the others couldn't help feeling a little unwilling. At this time, if they retreated, all their previous efforts would be in vain. It could be said that they had spent an endless amount of effort to enter this place. Even a formation grandmaster like He Tian felt extremely strenuous. Looks like we have to use our trump card. He Tian said. What? Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This He Tian really hid his strength well. At this time, he was willing to use his true strength. I'm going to lay down the Extreme Tao Divine Rune. If we still can't take the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead, then we can only retreat. He Tian said. Extreme Tao Divine Inscription. You actually have an Extreme Tao Divine Rune. Gu Fei exclaimed in shock. One must know that the Extreme Tao Divine Inscriptions were created by the Extreme Tao Saints after they comprehended the Great Tao. Every Extreme Tao Saint comprehended different Great Taos, so the Extreme Tao Divine Inscriptions passed down by each Extreme Tao Saint were different. It was unknown which Extreme Tao Saint's Extreme Tao Divine Rune this fellow had mastered. After saying that, He Tian sat down cross-legged and solemnly took out dozens of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade was a divine jade condensed from the true Yang flame essence. It was an item of extreme Yang. In the outskirts of the land of the fallen phoenix, there was quite a bit of this type of divine jade. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan had all collected a large amount of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. One must know that the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade was also a rare divine material. Only in this kind of place where true Yang essence gathered could such a divine jade be condensed. Although it was a divine jade condensed from true Yang essence, it was also difficult for the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade to exist in the vicinity of the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead. It would also be refined by the true Yang flame into a gaseous state. Whether the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade that was branded with the Extreme Tao Divine Rune could withstand the burning of the true Yang flame and not be refined by the Divine Flame, even He Tian wasn't sure. Dozens of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade floated around He Tian's body. The yin and yang qi swirled around He Tian's body, intertwining with each other. There was a kind of great Tao aura surging around his body. He Tian was evolving the great Tao of yin and yang, but this Tao was far from being formed. It only had a trace of Tao charm, but even so, it was enough to make Gu Fei and the others' eyes light up. This guy, although he still hasn't been able to regenerate his flesh and blood, he has already shown his unlimited potential. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. This He Tian's origin was mysterious, he couldn't see through him. Gu Fei thought that He Tian was a fallen peerless expert of the god race. After his death, He Tian had developed his soul force and gained sentience, becoming an undead creature. But now, it seemed that He Tian wasn't simple at all. Great Tao of yin and yang. He Tian shouldn't be that person from the legends, right? Gu Fei suddenly thought of a person, but he immediately shook his head. How could this be? Gu Fei thought that if He Tian was that person, how could he end up like this? And how could he appear in the Hell Tao of the ancient Buddhist Lord? Swish! He Tian's hands began to dance as a mysterious trajectory appeared on his hands. The power of yin and yang intertwined to form a divine rune that Gu Fei and the others had never seen before. This divine rune exuded the aura of the great Tao as if it was evolving into a Tao. It was the manifestation of the great Tao, indescribably wonderful and elusive. This is the Extreme Tao Divine Rune. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This He Tian actually mastered the Extreme Tao Divine Rune, this was truly shocking. One must know that the Extreme Tao Divine Rune was a manifestation of the Great Tao Saint's comprehension of the Great Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, every Great Tao Saint's comprehension of the Great Tao was different. Therefore, the Extreme Tao Divine Rune left behind by each Great Tao Saint was unique. He Tian actually mastered an Extreme Tao Divine Rune. Could it be that he was related to one of the Great Tao Saints from the Desolate Era? The Great Tao Saints had already disappeared during the Primordial Era, becoming a legendary existence. Could it be that He Tian really had some sort of karma with one of the Great Tao Saints? Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly. But how could he know such a thing? At this moment, Erebus had already successfully imprinted an extreme divine rune formed from the interweaving of yin and yang energy onto a piece of Fire Phoenix Jade in front of him. That piece of flaming Phoenix Divine Jade didn't shatter. The Extreme Tao Divine Rune was imprinted onto the jade, causing the jade to emit the aura of the Great Tao. Seeing this scene, He Tian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this time, he might be able to succeed. One must know that not everything could be imprinted with the Extreme Tao Divine Rune. Extreme Tao Divine Runes were the manifestation of the Great Tao. In this world, there weren't many items that could be used as a vessel for the Great Tao. Although they were immortal materials, the Flaming Phoenix Divine Jade was one of them. With a wave of his hand, He Tian sent the piece of Flaming Phoenix Divine Jade imprinted with the Extreme Tao Divine Rune out of the void of the formation and into the true Yang fire outside. Everyone looked at this scene nervously. If the fire phoenix godly jade shattered, they would immediately retreat. There was nothing much to say about this. The piece of flaming phoenix divine jade imprinted with the extreme Tao divine rune floated in the true yang fire. The extreme Tao divine rune on the jade flickered as the aura of the great Tao revolved around it. Not only was the flaming phoenix divine jade not refined by the true yang fire, but it was also absorbing the surrounding true yang energy, causing the extreme Tao divine rune on the jade to become increasingly clearer. This. Chapter 842. The extreme Tao divine rune was imprinted on the fire phoenix divine jade, drawing upon the power of the great Tao and the surrounding true yang essence, causing the extreme Tao divine rune within the fire phoenix divine jade to become even more dazzling. It's done. Everyone was overjoyed. The extreme Tao divine rune was extremely difficult to erase. It was the mark of the great Tao and possessed unfathomable power. Even the purest true yang divine fire in the world would find it hard to refine it. Seeing this, He Tian's confidence soared. His hands danced in the air as the yin and yang energy interweaved to form extreme Tao divine runes, continuously striking them into the fire phoenix divine jades floating around him. The extreme Tao divine runes were deeply imprinted into the fiery divine jades. The aura of the great Tao swirled around them as more and more fire phoenix divine jades flew out from the void of the array below the mountain and river cauldron into the sea of fire outside. In just a short while, the yin and yang energy in He Tian's body had been consumed by more than half, and the yin and yang energy in his body began to weaken. Every extreme Tao divine rune required a large amount of yin and yang energy. He Tian only managed to inscribe a few dozen extreme Tao divine runes, and it was already difficult for him to continue. With his current cultivation base, inscribing a few dozen extreme Tao divine runes was already his limit. However, it was difficult for him to inscribe even a corner of the array with just a few dozen extreme Tao divine runes. What should we do? Xiaoqing and Balan couldn't help but worry when they saw He Tian's current state. It was absolutely impossible for He Tian to inscribe an array with the extreme Tao divine runes alone. At this time, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged and activated the inner world in his dantian, drawing in an endless amount of life essence before injecting it into He Tian's skull. He Tian's soul fluctuations immediately grew stronger, refining the life essence and transforming it into his own energy to replenish his exhausted yuan qi. This allowed He Tian to continue inscribing extreme Tao divine runes. One had to admit that the great Tao divine runes inscribed by the extreme Tao saints were indeed the strongest divine runes in the world. The moment the divine runes appeared, the aura of the great Tao surged, instantly drawing upon the power of the heavens. The sea of fire outside gradually changed. Divine fire phoenix jades danced in the air, each with a flickering divine rune on it. Numerous extreme Tao divine runes interweaved, forming ancient and profound runes. A peerless divine formation was being formed. Rumble, the phoenix marrow divine bead in the middle of the sea of fire began to tremble, as if it had become somewhat restless. This peerless divine object that was born from the heavens and earth seemed to have a trace of intelligence. Pieces of fire phoenix divine jade engraved with divine runes of extreme Tao flew out from the void of the formation and danced in the air around the phoenix marrow divine pearl. The aura of the great Tao flowed in the air, and even the true yang essence of the great Tao was being drawn. Boundless true yang essence gathered towards the pieces of fire phoenix divine jade as a terrifying might of the heavens and earth began to condense. Several hours passed, and He Tian still had no intention of stopping. Every extreme Tao divine rune consumed a huge amount of yin and yang essence qi. If it weren't for Gu Fei constantly injecting life essence into He Tian's body, He Tian would have long exhausted his yin and yang source power and died. A corner of the divine formation appeared around the phoenix marrow divine bead, enveloping it. The divine formation sealed the void and isolated the world, gradually cutting off the connection between the phoenix marrow divine bead and the outside world. Beneath the earth, there was an endless amount of true yang essence qi. The Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead could absorb the true yang essence qi of the entire Phoenix Marrow land for its own use. He Tian wanted to first cut off the connection between the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead and the true yang earth vein, and then use the mountain and river cauldron to store the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead. In this world, only the extreme Tao divine tool like the mountain and river cauldron could store the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead. One must know that the true yang essence qi emitted from the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead was enough to refine everything. Even the saint weapons of supreme experts would be turned into smoke if they were to fall into the endless sea of fire. The divine formation continued to be perfected. He Tian seemed to have really mastered the extreme Tao divine formation. The great Tao of yin and yang essence qi interweaved in the middle of the formation, as though a whole world was evolving. Rumble, the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead began to shake violently, wanting to break through the divine formation. The entire void trembled as the true yang fire surged, burning the void between heaven and earth. However, the extreme Tao divine rune was difficult to erase. There was a supreme aura of the great Tao circulating around it. Unless a saint of the extreme Tao personally came, no one would be able to erase the extreme Tao divine rune. This was the strongest divine rune in the world, the embodiment of the pinnacle of the Tao. Although it was only a corner of the formation, it was already enough to trap the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead. This divine bead that contained the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead seemed to have gained sentience. It was even more mystical than the dragon origin divine bead that was nurtured by the peerless dragon vein. Moreover, phoenixes could be reborn from the ashes. This Phoenix Marrow divine bead actually didn't have the slightest bit of evil qi, which surprised everyone. Perhaps all the evil qi had already been devoured by the three-legged vicious bird. Done. He Tian drew the last extreme Tao divine rune. His entire body slumped to the ground. He was on the verge of collapsing. He laid down a corner of the extreme Tao divine rune. This wasn't a complete divine formation. It was just a corner of the extreme Tao divine rune, but even so, it was enough to trap the Phoenix Marrow divine bead. The Phoenix Marrow divine bead emitted endless true yang essence qi. Even the void was burning and collapsing, but it couldn't refine the pieces of fire Phoenix divine jade that had the extreme Tao divine rune. At this time, the corner of the extreme Tao divine array had already completely isolated the Phoenix Marrow divine pearl from the outside world, cutting off all connections. "Boss, it's all up to you now," He Tian said weakly. The soul fire in his skull had also become dim, emitting weak soul fluctuations. Gu Fei was already prepared. A golden light rushed out of his body. A bronze bell surrounded by golden light soared into the sky, emitting a vast and auspicious Buddhist power. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron shook and began to move towards the extreme Tao divine rune. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell replaced the mountain and river cauldron and floated in the void of the formation. Rays of golden Buddhist light fell from the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, protecting the void of the formation. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell was the extreme Tao Buddhist tool refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Although it didn't have the primordial chaos qi, it could still disperse the layers of true yang fire and protect Gu Fei and the others. Endless Buddhist light sprinkled down. In the void, there seemed to be countless Buddhists chanting sutras. The world was peaceful, making people's hearts calm and their souls calm. If there was no extreme Tao saint tool, even the current supreme experts would find it difficult to stay in the true yang earth vein for a while, let alone Gu Fei and the others. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains crushing through the void. It dispersed the layers of true yang divine fire and entered the extreme Tao divine rune. It flew above the Phoenix Marrow divine bead and turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron was facing down towards the Phoenix Marrow divine bead. Chapter 843. Boz. The mountain and river cauldron shook. 18 streams of primordial chaos energy rushed out from the cauldron, like 18 dragons. They coiled around the phoenix marrow bead below, as if 18 dragons were fighting over a single bead. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void of the array formation, using his mind to control the mountain and river cauldron to collect the phoenix marrow bead with all his might. The 18 streams of primordial chaos energy wrapped around the phoenix marrow bead and pulled it upwards. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron also produced a great power that could swallow the world. The phoenix marrow bead shook violently, emitting an unprecedented energy fluctuation. Within the bead, there seemed to be a phoenix struggling. Endless divine fire ignited the void, burning everything into nothingness. However, it was difficult to refine the primordial chaos energy, because it was the ancestral chi of the world, the source of all things. The phoenix marrow divine bead was pulled towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos energy. Everyone was extremely nervous, and their palms were sweaty. The phoenix marrow divine bead was a peerless treasure nurtured by the world. At this moment, no one could remain calm. At this time, the world momentum of the phoenix perished dragon perished had completely recovered. The world's death trap was reactivated. No one dared to barge in again. Gu Fei and the others had plenty of time to collect the phoenix marrow bead. Within a 10,000-mile area, a baleful aura soared into the heavens. It emitted a world-destroying aura, causing the faces of all the great existences to pale. Everyone who was trapped in this danger zone had died. Perhaps only an extreme Tao saint would dare to barge into the revived world's death trap. Beneath the land of the phoenix perished, the true yang veins were completely boiling. The extreme Tao array had severed the connection between the veins and the phoenix marrow bead, causing the true yang essence energy to explode. The mountain and river cauldron was in the true yang veins, displaying the great power of the Qinquan mountain and river formation. It suppressed the true yang veins. The 18 streams of primordial chaos energy wrapped around the phoenix marrow bead and gradually moved towards the cauldron. This was simply like pulling 100,000 ancient divine mountains. Even Gu Fei felt that it was difficult to bear. Fortunately, his divine power was endless, so he could continue to activate the mountain and river cauldron. Shaoqing, Balan, and the others were extremely nervous. They wanted to help, but they couldn't. Only Gu Fei could activate the mountain and river cauldron. No one else could activate it. As for that fellow, He Tian, he was even more unable to help. Setting up a corner of the extreme Tao divine array had already caused him to feel weak. He was currently channeling the yin and yang mysterious technique to recover his vitality. The true yang essence energy of the great earth gathered, forming a true yang earth vein. This was an extreme yang land that could nurture a phoenix. In the depths of the great earth, there was a sea of flames, tens of thousands of zhang, and all of them were true yang divine flames that were pure to the extreme. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell floated in the void above the array formation. Tens of thousands of golden Buddhist chi descended, enveloping the array formation. In everyone's ears, there seemed to be Buddhists chanting sutras and arhats chanting. The auspicious aura calmed their hearts. This extreme Tao Buddhist tool swept away the layers of true yang fire, but it couldn't completely isolate the heat outside, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel like they were in a steamer basket. Buddhist chi couldn't compare to primal chaos chi. Primal chaos chi was the origin of all things. Therefore, although they were both extreme Tao divine tools, the mountain and river cauldron was more powerful than the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. Among extreme Tao divine tools, there were also strong and weak ones. The ancient Buddhist Lord had refined several extreme Tao divine tools, but there was only one mountain and river cauldron in this world. Rumble, the phoenix marrow divine bead was pulled up by the 18 primal chaos chi. Heaven and earth shook, and even a corner of the extreme Tao divine array trembled. This was a corner of the extreme Tao divine array laid down using extreme Tao divine runes. Although it was only a corner, it displayed great power that could resist the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Even the primal chaos chi couldn't erase the extreme Tao divine runes on the fire phoenix divine jade in a short time. No one disturbed Gu Fei. More than 10 hours passed, and the mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook violently. The mouth of the cauldron swallowed the world and finally swallowed the phoenix marrow divine bead. The inside of the mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. As long as there was enough power to activate it, even a part of the world could be sucked into the cauldron. Earlier, Gu Fei had already sucked a mountain full of 9 heaven star iron into the cauldron. It was as if a red sun had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. In the depths of the earth true yang vein, the temperature that could smelt divine iron immediately dropped. Seeing that Gu Fei had successfully put the phoenix marrow divine bead into the mountain and river cauldron, Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian were ecstatic. They had finally obtained the 2 peerless treasures that had been bred in the Dragon Grave and Phoenix Death Land. Swish! Gu Fei waved his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron immediately flew back and entered Gu Fei's dantian. At the same time, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell descended, covering Gu Fei and the others, as well as the void of the teleportation formation, within the bell. Inside the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, He Tian activated the corner of the extreme divine formation that had trapped the phoenix marrow divine bead. Pieces of fire phoenix divine jade turned into extreme divine patterns and rushed back. The extreme divine patterns danced outside the Sanskrit Buddhist bell and reassembled. In an instant, a complete teleportation formation appeared in the void. Go! He Tian did not hesitate. With a loud shout, he activated the teleportation formation formed by the extreme divine patterns. The extreme divine patterns immediately emitted a dazzling divine light, and the aura of the great path spread out. Swish! The void shook, then twisted, and then collapsed. Countless extreme divine patterns merged together, and Gu Fei and the others disappeared in the void along with the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The teleportation array formed by the extreme Tao divine runes could move the void underground and teleport people away. In a small valley 100 miles away from the land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon, a teleportation formation hidden under the ground emitted rays of divine light and emerged from the ground. Then, the space within the formation twisted, and ancient and profound divine runes rushed out from the void. Amidst the divine runes, an ancient bell that emitted auspicious Buddhist power fell out from the twisted space. Boom! The ancient bell smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Even the teleportation formation on the ground was destroyed. In the next moment, the ancient bell flew up again. Underneath the ancient bell were 4 people. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell rapidly shrank and finally turned into a ray of golden light that rushed into Gu Fei's dantian. At this time, the fire phoenix divine jade that had been imprinted with the extreme divine patterns collapsed, turning into dust that dissipated into the void. The extreme divine patterns inside also collapsed and disappeared. Let's go! They had just teleported out of the Forbidden Land when He Tian shouted again. He threw out a teleportation formation and rushed up. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan followed closely behind He Tian and also rushed up to the teleportation formation. Swish! He Tian activated the teleportation formation and directly teleported into the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, a purple figure appeared in the sky above the small valley. Buddhist power. Those Baldies from the western regions also entered the untainted ancient world. The purple figure murmured to himself. He was hidden in the purple cloud, not revealing his face. Chapter 844. Emperor God of the Jiang clan. Primeval Violet Emperor. The 2 great cultivators who had appeared in the valley immediately sensed each other's presence. Then, the 2 of them disappeared into thin air without meeting each other. The Emperor God in green was from the Jiang clan of the Ancients. The Almighty surrounded by the purple aura was from the primeval Immortal sect. The Jiang clan of the Ancients and the primeval Immortal sect were forces that had existed since the primeval age. In the present world, only forces like these would have almighties watching over them. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that there would be lone almighties who lived in seclusion in the mountains. The present almighties rarely fought each other because if two almighties fought, the consequences would be dire. The earth would sink, the sky would crumble, and the world would be destroyed. Therefore, even if there were almighties who had to fight, they would usually fight in the outer space. Whoosh! High up in the sky, thousands of miles away, the void suddenly collapsed, and a formation platform surrounded by runes rushed out of the void. There were 4 figures standing on the formation platform. That was close. Gu Fei and the others shuddered in fear. If they hadn't made a prompt decision to immediately teleport away from the small valley outside the land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon, they would have been caught red-handed by the current era's supreme beings. This Mahakala actually did things flawlessly. He had already deduced everything that could happen. After putting away the formation platform, the group found themselves in a mountain range. There was a towering tree that was hundreds of meters tall. The old vine could climb from one peak to another. Everywhere they looked was a primeval scene. It was a barren land that had yet to be cultivated. Primeval beasts roamed in the forest, emitting terrifying roars. Primeval beasts were extremely powerful. Even a cub was comparable to a demigod among human cultivators. The primeval age was a great era filled with experts. During that era, one could still find traces of saints of the supreme Tao. However, that era had passed and the primeval age no longer existed. This is, little Qing and the rest looked around and couldn't help but frown. The great desolate ancient world was different from the outside world. In the past millions of years, not even the ancient desolate ancient world had been fully explored. An unknown place contained unknown dangers. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the depths of the mountain forest. A towering baleful aura surged out from the depths of the mountain forest, causing the mountains to tremble and frightening the other beasts to scramble to flee. Who? A few exotic beasts with crimson scales all over their bodies that resembled large birds but had no feathers soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance in a panic. The manifestation, which was the size of a small mountain and covered in long fur, ran through the forest. The towering trees were knocked down by these savage beasts, and the forest was in chaos. There were giant serpents that were hundreds of meters long like flood dragons, golden divine wolves with 2 ferocious heads, silver centipedes that were dozens of meters long, and so on and so forth. Countless prehistoric beasts scuttled out from the mountains and fled. What happened? Everyone was shocked. With such a commotion, it was likely that a desolate beast king had been alerted. Roar! Another horrifying roar resounded. The heavens and earth shook, and the mountains trembled. Many desolate beast kings fainted from the shock. The roar shook the heavens and earth. Even Gu Fei felt his blood churning. The expressions of Shao Qing and the others changed drastically. In the depths of the mountain forest, a baleful aura surged into the sky. A desolate beast king was about to charge out. This kind of beast king was incomparably powerful. It walked the path of a desolate beast king, comparable to a celestial being. Go! He Tian did not even think. He directly tossed out the formation platform and rushed up. A desolate beast king intimidated all beasts. Its ferocious might overflowed into the sky. It was not something they could deal with. Whoosh! The teleportation formation activated, and the void distorted. The formation platform brought Gu Fei and the others into the void, moving away. Boom! At this critical moment, a huge beast claw directly swiped down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. Several mountains below instantly crumbled, and dust flew everywhere. If Gu Fei and the others had not escaped in time, they would have been killed by this beast claw. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the mountain forest. Even a few birds in the sky were roared down. The earth shook, and the mountains shook. It was extremely terrifying. The might of a desolate beast king caused the heavens and earth to lose color. In the depths of the mountain, when the desolate beast king showed its might, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded in the desolate ancient world, causing the entire desolate ancient world to tremble. The desolate beast king in the depths of the mountain stopped roaring and quieted down. This is a power that can shake the heavens and the realms. Has a saint of the extreme Tao appeared? At this moment, everyone in the great wasteland ancient world trembled, no one able to remain calm. Even the expressions of the great powers of the present world changed, feeling horrified. This was a power that could shatter the heavens and earth, and shake the heavens and the earth. If this power exploded, it was enough to destroy the desolate ancient world. One had to know that this desolate ancient world was not the real desolate ancient world. At this moment, the entire ancient desolate world was silent. Every corner of the world was silent. Be it the territories controlled by the ancient desolate factions or the unexplored territories, they were all silent. Even the desolate beast king in the depths of the desolate ancient world, which was a headache for the great existences, did not dare to make a move. This aura was not strong, but it shocked all the living beings in the desolate ancient world. Be it the human cultivators or the powerful beasts, they all had to bow their heads. Only the legendary extreme Tao saints could emit such an aura. Shwa. Somewhere in the desolate ancient world, the void suddenly distorted. A platform appeared from the void. Gu Fei and the others teleported thousands of miles away and appeared in the sky above a boundless desert. This was a red desert. The sand looked like it was dyed red with blood. It was extremely strange. This desert seemed to be covered by an unknown power, causing people to feel uneasy. This aura, is that guy here? Gu Fei and the others had just teleported out from the void when they sensed the powerful aura that was comparable to an extreme Tao saint. Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Although there was an indescribable power in the desert, it couldn't block this aura. This aura spread to every corner of the ancient desolation world, disregarding any power that could block it. Chapter 845. At the location of the ancient heaven gate, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. A middle-aged man wearing a purple dragon robe and a dragon crown stood in front of the ancient heaven gate like a supreme dragon emperor. He held an ancient seal that was covered in cracks. As for the ancient heaven gate in front of the middle-aged man, there was a sliver of crack. Traces of celestial spiritual energy seeped out from the crack of the stone gate. There seemed to be another world behind the stone gate. The gate of heaven was smashed open. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone had already landed on the ground. Even the almighties of the present age were no exception. This was because the aura emitted by the person who resembled the ancient dragon emperor was truly shocking to the extreme. The head of the Jiang family, the head of the archaic Tao Gate, the head of the Yuanchi celestial sect, the female sage of the Yaotai ancient holy land, the head of the Zhou family, the head of the Li family, the head of the Zhao family, and the other top figures were all speechless for a long time. The ancient heaven gate that the four current powerful figures could not open even after using all their means was cracked open by the person who came with a sacred artifact of the extreme path. The purple emperor of the Yuanchi celestial sect, the emperor god of the Jiang family of the ancients, the head of the archaic Tao Gate, and the female sage of the Yaotai ancient holy land were all shocked. Waha! You bastards, you don't have the ability, yet you still want to open the gate of heaven. What a joke! The man in the purple robe laughed loudly, not giving any face to the four current powerful figures. Tai Huang Seal, who are you? Some current powerful figures recognized the ancient seal that was full of cracks in the man's hand. It was the Tai Huang seal, a sacred artifact of the extreme path. You idiots, I thought you just didn't have the ability, but it turns out that you don't have any experience. How sad! The man in the purple robe said disdainfully. Everyone present was dumbfounded when they heard the man say such words. The current powerful figures were said to be idiots who didn't have the ability and experience. This was too crazy. One should know that if the supreme sage didn't appear, the current powerful figures would be invincible. No one in the world would dare to say such words in front of the current powerful figures. But today, such a person had appeared out of nowhere. The Tao Lord of the primeval Tao Gate revealed a look of anger. This fellow was simply too arrogant. He actually didn't put all the ancient desolate powers in his eyes at all. Even though you have the Grand Sovereign Seal, you can't underestimate our strength, the female sage of the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground said. What? I said that you all are idiots, idiots. You all still won't accept it. The purple-robed individual was incomparably domineering, not giving them any leeway. It was because he had the Grand Emperor imprint in hand. Hearing this, the four powerhouses were displeased. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. One should know that this person had a saint weapon of the Great Path. Even if the four of them worked together, they would not be able to withstand a single attack from the Tai Sovereign Seal. No one said anything else. Even the mighty figures of the present age dared not speak up in front of this person. They were both supreme existences, but the other party had the Grand Emperor's seal. This was an extreme sacred weapon forged by the Grand Emperor of the demon race, and it could shake the heavens. As for the mighty figure who had the Grand Emperor's seal, he was also a mighty figure of the demon race. A mighty figure of the demon race wielding a supreme sacred weapon of the demon race. In this world, perhaps only those who also wielded an extreme sacred weapon could compete with him. If you have nothing else to say, then scram to the side. Your grandpa wants to smash this stone door and see what's behind it. The purple-robed individual scolded. This person wore a dragon crown and a purple dragon robe. He looked like the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, but he spoke like a ruffian. This contrast was incomparably strange. Bam! The Grand Emperor's seal flew up from the old tortoise's hand and smashed into the stone door in front of him. The entire world shook as the blurry fairyland above the stone door disappeared. The bloody purgatory below also disappeared. The ancient stone door opened a little more under the impact of the saint weapon of the Great Path. Something's wrong. The old tortoise suddenly frowned. He sensed a strange aura seeping out from the opening of the stone door. He had a bad feeling about it. At the old tortoise's level of cultivation, he could already sense unknown dangers. However, the ancient heaven gate was also a great attraction for the old tortoise. The heavenly domain was the place where the strong should go. It was the center of the heavens and the earth. Perhaps all the secrets of the world could be found there. The four supreme existences from the Antiquity faction also sensed the strange aura outside the stone door. They were a little nervous. No one knew what was behind the ancient heaven gate before the stone door opened. Who cares what's behind the door? With the Grand Emperor's seal in hand, even if a true demon rushes out from behind the door, I will smash it to pieces. The old tortoise did not stop and continued to activate the Grand Emperor's seal. Buzz! The Grand Emperor's seal vibrated and emitted a trace of the divine might of the Great Path. This trace of divine might shook the entire untainted ancient world. The entire untainted ancient world fell silent once again. Everyone present, except for the four supreme existences, knelt on the ground and trembled. Even the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King were no exception. The four supreme existences' expressions changed and they had to retreat. The divine might of the Great Path was too terrifying. Even the supreme existences had to retreat. Boom! The Grand Emperor's seal that displayed a trace of divine might of the Great Path smashed onto the stone door. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The sky seemed to be collapsing. The earth was sinking and cracking. This was the only way to describe the scene. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. More than a dozen immortals who had retreated 100 miles away were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist by the surging energy wave. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Countless cultivators below the immortal realm died on the spot. He's crazy. Does he really think he is invincible just because he has an extreme saint weapon of the Great Path? Damn it. When we get out of here, we must demand an explanation from the demon race. The sect leaders of the ancient desolation factions were furious. Those who were chosen to enter the untainted ancient world were the most outstanding figures. Yet, almost all of them died here. These people were the future of the ancient desolation factions. The sect leaders cursed the old tortoise countless times in their hearts. After this earth-shattering attack, the ancient stone door finally revealed a crack that was just big enough for one person to pass through. Boom! The moment the stone door opened, the immortal chi and murderous aura surged out from behind the stone door. In a blur, a tall figure appeared behind the stone door. How could this be? Everyone was shocked. They never expected that there would be a person standing behind the stone door. A person filled with murderous aura, as terrifying as an ancient god of death. Chapter 846. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that they would see such a scene. An illusory figure silently stood behind the ancient heaven gate. He seemed real yet illusory, emitting a soaring baleful aura and battle intent. At that moment, apart from the old tortoise who had the Tai Huang seal in his hand, everyone felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. Even the four mighty beings were no exception. Supreme Saint, the only person who could make the Almighties tremble was the invincible Supreme Saint. Could it be that there was a Supreme Saint standing behind the ancient gate of heaven? Everyone's expressions changed. The aura emitted by the faint and unsubstantial figure behind the ancient gate of heaven was just too terrifying, intimidating everyone. The entire untainted ancient world fell into silence once again. A trace of aura shook the heavens and earth. A supreme saint was so powerful. A drop of blood, a strand of hair could slay immortals, destroy gods, and pierce through the world. Boom! The Tai Huang seal hovering above the old tortoise trembled. An endless amount of demonic energy surged. This supreme saint weapon seemed to have received an impact and automatically displayed the power of the supreme saint, confronting the figure behind the ancient gate of heaven. Two extreme Tao auras swept across the untainted ancient world. Countless living beings in the untainted ancient world trembled in fear. Be it the peerless beasts or the Almighties, all of them were shocked by the two extreme Tao auras and their souls were shaken. Bang! The Tai Huang seal vibrated on its own. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards the ancient gate of heaven. The figure behind the stone gate disappeared. The extreme Tao aura emanating from the ancient heaven gate also dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Rumble, under the power of the Tai Huang seal, the old tortoise's gate of heaven slowly opened. The two stone gates were like two ancient mountains moving, causing the entire world to tremble. What's going on? The old tortoise was shocked. He was already prepared to run away, but the terrifying figure behind the ancient gate of heaven disappeared just like that. Could it be that there was a supreme saint standing behind the ancient gate of heaven? Ever since the Great Desolate Era, the world had changed and the Great Desolate Era was broken. The Great Desolate Era had become a legendary existence. Could it be that there were still Great Desolate Era saints in the world behind the stone door? Was the legendary heaven realm really behind the ancient heaven gate? No one knew. However, as the stone gate slowly opened, some mysteries were about to be revealed. Behind the stone gate, immortal energy swirled about, multicolored light flickering. It was as if there really was a world there. Under everyone's gazes, the ancient heaven gate finally opened completely. Everyone realized that there wasn't a world behind the stone gate, but a passage. Immortal energy swirled about, divine light flickering about. Was this a path into the heavens? Swoosh! The old man used the Tai Huang seal to protect himself. He was the first to rush into the ancient heaven gate and disappear into the passageway. With the Tai Huang seal protecting him, he had nothing to fear. No one would be able to hurt him unless a supreme saint made a move. The terrifying aura that shook the heavens disappeared. The entire ancient desolation world was still silent. No one spoke. Everyone was extremely excited. The ancient heaven gate had opened and the path to heaven was right in front of them. No one could remain calm. Heavenly realm, what are you waiting for? Charge! Ascending to the heavens in one step. I didn't think I would have such a heavenly fate. After coming back to their senses, the area around the ancient heaven gate immediately boiled over. Some people were shouting crazily, some were howling at the sky, and some even had tears streaming down their faces. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of figures rushed over from afar and rushed into the ancient heaven gate one after another. However, at this moment, an accident happened. Everyone who rushed into the ancient heaven gate turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everything happened too quickly. Those people didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before they died. The immortals who rushed over were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Dozens of immortals turned into a cloud of blood mist without a sound. Blood splattered all over the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate was spewing immortal energy. It was clearly a door that led to a place of immortal energy. How could there be danger? Moreover, didn't the powerful figure of the demon race enter the ancient heaven gate just now and nothing happened? Why could the powerful figure of the demon race enter, but the dozens of immortals were destroyed? Formless killing intent. Could it be that the terrifying existence behind the ancient heaven gate didn't go far? The four powerful figures were also shocked. They sensed a trace of the same fluctuation in the ancient heaven gate. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the ancient heaven gate, a void high up in the sky suddenly shook. Transparent ripples spread out like waves of water. Swoosh! A white jade formation platform passed through the transparent ripples and rushed out of the void. On the formation platform stood four figures. Gu Fei and the others had finally arrived. They seemed to be trapped in the boundless scarlet blood desert. It was an evil desert that was shrouded in an indescribable power. According to Mahakala's deductions, this scarlet blood desert was most likely created by an extreme Tao Saint artifact. Although the aura of the extreme Tao Saint artifact had been around for countless years and was extremely weak, it still hadn't completely dissipated. Fortunately, He Tian knew a lot of unorthodox techniques. At the crucial moment, they actually rushed out of the scarlet blood desert. Gu Fei and the others used the teleportation formation platform to teleport thousands of miles away and rushed over. Since that guy was here and the Grand Sovereign Seal was in his hands, the ancient heaven gate was probably going to be opened. Gu Fei and the others didn't want to miss this opportunity. Everyone who entered the ancient desolate world had the goal of meeting fate and ascending to the heavens in a single step. Now that this opportunity was right in front of everyone, no one dared to rush into the ancient heaven gate. That guy has the extreme Tao Saint weapon. He isn't afraid of the formless killing intent. We also have the saint weapon of a powerful figure. I wonder if it can withstand that formless killing intent. Won't we know after we try? While the four supreme beings were conversing, the sect leaders of the ancient desolate factions were all following the lead of these four supreme beings. Everything was being decided by these four supreme beings. Gu Fei and the others sensed the aura of the Almighties and did not want to get too close to them. It must be known that they were extremely wealthy, and any item they took out would be enough to make the Almighties break their heads. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by the powerful figures. Gu Fei, He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan were hidden in the clouds in the sky. They quietly watched the ancient heaven gate. They weren't in a hurry. Chapter 847. The four Almighties estimated that when the ancient heaven gate opened, the terrifying figure that appeared behind the gate was probably condensed from the formless killing intent inside the gate. It was unbelievable that a formless killing intent didn't dissipate inside the gate. One should know that even the killing intent released by the Almighties couldn't last long, let alone existing for a long time. This trace of killing intent was probably released by the legendary Extreme Saint. It was incomparably terrifying and would never disappear as long as the target wasn't killed. Could it be that a certain Extreme Saint left behind the killing intent to protect the ancient heaven gate? The formless killing intent could kill even gods and devils. Perhaps only the old turtle who wielded the Extreme Saint artifact would dare to barge into the ancient heaven gate and come out unscathed. Pang! 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 A tall figure walked in the sky. It was an immortal emperor who was 9 feet tall and was wearing a divine armor. He walked like a celestial being. Every step he took caused the entire void to tremble. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the celestial emperor in the sky. Everyone's attention was focused on him. A golden pagoda floated above the immortal emperor's head. Endless divine power poured down from the golden pagoda and enveloped the immortal emperor. A terrifying aura surged out from the golden pagoda, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel uncomfortable. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. The aura from the golden pagoda was too powerful. It was comparable to the Almighties of the current era. Almighty Saint Weapon. He Tian said. With such a formation, is there any danger inside the ancient heaven gate? Shao Qing said. They didn't see the scene where the dozens of immortals died in the ancient heaven gate. They didn't come in time and missed many things. As the immortal emperor approached the ancient heaven gate step by step, everyone became nervous and stared at the figure that bathed in the divine light of the golden pagoda. Swoosh! The immortal emperor finally stepped into the ancient heaven gate. The golden divine pagoda trembled and emitted resplendent divine light. The immortal emperor used all his strength to activate the saint weapon. The golden divine splendor enveloped him like golden ripples. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden pagoda, making one's heart palpitate. Are you all right? Great! This method seems to work. Everyone became excited. Even the 4 great experts secretly sighed in relief. The invisible killing intent did not kill the immortal king who was protected by the saint weapon. At this moment, a loud laugh came from the ancient heaven gate. Everyone was shocked. Then, a large hand grabbed out from the ancient heaven gate. The huge hand grabbed the gold immortal pagoda suspended above the immortal emperor's head, forcibly took it away, and disappeared at the end of the passage. I want this thing, Old Tortoise's voice came from the passage behind the ancient heaven gate. Roar! The immortal emperor was scared out of his wits. He roared and rushed out of the ancient heaven gate with all his might. The gold immortal pagoda was taken away. The immortal emperor's heart almost stopped beating when he thought of the dozens of immortals who barged into the ancient heaven gate. However, he only took one step before he silently turned into a bloody mist. The immortal emperor's blood splattered, and the ancient heaven gate was filled with a bloody mist. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it! The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate was furious and almost went berserk. The gold immortal pagoda was his saint weapon, but it was snatched away right in front of him. How could he not be angry? It's the great expert of the demon clan. He's too much. I'm not done with you. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate roared. His eyes were red. He realized that his connection with the saint weapon had been completely severed. It was impossible for him to take back the gold immortal pagoda. Swoosh! While the Taoist master of the archaic Tao Gate was gnashing his teeth, the female sage of the Jadestage sacred land stepped on the seven-colored lotus platform and rushed into the sky towards the ancient heaven gate. Since it was proven that the great experts could pass, there was no longer anything to worry about. The seven-colored lotus platform shone with seven-colored divine light. It was like a heavenly lotus in full bloom. The divine power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and the aura it emitted made everyone tremble. The current great experts wielded the great expert saint weapon, and their battle prowess would multiply. Every great expert had their own saint weapon. The Purple Emperor of Primordial Beginning and the Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family also rushed into the sky towards the archaic Tao Gate. The three great expert saint weapons appeared before everyone's eyes. The Purple Emperor of Primordial Beginning saint weapon was a purple saber, the Celestial Emperor saber. The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family saint weapon was a pearl, a chaotic divine pearl that shone with nine-colored divine light. Only the Taoist master of the archaic Tao Gate was depressed. His saint weapon had been snatched away by the old turtle. Taoist Jiang, let me go with you. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao Gate shamelessly flew towards the Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family. He did not want to take the risk. Who knew if the formless killing intent in the ancient heaven gate could even kill a great expert? The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family did not say anything. The nine-colored chaotic divine pearl shone with divine light and enveloped the two of them. The four great experts of the current era came before the ancient heaven gate. They were not in a hurry to enter. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the sky and circulated their magic power and mystiques, wanting to refine the trace of killing intent in the ancient heaven gate. After so many years, the trace of killing intent was actually very weak. However, it was still the killing intent of an extreme Tao sage. Even if it was on the verge of dissipating, it could still kill an immortal emperor of the celestial realm. Although the four great experts of the current era could rely on the protection of their saint weapons to barge into the ancient heaven gate, what about their disciples and grand disciples behind them? The four great experts of the current era all had a super faction behind them. Rumble, immortal power and divine power surged. The four great experts of the current era joined forces, causing the entire ancient heaven gate to shake. Everyone immediately retreated into the distance. Boundless power of heaven and earth was drawn over, turning into immortal power and divine power. The power of immortal spirit interweaved and the aura of the great Tao appeared. The resplendent brilliance drowned the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate could not even be smashed by the extreme Tao's sacred weapon, the Tai Huang seal. The four great experts of the current era were not worried about refining the ancient heaven gate into ashes, so they attacked without hesitation. There seemed to be a chaotic world evolving where the ancient heaven gate was. The energy waves it emitted shook the entire ancient desolate world. Roar! 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 In the depths of the ancient desolate world, there was a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. There was a beast king roaring, and all the beasts of the ancient desolate world felt uneasy. Chapter 848. The killing intent released by the Supreme Saint was terrifying to the extreme. Although the figure just stood silently in front of the ancient heaven gate, it almost caused the power of the four present era's almighties to collapse. Rumble, the four present era's almighties attacked with all their might, sealing the void and isolating the heaven and earth. They used supreme arts and divine abilities to refine the figure in front of the ancient heaven gate. The entire ancient desolate world was shaken. Countless desolate beasts roared and howled. Everyone, including the leaders of the ancient desolation factions, retreated 1,000 miles away, but their souls were still shaken. In front of the Almighties, they were like ants, unable to even muster the will to resist. Especially the aura emitted by the illusory figure, it made all the living beings in the ancient desolation tremble. It was just a killing intent, but it was enough to intimidate the living beings in this part of the world. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be when a true Supreme Saint appeared. The four present eras Almighties combined with the Almighty Saint Tool, displaying great divine might. This kind of pressure made even immortal gods and immortal kings, who surpassed immortal gods, fall to the ground. Only the celestial being Immortal Emperor and Shen King could barely stand, but their faces paled as they resisted with all their might. Under the aura of the Almighties and the killing intent, everyone was trembling, but Gu Fei and the others were unaffected. The aura of the present era's Almighties was isolated by the heaven and earth force in Gu Fei's body, but the killing intent of the Supreme Saint ignored the barrier of the void, making Gu Fei and the others feel uncomfortable. Who left behind this killing intent? He Tian murmured. The soul fire in his skull flickered, no one knew what he was thinking. Don't tell me you know the Supreme Saint. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Supreme Saint. If I was born in the Great Desolate Era, I might know them. He Tian said. Only he himself knew the secrets of his body. During the Great Desolate Era, there was definitely a world-shaking change. Even the invincible Supreme Tao Saints disappeared. No one knew what happened at that time because it was too long ago. Those desolate antiquity factions that had existed for countless years might know something. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. Everyone looked forward nervously. At this time, the four great cultivators of the current era began to carve divine patterns of the Great Path, drawing upon the power of the heavens and completely refining that murderous intent. Boundless heaven and earth qi began to gather from all directions. The four great experts wanted to use the power of the ancient desolation world to obliterate the killing intent. The illusory figure condensed from the killing intent did not seem to have a mind of its own. It did not move at all, allowing the four great experts to perform all kinds of great techniques. Boom! When the four great experts finished carving the divine patterns of the Great Path, the entire world shook. This part of the world seemed like it was going to collapse, and the power of destruction filled the world. Everyone was stunned by this scene. It was as if an incomparably huge millstone of the heavens and earth had begun to revolve. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth caused everyone to be terrified. Just a murderous intent caused the four great experts to set up such a killing formation. As long as we obliterate this murderous intent, we can step onto the path to heaven. How long do we have to wait? Many people already knew what had happened. No one would have thought that the legendary extreme Tao killing intent would appear in the ancient heaven gate. Fortunately, countless years had passed. Even the extreme Tao killing intent was gradually weakened by the ruthless passage of time. If the ancient heaven gate was opened in the Great Desolate Era, rivers of blood would flow and all living beings would be mercilessly killed by this murderous intent. Let's wait patiently. After saying that, Erebus sat down cross-legged in the sky. Sure enough, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the four great experts used all their means. Even though they used the power of the great desolate ancient world, it was still difficult to refine the illusory figure outside the ancient heaven gate. In the end, Gu Fei simply opened his inner world and entered it. He sat on a spiritual peak, absorbed the spiritual energy of the world, and began to cultivate. He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan also followed Gu Fei into Gu Fei's divine land. They left dazzling divine crystals outside the inner world, which could transmit images and even sounds of the outside world into Gu Fei's inner world. The dazzling divine crystals had been refined by He Tian with the power of yin and yang. No matter how far away they were, no matter where they were, the two divine crystals would sense each other. Although He Tian had entered Gu Fei's inner world, he hugged a dazzling divine crystal all day long, constantly paying attention to the situation outside. He never relaxed. Little Qing and Baron, on the other hand, found their own places and went to cultivate. To them, the heavenly realm was just a name. It didn't mean anything. This was because Shao Qing and the others didn't understand what kind of place the heaven realm was, let alone have any karma with the legendary heaven realm. Unlike those ancient powers, their roots were in the heaven realm, so they naturally wanted to find a way to return to the heaven realm. Damn it, that killing intent is so weak that it's about to dissipate. Why is it so difficult to refine? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, time passed. The 4 great experts had refined the void into nothingness, but the figure still stood in front of the ancient heaven gate as if it had existed since time immemorial. However, the murderous aura that soared into the sky and the battle intent that made all living beings tremble had gradually weakened. It can't be that madman's killing intent, right? Outside a bamboo forest by a lake, He Tian stared at the void in front of him. There was a sparkling crystal there. The surface of the crystal was as smooth as a mirror, and scenes quickly flashed across the crystal. He Tian seemed to know something. He stared at the crystal for a while before putting it away and leaving. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably shocking sound rang out from where the ancient heaven gate was. Then, the figure standing outside the ancient heaven gate finally disappeared. The 4 great experts used heaven and earth as a furnace, and the earth, water, fire, and wind elements evolved into a chaotic world. It took them half a year to finally obliterate the killing intent. A strand of extreme Tao killing intent that was about to dissipate actually required 4 supreme beings of the present age to work together to refine it for half a year. This was too shocking. The 4 mighty figures of the current era removed the heaven refining formation and charged straight into the ancient heaven gate. We can finally enter the heaven realm. Everyone cheered. Countless immortals and gods came from all directions, fighting to be the first to fly into the ancient heaven gate. No one wanted to miss such a peerless opportunity. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in one step. Chapter 849. After the killing intent in the ancient heaven gate was refined by the 4 almighties, they disappeared into the ancient heaven gate. Then, the sect masters of the ancient desolate lands also rushed into the ancient heaven gate. Yaotai ancient sacred land, archaic Tao gate, Yuanzhi celestial sect, for great clans of the ancient desolate lands. Everyone went crazy and rushed in from all directions. Since the ancient desolate lands, the world had changed greatly. The heaven realm was separated from the mortal world. Even if someone became an immortal, the heavens would no longer send down heavenly tribulations and immortals could not ascend. Even the almighties were trapped in the mortal world, let alone the immortals. The ancient desolate lands forces exiled themselves to outer space and returned once every 10,000 years. They opened the ancient desolate lands in order to find a way back to the heaven realm. The people of the ancient desolate lands wanted to return to the heaven realm even in their dreams. The cultivators of the Tinglong continent went through countless trials and tribulations to become immortals and ascend to the heaven realm. Who didn't want to ascend to the heavens in a single step? However, the ancient heaven gate was only so big. It was impossible for everyone to enter at once. Because of this, some people even made a move. Boom! Boundless divine light exploded. A terrifying figure displayed a divine phenomenon and knocked away nearly 100 people around him. He strode into the ancient heaven gate. So what if you're a celestial? Ridiculous. If I become a celestial, you'll be the first one I'll deal with. Stop talking. That's a Shen King of the Zhou clan. Humph. When that person stepped into the ancient heaven gate, he snorted coldly and looked back. The few people who spoke rudely were immediately stunned, as if their souls had been sucked out. Then, they fell from the sky and turned into a pile of meat paste. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. This fellow was decisive in killing, and he wanted someone's life at the slightest disagreement. It was truly horrifying. After the Shen King of the Zhou clan glared at those people to death, he turned around and walked into the depths of the ancient heaven gate without looking back. He disappeared into the tunnel behind the gate. Boom! After the fiend from the Zhou family disappeared behind the ancient heaven gate, everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees. There was no order at all. Only the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King, who were second only to the Almighty in the world, could intimidate these people. High up in the sky, Gu Fei and the others were standing on clouds, not moving forward. Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and Balan were not in a hurry, but He Tian was extremely anxious. "Boss, let's go. Otherwise, all the treasures behind the gate of heaven will be taken away by these fellows, and we can only eat leftovers." He Tian could no longer sit still. "Humph. What's the rush? Even if there's something good behind the heavenly gate, I'm afraid that old tortoise has already taken everything in half a year," Gu Fei said calmly. "That's right. Based on my master's character, it's possible." Shao Qing nodded. He was old tortoise's disciple, so of course, he knew old tortoise's character very well. "Let's wait. We've been waiting for so long. A little while longer won't make a difference," Gu Fei said. Upon hearing this, Erebus gradually calmed down. After all, he was a person who had seen great wind LNG, so he quickly calmed down. At this time, the place where the ancient heaven gate was located was already in a mess. Everyone was crowded there, wanting to rush in as soon as possible. There was only one outcome for not giving in, and that was a big fight. Get lost. A ninth heaven of immortal realm cultivator was surrounded by 18 divine lights. He walked in the void, shook off the person in front of him, and rushed to the front of the ancient heaven gate. "You're the one who should get lost." A loud bellow came from the side. A huge purple hand emitting a terrifying wave of divine power slapped at the ninth layer immortal celestial expert. Humph. The ninth heaven of immortal realm expert was extremely domineering. He sneered and a divine light rushed out of his body. It was an immortal sword, and it slashed at the huge purple hand. Chilling sword chi radiated from the ninth level immortal god expert, sending chills down everyone's spine as though they had fallen into an ice cave. The people crowding in front of the ancient heaven gate immediately dispersed. "It's a sword immortal." Everyone was shocked. Among all the immortals, sword immortals had the strongest offensive power. With a sword in hand, they could break through all kinds of divine powers. Boom! With a loud bang, the dazzling sword radiance collided with the huge purple hand. A circle of transparent ripples spread out. The energy storm that swept out immediately sent dozens of powerful immortals gathered near the ancient heaven gate flying. Becoming an immortal with a sword, breaking through all kinds of divine powers with a single sword. This was not a lie. The ninth heaven of immortal realm sword immortal was stronger than the person who attacked. The sword radiance broke through the huge purple hand and forced a figure to retreat thousands of meters away. "You overestimate yourself," the ninth heaven of immortal realm sword immortal said in disdain. He then rushed into the ancient heaven gate and disappeared in the passageway. Roar! Damn it! The person who was forced back by the sword immortal's sword roared angrily. It was a young man dressed in white with a strand of white hair on his forehead. He cultivated in the Tao of divine arts, and there was a phenomenon appearing around him, as though a purple divine tree was faintly discernible. Swoosh! The young man in white also rushed over and entered the ancient heaven gate. Even if they reached the legendary heaven realm, the two of them would probably have to fight. The current mighty figures, the celestial realm immortal emperor and Shen King, had already entered the ancient heaven gate and stepped on the legendary path to heaven. After the mighty figures entered the ancient heaven gate, the area in front of the ancient heaven gate became a place where immortals and gods fought. Even the high and mighty immortals and gods were no exception. They also wanted to enter the ancient heaven gate before others. This was something that could not be mediated. More and more important figures who were hiding in various places jumped out. There were lone god kings and immortal kings, and even the beast kings of the ancient desolation world came to interfere. A huge snake the size of a mountain rushed out from the depths of the mountain, emitting a murderous aura. Some immortals tried to kill the huge snake, but they were turned into a pool of blood by the black gas that came out of the snake's mouth. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a savage snake that was comparable to an immortal king or a god king. At this time, another terrifying figure rushed over from afar. There was a huge golden dragon floating above this person's head. He instantly rushed to the front of the ancient heaven gate. Bam! That person directly attacked and slapped the huge snake's head, smashing it into pieces. The huge snake corpse fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Another celestial. Chapter 850. Deva old-timers kept popping out of the shadows and charging into the ancient heavenly gate. Not all of them were from the primeval ancients, but some were immortal emperors and god emperors who had long since perished. The primeval world had too many secrets. Some of the old-timers didn't take advantage of the once every 10,000-year opening to enter the primeval world. Clearly, quite a few of them had chosen to live in seclusion there. The primeval world wasn't suitable for human cultivators. The laws of heaven and earth from the primeval era were still lingering there. Every step was treacherous, and the slightest bit of carelessness could trigger a heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the ancient desolate powers wouldn't have opened the great desolate ancient world once every 10,000 years. All the ancient desolate powers took advantage of the time when the great desolate ancient world's energy was at its weakest to enter. For the primeval world, 10,000 years was like a reincarnation cycle. During this time, the energy of heaven and earth would weaken for some unknown reason. Entering the primeval world at this time wouldn't trigger a heavenly tribulation. It was no laughing matter. Even the strongest experts of the current era wouldn't have the confidence to survive it. Therefore, no one above the immortal realm would easily stay in the primeval world. The opening of the primordial world would only last for a few years. When the power of the heaven and earth within the primordial world began to recover, everyone above the immortal realm would leave. However, there were no absolutes in the world. Some of the old-timers who'd lived for countless years chose to stay in the primeval world and continue searching for the path to heaven. However, they had to use their divine abilities and power to seal themselves. If they were unlucky, they'd be reduced to ashes. If they were lucky, they'd survive the heavenly tribulation, but they wouldn't be able to ascend. Once their cultivation reached a certain level, the heavenly tribulation would come again. The primeval world was a true struggle against the heavens. It was different from the outside world. As long as one cultivated to the immortal realm, they'd have an endless lifespan and wouldn't need to worry about heavenly tribulation. How do these old-timers survive in this world? He Tian muttered to himself. He seemed to know a few things about the primeval world. Several hours passed. Hundreds of immortals and above had entered the ancient heaven gate and stepped on the legendary path to heaven. However, was there really a heavenly realm behind the ancient heaven gate? Those who went in never came out. No one knew where the ancient heaven gate led to. At this moment, all the cultivators gathered in front of the ancient heaven gate had already entered, but Gu Fei and the others were still watching from the sidelines. Gu Fei felt a trace of unease. The great desolate ancient world was simply too quiet. It shouldn't be like this. One must know that there were countless great desolate beasts in the great desolate ancient world. Among these prehistoric beasts, there were definitely prehistoric beast emperors that were comparable to the current era's almighty. However, those fellows had yet to appear. All the major powers of the ancient desolation, as well as the other powers under their control, were an extremely powerful force. Those who could enter the ancient desolation world had to be at least at the void-controlling realm. Cultivators at the void-controlling realm and above were experts that could fly in the sky and tunnel through the earth. In total, there were probably thousands of cultivators who had entered the ancient heaven gate. With the return of the ancient desolation forces, almost all the powers in the Tinglong continent couldn't resist them. Most of the powers chose to submit. This time, the number of people gathered by the major powers of the ancient desolation was not small. The people of the Western Buddhist land were obviously excluded by the major powers of the ancient desolation. Gu Fei and the others didn't see the bald figures of the Western Buddhist land. The people of the 100 races of the Southern Desolation also didn't appear. The Great Desolation world seemed to be an extraterritorial world discovered by the major powers of the ancient desolation. The Western Buddhist land and the 100 races of the Southern Desolation were excluded. However, the old tortoise had barged in. No one knew how he did it. The ancient heaven gate was fixed high up in the sky. An indescribable aura was emitted from the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate was wide open, like a devil's nest that could devour everything. The legendary path to heaven behind the ancient heaven gate was shrouded in immortal chi. Divine light flickered, making it look illusory and real. It had a great attraction, causing everyone to rush in. "Big brother, we can't wait any longer," He Tian said. The surroundings were quiet and there was no one around. Everyone had entered the ancient heaven gate and stepped on the path to heaven. "Don't you think it's strange?" Gu Fei's expression was solemn. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. "What's strange about it? If we don't go in, it'll be too late." He Tian couldn't sit still any longer. "It's too quiet." "In that case, let's go in," Gu Fei said. Swish! A black shadow flickered. After receiving Gu Fei's nod, He Tian immediately rushed out. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he would have entered the ancient heaven gate with the others. "This guy." Little Qing shook his head. He Tian wasn't a reckless person, but this time, even he couldn't stay calm. Could it be that the ancient heaven gate was really a gate that could lead to heaven? He Tian was really anxious. Gu Fei and the others followed closely behind He Tian. He Tian didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the ancient heaven gate. "He's in a hurry to reincarnate," Little Qing said. "It's rare that he's willing to rush in front this time," Balan said. He Tian was usually lazy and always wanted to take advantage of others, but this time, he was very active. The moment they entered the ancient heaven gate, a pungent smell of blood filled their noses. The back of the ancient heaven gate was covered in blood. That was the blood of immortals and gods. It was bright red and dazzling, as if it had just been splashed on the gate. Inside the ancient heaven gate, immortal chi surged and divine light flickered. This was a passage built with endless divine power and immortal chi. It was endless, and no one knew where it led to. This was a passageway opened up by a supreme magical power. In front of the passageway, there was a special aura and ripples, as if there really was a new world in front of them. Inside the ancient heaven gate, there was nothing but blood. Dozens of immortals, including a celestial being realm immortal emperor, had fallen in the ancient heaven gate. Everything on their bodies had been obliterated by the extreme killing intent, leaving only blood. He Tian didn't stop and rushed forward. In his skull, there was a divine pearl that emitted a vast power of stars, protecting him. It was a sacred treasure from the Beitang family. Gu Fei killed Beitang Yu and obtained it, but he gave it to He Tian. The power of stars swirled around He Tian, and the void around him was filled with specks of starlight. It was as if he was standing in the middle of a starry sky. He Tian was in front, and Gu Fei and the others were behind. After rushing for nearly 100 miles, there was a light in front of them. They were almost at the exit. Is it really the heavenly realm in front of us? Gu Fei and the others rushed out of the passage, and were immediately attracted by the scenery in front of them. It was like a dream. There was a beautiful lake in front of them, like a huge blue gem embedded in the ground. The appearance of Gu Fei and the others had startled hundreds of unknown immortal birds by the lake. Around the lake, the scenery was picturesque, with wisterias and flowers blooming like brocade. Bursts of refreshing fragrance wafted over from time to time, and the surroundings were filled with fine trees and lush greenery. It was simply an otherworldly paradise. Chapter 851. Heavenly Realm. Spiritual chi lingered in the air. The spiritual chi here was even denser than in the chaotic ancient world. It was the densest spiritual chi among all the places Gu Fei had seen so far. It seemed that only the legendary heavenly realm could have such a scene. There's someone in the lake. Suddenly, Baron's voice rang out beside Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this and hurriedly looked towards the lake in front of him. Indeed, there was a person floating in the lake. Judging from his clothes, he should be someone from the ancient Desolation faction. What's going on? Xiaoqing and He Tian also woke up from their intoxication. There was actually someone in the lake in front of them. It was really a wet blanket, ruining the atmosphere of this paradise. Boom! At this moment, a spiritual peak in the distance suddenly exploded. Dust rose high into the sky. Two powerful auras spread out, making one's heart palpitate. There were peerless figures fighting in the distance. The sudden change shocked Gu Fei and the others. Even in a place like a paradise, there were battles. Furthermore, they were battles between peerless geniuses. Endless black chi covered half the sky. A terrifying figure appeared in the black chi like a peerless demon, emitting a terrifying aura that made the world tremble. In the boundless black chi, a seven-colored lotus bloomed in the void. The celestial spiritual chi was vast and mighty, almost dispersing the black chi in the sky. In the seven-colored lotus stood a fairy. She was like a fairy of heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. She shook the heaven and earth, dispersing the black chi. That is, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. Gu Fei and the rest were shocked again. They recognized the peerless figure standing in the seven-colored lotus. It was one of the four almighties of the current era, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. How can there be such a terrifying demon here? Gu Fei said. He sensed that the black chi in the sky was very demonic and lifeless. The person fighting with the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was definitely not a good person. Swish! Swish! Swoosh! Gu Fei and the others soared into the sky and flew forward. At this time, many figures appeared in the vicinity. These were the people who had entered this world before Gu Fei and the others. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered that there were many corpses lying on the ground in this beautiful place, and there was a trace of the smell of blood lingering in the air. This is the heaven realm. No way! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was clearly an immortal land. And yet, a cultivator had fallen within it. This was absolutely inexcusable. Bam! Another spiritual peak in the distance suddenly collapsed as well. Amidst the dust and rocks that soared into the sky, a beam of divine light soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Swoosh! 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 Cries of surprise could be heard. Divine rainbows immediately rushed out from the mountains and chased after the beam of divine light. It was a spiritual treasure, comparable to the sacred weapon of a mighty figure. Even a mighty figure would be envious of such a sacred treasure. At least 100 divine rainbows rushed out from the mountains and rushed towards the spiritual treasure. There seemed to be many cave mansions hidden in this area. People were constantly discovering the cultivation places left by cultivators. However, these places were not good places. There was great danger in them. Most of the cave mansions left by predecessors had a killing formation set up to prevent people from taking away the things in the cave mansions. On top of a spiritual peak, there was an ancient palace. The palace had almost collapsed, but when an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm walked in, he instantly turned into dust and dissipated in the void. Along the way, Gu Fei had seen quite a number of cultivators fall one after another in this immortal land. Whether or not this place was the legendary celestial plane, no one knew. However, the fact that this world was constantly devouring the lives of cultivators and immortals was a fact that was for real. The Yao Tai Saintess and the evil spirit were fighting endlessly. The pressure they emitted was so strong that Gu Fei and the others did not dare to go near. Although they were hundreds of miles away, it was still shocking. This was a battle between mighty figures. It was extremely terrifying. Mountains were constantly collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the sky was pierced by the mighty figure's sacred weapon. No one dared to go near. Everyone seemed to be possessed. They searched every mountain, every valley, and even every lake and river. When someone found a treasure, they would cheer. Some even fought over a divine medicine that they found together. There were even people who spilled blood on the celestial ground. However, Gu Fei and the others did not sense the old turtle's aura. The old turtle had been in the ancient heaven gate for more than half a year. He had probably entered the depths of this part of the world. Before the situation was clear, Gu Fei and the others first had to understand the various aspects of this divine land. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be killed. The cultivators and immortals that had fallen were the best proof. Gu Fei and the others did not stop, nor did they join in the search for treasures of heaven and earth. They did not search for the cave abodes left by the predecessors. They flew directly out of the mountains. It had to be said that this divine land was too vast. Gu Fei and the others flew thousands of miles in advance, but they still did not walk out of the endless mountains. However, they could not sense the fluctuations of the battle between the Yao Tai Saintess and the terrible evil spirit. Compared to this endless world, the number of people who entered this part of the world from the untainted ancient world was too small. Thousands of miles away, no one could be seen. However, from time to time, there were incomparably powerful wild beasts walking in the mountains. Their roars were earth-shattering. Even Gu Fei and the others had to take a detour, not daring to provoke some of the wild beasts. That is, suddenly, Gu Fei and the others found that in the forest in front of them, there was a huge city looming in the fog. In this desolate mountain, a city appeared, which could not help but be shocking. Gu Fei and the others approached and found that it was a huge city located in a valley. In the valley, the spiritual qi surged, and the ground was filled with dragon qi. It was actually a dragon cave. The huge city was above the dragon cave, and it attracted the dragon qi of the earth and gathered the essence of heaven and earth. If one cultivated in the city, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort, and it was not inferior to the so-called cave abode. However, this was a huge city without any signs of life. The city was empty. Not to mention people, not even a shadow could be seen. This was an abandoned city. Gu Fei and the others stood in the sky outside the city, and they could see everything in the city. "How about we go in and have a look?" He Tian said. Such a huge city had been nourished by the dragon qi of the earth for countless years. Perhaps even a brick or a tile had become a divine object. "Don't tell me that you've taken a fancy to this huge city," Xiao Qing said. He, younger brother Qing knows me best," He Tian said with a smile. Refining a huge city was a good idea. If he succeeded, he would have a supreme treasure. This guy. Xiao Qing shook his head helplessly. "If you want to go in by yourself." Gu Fei frowned. Such a huge city might have unknown dangers inside. Back then, Gu Fei and the old turtle were almost trapped in a dead city in the virtual sky world. Chapter 852. Big brother, if you don't go in, how would I dare to go in? He Tian said. Gu Fei's divine tool of the extreme Tao was a life-saving treasure. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, although he couldn't display the divine tool of the extreme Tao, he could still use it to save his life. The divine city was located above the dragon's cave, so it was most likely not simple. This kind of divine city was probably filled with great dangers. He Tian didn't think he could break into this kind of divine city just because he had an almighty divine tool. The divine city was located above the dragon's cave in the valley. It was very old and full of vicissitudes. No one knew how long it had existed, and it was covered with traces of time erosion. Although Gu Fei had several divine tools, they had all been refined by him, so other people couldn't use them. Even if he lent them to He Tian wouldn't be able to use them. There's no harm in going in and taking a look, Gu Fei said. He had even broken into the city of death in the virtual sky world. Could this divine city be even more terrifying than the one in the virtual sky world? Big brother, I love it. He Tian almost hugged Gu Fei and cheered. Get lost. I'm not gay, and I don't want to mess with Brokeback Mountain. Gu Fei kicked He Tian, who was approaching him, not letting him get close. Big brother. Are we really going in? Xiaoqing said with a solemn expression. The dragon vein of the divine city was unusual, so the city was most likely dangerous. Brother Qing, when did you become so timid? He Tian interrupted before Gu Fei could say anything. He was afraid that Gu Fei would change his mind. Humph. Xiaoqing glared at He Tian. He was a bit displeased, but he was thinking, could there really be some treasures in the city? Otherwise, why is this guy in such a hurry to go in? Balan didn't make a sound because he knew that with Gu Fei around, there was absolutely no need to worry about their lives. Of course, it would be a different story if a great expert attacked them. Gu Fei did not say anything. All he did was take out the mountain and river cauldron. However, at this moment, the gigantic city in front of them started shaking. Rumble, the divine city shook, and the entire valley shook as well. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountains around the valley, startling countless birds and causing the beasts in the forest to flee in all directions. What happened? Gu Fei and the others did not hesitate and immediately left the valley. They stood high up in the sky outside the valley and looked at the giant city in front of them. It was as if something was about to charge out from the bottom of the city. The entire city seemed like it was about to be knocked away. The earth trembled and a towering baleful aura emanated from the bottom of the city. Roar! A roar could be heard from the bottom of the city, as if a prehistoric beast had awakened. The baleful aura filled the air. A deep roar could be heard from the bottom of the city. Although the roar wasn't loud, it was earth-shattering. It was like the rumbling of a heavenly drum, causing one's soul to tremble. When Gu Fei and the others heard the roar, their faces changed. Even Gu Fei could feel the blood in his body churning. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others almost fell from the sky. Is this god city really suppressing a terrifying savage beast? He Tian said in shock. The earth was a dragon's cave, and the dragon's aura was gathering. It was very likely that a powerful Xiantian beast was born. It seemed like someone had moved a divine city here before the beast was born, and suppressed it above the dragon's cave. This made it difficult for the beast to come out and cause chaos to the world. Bang! 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 A loud and deep sound could be heard coming from the ground. The entire divine city shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei's dantian emitted waves of the force of the heavens and earth, which shrouded the rift and isolated the terrifying aura and the roar. The crowd let out sighs of relief. This was the benefit of cultivating an inner world. It allowed one to use the force of the heavens and earth to seal the rift, isolating any unfavorable factors, and increasing the number of favorable factors. Bang! At that instant, following a deafening explosion, the tallest palace in the center of the divine city suddenly collapsed, as a figure burst out from it. Gu Fei and the others were shocked. They did not expect someone to be in the city. A chaotic godly orb floated above the figure's head, like a deity walking in the midst of chaos. The powerful aura it emitted was able to ignore the barrier of Gu Fei's inner world, causing the souls of Gu Fei and the others to tremble in astonishment. It's the celestial emperor from the Jiang clan of the ancients. Gu Fei and the others recognized the person who had burst out from the city. It was one of the four almighties of the clan of the ancients, the supreme celestial emperor of the Jiang clan. At that moment, the celestial emperor, who was undefeatable as long as the supreme saint did not show himself, seemed to be running for his life, as if there was an unimaginable being chasing after him. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from the city. The terrifying sound wave almost shattered the void. Ripples of space that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in circles. Cracks began to appear on the ancient divine city. A boundless murderous aura surged out from the collapsed palace in the center of the divine city, as if a peerless demon had been born. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei wrapped Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan with his inner world energy, and dashed far away using the 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not enter the divine city just now. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. The terrifying existence that was suppressed under the divine city could only be resisted by an extreme divine weapon that displayed the might of the extreme path. That was an existence that even the almighties were afraid of. An ancient martial technique. The celestial emperor of the Jiang clan glanced at Gu Fei and the others, who were dashing far away, and revealed a shocked expression. However, at that moment, an extremely powerful divine consciousness had already locked onto him. The celestial emperor of the Jiang clan knew that the terrifying being under the divine city would not let him go so easily. He did not have the time to care about Gu Fei and the others. Boom! The divine city shook and the ground quaked. A huge green beast claw grabbed at the celestial emperor of the Jiang clan from the divine city. The huge claw covered heaven and earth, and in an instant, even the sky was covered. Damn it! The celestial emperor of the Jiang clan was no longer calm. He activated the chaos divine pearl above his head, and chaotic energy surged. Swoosh! A beam of chaotic divine light shot out from the chaos divine pearl and pierced through the huge green claw. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into chaos. Bam! The chaotic divine light hit the green beast claw, but it could not penetrate it. However, it managed to stop the beast claw. The celestial emperor of the Jiang clan took the opportunity to retreat. He broke the void and escaped into the void. Roar! Chapter 853. What the hell is this place? This is definitely not the heaven realm. Could this be a cage? A heaven and earth cage. Gu Fei's heaven and earth energy enveloped Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan. Using the 8 desolation steps, they sprinted for thousands of miles before daring to stop. They landed on a small mountain. Old He, you definitely know something. Xiaoqing stared at He Tian and said. He had a vague feeling that He Tian knew something that they did not. At this time, the weather was originally bright and sunny, but the surroundings began to darken. Waves of cold air rose from the ground. The weather changed at a whim. It was extremely strange. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the huge change in the weather. Even Xiaoqing did not have time to ask He Tian. What's going on? No one knew what was happening, but everyone could feel the strangeness in this part of the world. The nearby heaven and earth grand trend was changing. Damn, who is this bastard? He Tian was proficient in formations, so he naturally knew how to observe the heaven and earth grand trend. When he saw the changing heaven and earth grand trend clearly, his voice trembled. Let's go. He Tian did not say much. He directly rushed into the sky and rushed towards the east. At this time, the whole world darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky. From time to time, there would be dazzling lightning flashes in the clouds. An extremely oppressive atmosphere shrouded the area. With He Tian opening the way, Gu Fei and the others rushed out at the critical moment when the heaven and earth grand trend had not completely formed. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again was like returning to the human world from hell. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone set up a trap before the primordial era. What a grand scheme. We need to leave this so-called heaven realm as soon as possible. He Tian said with incomparable seriousness. You really do know something. Xiao Qing said. Tell me, what's going on? Gu Fei looked at He Tian and said. This world was actually filled with traps and killing arrays. It was simply a boundless killing field. No matter where one went, one would have to be on tenterhooks. He Tian pondered for a while before saying, legend has it that during the primordial era, there was a world that was exiled. All the most evil people were exiled to that world. You mean, this so-called heaven realm is that world? Xiao Qing said in surprise. Everyone who heard He Tian's words could not calm down. This was a place of exile. The great beasts of the primordial era. If that's the case, then I really can't stay here anymore. If a great calamity from the primordial era were to suddenly jump out, perhaps even the almighty beings of the present era would have a headache. The great ominous beasts of the desolate era, even if they were trapped for countless years, as long as they did not die, they would still be incomparably terrifying existences. The unknown existence in the divine city just now was a terrifying existence that even the celestial emperor of the Jiang family of the desolate era would have a change of expression. There was nothing more to say. No wonder there were so many ruins in this world, and so many dilapidated cave residences. It turned out that this was actually a heaven cage. Those imprisoned here were not ordinary criminals, but great calamities from the primordial era. Some of the great calamities from the primordial era had been trapped for countless years and could not be any more dead. Their flesh and blood had probably turned into dust. However, some great calamities from the primordial era had survived. If such existences were trapped here, the consequences would be unimaginable. After Gu Fei and the others discussed for a while, they unanimously agreed to leave this heaven cage. He Tian did not persist any longer, as he could not wait to leave this damned place. He Tian was an array formation grandmaster, and he was the best at observing the general situation of the world. With He Tian clearing the way in front, Gu Fei and the others felt much more at ease. They were too far away from the spatial passageway that led to this world. It was not something that could be done in a short time if they wanted to rush back now. Moreover, they could not run around randomly at this time. Otherwise, they could barge into the territory of a great calamity from the primordial era at any time and trigger a terrifying killing intent. After walking for a few hundred miles, Gu Fei and the others saw almost no traces of ruins on a mountain. When they passed by a short mountain, they saw an ancient temple on the mountain. Whenever they encountered these ancient ruins, Gu Fei and the others would avoid them from afar and did not dare to approach them. However, even so, they still encountered trouble at the side of a pool. A strange beast from the primordial era that had been trapped in the pool rushed out and almost swallowed He Tian. Fortunately, this strange beast had been trapped for too long. It had been so long that its formation had been worn down by the passage of time. The strange beast was actually extremely weak and was killed on the spot by Gu Fei's violet gold divine sword. This strange beast had actually managed to survive until now. It was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying this strange beast was during the primordial era. However, this strange beast was very unlucky to have encountered Gu Fei and the others. This was a small interlude. Gu Fei and the others continued forward. In the mountains, there were dangers everywhere. Gu Fei and the others had no choice but to be careful. When they were about 1,000 miles away from the ancient heaven gate, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of a short mountain. The short mountain was a few hundred feet tall. In front of the short mountain, there was a pitch-black stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were a few large characters carved in flamboyant calligraphy. These were not the characters that were commonly used in the Tinglong continent. Instead, they were an ancient character that had been lost. These characters were too ancient. They were the common characters in the primordial era. However, among Gu Fei and the others, no one could recognize the characters on the stone tablet. However, this was not a problem for Gu Fei and the others. This was because they could sense an indescribable fluctuation from the characters. It was a very mysterious feeling. How is this possible? This is a tomb. That's impossible. How could there be a tomb here? Although Gu Fei and the others could not recognize the ancient characters on the stone tablet, they knew what they meant. However, from the ancient characters, Gu Fei and the others could sense a faint fluctuation. This fluctuation was similar to divine sense, allowing Gu Fei and the others to understand the meaning of the ancient characters. The cultivation of the person who had written those ancient words had probably surpassed the almighty realm. Even after countless years, the words he had written still had a trace of mysterious fluctuations left behind. The tomb of a martial ancestor. Gu Fei's voice trembled. He could not believe that the short mountain in front of them was actually a tomb, and it was the tomb of a legendary supreme martial ancestor. Chapter 854. The Tomb of the Martial Ancestor. This was enough to shock everyone to the extreme. The martial ancestor was a supreme saint from the ancient times. His battle strength was invincible in this world. The martial progenitor was a supreme martial artist, and his tomb was right in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei and the others stood in front of the tombstone, speechless for a long time. How is this possible? That's the martial progenitor, the invincible martial progenitor. How did he die here? There were only a few hills in the surrounding area. It was not a beautiful place. As for this tomb, it was too simple. There was only a small hill and a stone tablet with 4 ancient characters carved on it. It was hard to believe that the martial progenitor was buried in this small hill. Impossible. Why would the martial progenitor's tomb appear in the land of exiles? He Tian murmured. Anyone would be dumbfounded by the meaning of the ancient words on the tombstone. A supreme martial progenitor's corpse would not rot even after his death. Furthermore, the corpse would still have a powerful aura of the martial progenitor. The corpse of a supreme martial saint was not something anyone could get close to. Even the almighty experts would not be able to get close to it, let alone Gu Fei and the others. However, this small hill didn't emit any aura. If it wasn't for the stone tablet in front of the small hill, who would know that this small hill was a tomb? Is this hill really the martial progenitor's tomb? Gu Fei said. He would not believe it. He had obtained the succession of the martial progenitor and came to the martial progenitor's tomb. How could he not sense anything? I don't know. He Tian said. Supreme martial saints were invincible. Only the innate gods and demons could be their opponents. Furthermore, supreme martial saints were already legendary existences in the ancient times. No one knew what had happened in the ancient times that caused the supreme martial saints to disappear. The heavens and earth underwent a great change, preventing immortals and gods from ascending. Some speculated that there was a great conspiracy behind the destruction of the primordial world, the extinction of the sages, and the great change of the heavens and earth. Only the supreme martial saints and innate gods and demons were qualified to use the heavens and earth as a chessboard. Won't we know once we dig this hill? Xiao-Qing suddenly said. Gu Fei and Erebus were both startled by little Qing's words. Dig up this small hill. Although they did not believe that this was the tomb of the martial progenitor, Xiao-Qing's suggestion was too shocking. No one in history had ever done something as crazy as digging up the grave of a supreme saint. Let's dig it up and take a look. Balan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He took a step forward and punched the pitch-black tombstone. No! He Tian tried to stop him, but it was too late. Bam! Baron's fist violently smashed against the stone tablet. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The 4 ancient characters on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life, emitting a frightening aura that made people's hearts tremble in fear. The 4 ancient characters were drawn with iron and silver hooks. Each stroke was like a small dragon leaping and dancing in the air. The strokes of the 4 ancient characters turned into small black dragons that rushed out from the stone tablet. Bang! The tombstone shuddered violently as a terrifying force burst out from it. Balan was sent flying by the sudden force. Roar! A series of dragon roars could be heard as the strokes of the 4 ancient words rose into the sky, activating the force of the heavens and earth, causing them to grow rapidly. In just an instant, the sky above the martial progenitor's tomb was filled with over 10 black dragons the size of a mountain. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel a great sense of danger. Damn it, it's another trap. He Tian's expression changed, and the soul flame in his skull pulsed violently. He now understood that someone had set up a trap, and this trap had trapped them. Whoosh! Balan returned from the distance. He was in a miserable state, with blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. His right fist was badly mutilated, which served as an indication of how powerful the impact was. Balan possessed the strength of the 9th layer Immortal God Realm, a peak expert of the Immortal God Realm. Roar! Dragon roars could be heard in the sky as over 10 giant black figures sealed off the surroundings, triggering the force of the heavens and earth. The entire place was filled with a ferocious aura. A destructive force was gathering rapidly. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared above Gu Fei's head. He immediately summoned the mountain and river cauldron, which stabilized the surrounding space and repelled the terrifying power surging towards him from all directions. Rumble, black lightning struck down from the sky, tearing apart the void and striking at Gu Fei and the others. However, when it got close to Gu Fei and the others, the black lightning dissipated into the void. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, although he was unable to unleash the full power of the mountain and river cauldron, he could still use it to protect his life. At that moment, a crack appeared on the hill in front of Gu Fei and the others. A towering ferocious aura surged out from the crack. A terrifying presence had awakened. A pitch-black coffin floated in the black aura, emitting a terrifying aura that struck fear in all living things. Damn it! This is not the tomb of a martial progenitor, but a peerless ominous tomb. He Tian said. He quickly divined to find a way out of the place. He Tian was divining the force of the heavens and earth. Eastern extremity, southern extremity, western extremity, northern extremity, 4 extremity. He Tian's voice trembled. This was the land of the 4 extremities. He continued divining in all directions. Extremity, extremity in all directions. He Tian was extremely shocked as he divined step by step. He had divined the force of the heavens and earth, but he could not find a way to survive in all directions. This is a situation of absolute annihilation. In the end, He Tian came to a shocking conclusion. All directions in all directions were dead ends. Can we break it? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Dozens of black dragons circled in the sky. On the ground, the tombs cracked open, and the coffin floated in the boundless aura of death. The destructive force surged from all directions, causing Gu Fei to feel great pressure. A sure death situation in the heavens and earth. Unless you're able to unleash the power of the mountain and river cauldron, which is equivalent to the full power of a supreme saint, you might not be able to break it. The person who set up this trap was definitely a peerless genius. He set up this trap with the intention of trapping those big shots. Even if the current generation supreme experts were to barge in here, they would probably be buried here. The tomb of a martial progenitor was an irresistible attraction to everyone. Who wouldn't want the succession of the martial progenitor? At the very least, they would be able to obtain one or two items used by the martial progenitor by digging up the tomb. The martial progenitor's corpse alone was enough to make any martial progenitor go crazy. However, if anyone were to touch the fake tomb, they would immediately trigger the sure death situation in the heavens and earth. Their bodies and soul would be destroyed by the force of the sure death. Chapter 855. The 10-directional total annihilation was the most powerful and terrifying heaven and earth killing trap since the Antiquity era. Even if a powerful being were to barge into this killing trap, he or she would be turned into ashes. The person who set up the 10-directional total annihilation trap was probably going to deal with a supreme saint. However, Gu Fei and the others had barged in and triggered this heaven and earth killing trap. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook and endless darkness shrouded the area. The tombs cracked open and evil chi soared into the sky. A black coffin floated in the endless death chi. The black coffin emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a terrifying king of darkness was awakening. It was extremely terrifying and evil. In the dark sky, huge figures could be seen from time to time. Black lightning constantly bombarded the mountain and river cauldron. Each lightning was as big as a mountain. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook and the primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and the others. No matter how hard the heaven and earth outside collapsed, it would not hurt Gu Fei and the others. The power of the 10-directional total annihilation trap started to operate. The destructive power surged towards Gu Fei and the others from all directions, trapping them in a space of less than 100 feet. This terrifying heaven and earth killing trap attracted the power of the heaven and earth. It was the power of the heaven and earth. Gu Fei and the others could not resist it at all. They could only use the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The power of the heaven and earth had already sealed the area. It was impossible for Gu Fei and the others to rush out. There was no chance of survival in all directions. How could they rush out? Roar! A loud roar came from the dark clouds that pressed down from the sky. Every stroke of the 4 ancient characters turned into a black dragon. The black dragon attracted the power of the heavenly spirit chi. The yin tomb attracted the earth evil chi. The heavenly spirit chi and the earth evil chi could destroy everything in the 10-directional total annihilation trap. This was a veritable inescapable net. Gu Fei and the rest, who were trapped in the 10-way extermination trap, were truly at a dead end. Fortunately, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron, an extreme saint weapon that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth. If it was anyone else who had barged into this killing trap, they would have been killed. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook, and a pitch-black beast claw broke through the black mist, directly grabbing at the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. The black beast claw was as big as a mountain, enveloping a part of the void. Boundless heavenly astral energy poured down from the beast claw, shaking the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! The terrifying beast claw tore through the void and viciously grabbed onto the mountain river cauldron. The heavens and earth shook. The gigantic beast claw wanted to grab the mountain river cauldron away. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron let out a loud sound, and primordial chaos energy surged out of the mountain and river cauldron, as if a chaotic world was evolving within it. An extremely powerful force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, annihilating even the void. The beast claw that was grabbing onto the mountain and river cauldron was directly shaken off. "Big brother, what should we do?" Junior Qing asked in a deep voice. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. "Old He, what can we do?" Gu Fei did not answer Junior Qing, but asked He Tian instead. This method of borrowing the power of the world was He Tian's strength. This was because the formation borrowed the power of the world to draw upon the power of the world to kill the enemy. There is no way to break the 10-way extermination trap, unless a supreme saint personally comes. Mahakala sighed. The person who set up this ambush did so for the sake of killing his enemies. He definitely wouldn't leave any chance of survival. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? At this time, Balan also became nervous. At this time, the black coffin that was floating amidst the endless death chi suddenly trembled, and the baleful aura emitted from the black coffin instantly multiplied. The terrifying aura of the 10-way extermination trap almost suffocated everyone. If it were not for the mountain and river cauldron, a supreme saint artifact, protecting everyone, the 10-way extermination trap's aura would have been enough to kill them. Using the supreme saint artifact consumed a lot of yuan qi, and Gu Fei's yuan qi was constantly being sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron. If it were not for his internal power of the world continuously replenishing his yuan qi, he would have already been sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron. We can't go on like this. He Tian said. What should we do? Everyone became anxious. The 10-way extermination trap had left no chance of survival, and the whole area had become a dead land. The power of the heavenly dipper and earthly evil had sealed the area, so it would be difficult for Gu Fei and the others to rush out. Rumble, the power of the 10-way extermination trap was still increasing rapidly, and the whole world seemed to be suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron gradually. Seeing this scene, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked. The mountain and river cauldron, which suppressed the mountains and rivers of the world, was suppressed by the power of the 10-way extermination trap, so one could imagine how terrifying the power of the 10-way extermination trap was. Bang! At this time, the lid of the huge black coffin suddenly flew up, and a terrible death chi surged out of the huge coffin. The death chi soared to the sky. Amidst the endless death chi, a terrifying evil corpse walked out of the giant coffin. The evil corpse emitted a terrifying aura. The endless pressure of the heaven and earth was so great that people's bodies were in pain, and they almost broke. It was just an evil corpse, but it had such a terrible power. It can't be. He Tian's jaw dropped to the ground, and he was shocked to the extreme. This evil corpse was definitely an existence that surpassed the Almighty when it was alive. Otherwise, its aura would not be so strong even after death. The aura of this evil corpse was much stronger than all the death creatures that He Tian had seen before. Damn it! Gu Fei roared, and his dantian suddenly emitted endless divine light, and the vast power of the world surged out of his dantian. The power of the world enveloped everyone, including the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The evil corpse that walked out of the huge coffin let out an earth-shattering roar, and the world seemed to collapse under this roar, and the mountain and river cauldron was almost shaken away. The evil corpse directly pounced on Gu Fei and the others, and the monstrous death chi surged towards Gu Fei and the others, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies shivered. Everyone sensed the danger. Swish! At this critical moment, the divine light flashed, and the void distorted. The space seemed to collapse, and the figures of Gu Fei and the others disappeared in the void. Chapter 856. The all-annihilation heaven and earth killing formation was too terrifying. It left no chance of survival and destroyed everything. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others had no choice but to hide in their inner worlds. Gu Fei was different. He cultivated two inner worlds. One was in the sea of consciousness of the Mudpill Palace between his eyebrows, and the other was in the Dantian. The inner world in the sea of consciousness was the chaotic origin embryo that Gu Fei had obtained from the mountain and river cauldron. He had refined that chaotic origin embryo into an inner world. The other inner world in the Dantian was the divine land that Gu Fei had refined from the Shen clan's ancestor, Li Xuandao, into his body. It had become his second inner world. In addition, Gu Fei had also refined the origin world bead of the Hell Path into his body. He could use the power of the hell path. It could be said that the current Gu Fei controlled the power of the three major worlds. The location of the origin world bead of the hell path was a little special. It had actually been refined into Gu Fei's heart. The power of the hell path's heaven and earth would spread from his heart to the rest of his body. With the three major worlds continuously providing power to Gu Fei, there was no possibility of Gu Fei's divine power drying up. It could be said that his divine power was endless. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really different. Since ancient times, no one had had such a fortuitous encounter. Gu Fei seemed to be blessed by the heavens. Gu Fei's dantian was connected to a divine land. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were in a picturesque valley. Pavilions and terraces decorated the side of a mirror-like lake. Immortal grasses and divine trees could be seen everywhere. Above the lake, there were red-crowned cranes flying. A faint mist lingered over the lake. Even the celestial realm could not compare to such a scene. In a pavilion by the lake, Gu Fei and the others sat around a stone table. "Big brother, what should we do? We can't stay here forever." Xiao Qing was a little anxious. They had actually been forced to hide in their inner worlds. This seemed to be the first time. "Let's wait. At the very least, I'll enter the Naraka realm," Gu Fei said. His expression was still calm. Things had not reached a dead end yet. He still had a backup plan. Enter the Hell Realm. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. At most, they could enter the Hell Path and exit from the exit. Although this was a little troublesome, it was definitely better than being trapped in one place. When Gu Fei was refining the Hell Path's origin world bead, he had also refined 4 boundary steels that could connect to the Hell Path and then enter the Hell Path. Now, He Tian and Xiao Qing had 1 boundary stone in their hands. The other was in the hands of Old Tortoise. As for the last boundary stone, Gu Fei wanted to give it to the most important person in his life. He had wanted to give it to Zhao Ziru, but she had gone into seclusion at this time. As long as they activated a trace of the Hell Path's origin energy contained in the boundary stone, Xiao Qing, He Tian, and the others could enter the Hell Path. However, the boundary stone was equivalent to the key to enter the Hell Path. They could only enter but not leave. This was also the reason why Xiao Qing and the others would never use this trump card unless it was a matter of life and death. It should be known that it was easy to enter the Hell Path, but it was not easy to come out of it. Moreover, the exit of the Hell Path was in the desolate land of the far west. The distance between the western region and the eastern land was more than tens of thousands of miles. Even if a cultivator could fly, it would probably take more than 10 years to travel from the western region to the eastern land. The Tinglong continent was too vast. The 4 major domains of the Tinglong continent could only be connected through the super teleportation formation. The super teleportation formation was in the hands of the major forces and sections. An ordinary cultivator might not even be able to travel through the 4 major domains in his lifetime. Don't worry. After we enter the inner world of Boss, the all-annihilation trap might collapse on its own, said He Tian. Balan, how are your injuries? Gu Fei suddenly asked Balan. Balan had suffered a significant impact when he punched the tombstone. I'm fine. Balan was still a man of few words and was very direct. At this time, his injured right hand had already recovered. At his cultivation level, no matter how injured his body was, as long as his spiritual soul did not dissipate, he would be able to recover. A great demon at the 9th heaven of Immortal realm would not die so easily. It's good that you're fine. Gu Fei retracted his gaze. Balan was a fire Qilin, a divine beast of the fire element. Although he was not an innate divine beast, he possessed talents that ordinary demon cultivators did not have, and his body was extremely strong. Just as Gu Fei and the others entered the inner world, a figure silently appeared outside the all-annihilation trap as if he had appeared out of thin air. The person was wearing a purple robe with a dragon crown on his head. He looked majestic, but he was a middle-aged man with the aura of a ruffian. This person was the old tortoise who had entered this forsaken world for more than half a year. The all-annihilation trap emitted a monstrous murderous aura. A part of the world was filled with rolling black chi and surging murderous aura. The terrifying aura of destruction made one's heart palpitate. Huge figures could be vaguely seen in the endless black clouds. Occasionally, some scales and claws could be seen. Roar! Earth-shattering roars could be heard from the darkness ahead. Blood-colored light flickered inside, and an aura that made the old tortoise's expression change came from inside. The old tortoise was shocked when he saw the scene before him. The all-annihilation trap. Who is it? Who set up this all-annihilation trap? The old tortoise was even more frightened when he recognized the trap. Is the person who set up this all-annihilation trap trying to trick a supreme saint? The old tortoise mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. I can sense Xiaoqing's aura. Are they trapped inside? The old tortoise stretched out his hand and an ancient seal appeared in his hand. It floated above his palm and was covered in cracks as if it could collapse at any time. This was the Grand Sovereign Seal refined by the supreme expert of the demon race, the Grand Sovereign. Whoosh! The Grand Sovereign Seal soared into the sky from Erebus's hand, growing to the size of a mountain. It emanated a terrifying and powerful pressure. This was a pressure that could cause everything in the world to tremble. Extreme godly might. The Thai Sovereign Seal displayed its extreme godly might, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! The Grand Sovereign Seal smashed into the all-annihilation trap. The black chi that shrouded the world was immediately dispelled by the terrifying power of the Grand Sovereign Seal. Within the black clouds, dozens of huge black dragons that were like winding mountains also collapsed, dissipated, and returned to nothingness. The 10 Directions Annihilation shocking killing formation was shaken. An opening was smashed open, and the situation inside could be seen. Chapter 857. Rumble. It was as if the sky and earth were sinking. The Thai Sovereign Seal displayed its godly power and dispersed the black aura that shrouded 1,000 miles of land, creating a gap in the deadly trap. The scene inside the all-destructive trap appeared in front of the old tortoise. Boundless murderous aura surged inside, emitting a peerless murderous intent. The destructive power could wipe out all living things. It was the all-destructive trap. In the sky above a short mountain that had cracked open, there was a huge black coffin floating. Boundless earth baleful energy gushed out from the mountain, and a terrifying figure stood on top of the huge coffin. Roar! The figure seemed to have sensed the threat from the Thai Sovereign Seal. He raised his head and roared. The terrifying sound waves spread out and shook the sky and earth. Bang! That figure raised his hand and struck the sky, shattering the void. He struck an extremely terrifying blow at the Thai Sovereign Seal, actually clashing head-on with it. This old tortoise was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The guy in the 10-directional annihilation trap was actually going head-on against the Tai Huang Seal, which was the ultimate godly power. That was insane. Boom! The Thai Sovereign Seal unleashed its divine might, suppressing the power of the 10-directional annihilation formation. The entire formation was on the verge of collapsing. The right arm of the silhouette turned into ashes in an instant. Together with the coffin, they were smashed into the crack of the short mountain. He only lost an arm. The old tortoise was shocked. The person only lost an arm under the attack of the godly power of the extreme Tao. In the primordial era, only a saint of the extreme Tao could go head-on against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Only a saint of the extreme Tao could go head-on against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Could that person be the corpse of a saint of the extreme Tao? The old tortoise mumbled to himself. However, he soon shook his head. If that person was the corpse of a saint of the extreme Tao, he wouldn't have lost an arm while going head-on against the godly power of the extreme Tao. Could it be the corpse of a great calamity from the primordial era? That's possible. The old tortoise thought to himself, in the distant past, many fearsome beings were exiled to this abandoned world. The corpse in the 10-directional annihilation was definitely not the corpse of a supreme saint. If it wasn't a supreme saint, then only a primordial great ferocious body would be so strong. Legend had it that some great primordial vicious beings were innate deities that were born between heaven and earth. They were incomparably powerful and moved about unhindered in the great wasteland. Very few people could restrain them. Just which savage from the primordial era was buried here? The old tortoise was bewildered. He was a great demon from ancient times, one of the 9 sons of the supreme demon ancestor, so his knowledge was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. The person who set up this 10-direction annihilation trap was really generous. He actually found the corpse of an immemorial fierce man and used it as an evil object to trigger the earth evil chi. Muffled roars came from the ground, and death chi filled the air. The evil corpse that was suppressed by the Grand Sovereign Seal actually showed signs of breaking out of the ground. They weren't trapped by the death trap. When the old tortoise saw that Gu Fei and the others were not in the 10-direction annihilation trap, he immediately stopped the Grand Sovereign Seal's sinking momentum. The Grand Sovereign Seal's divine power could indeed break the 10-direction annihilation trap, but the old tortoise did not want to do so. After all, it was not easy to completely break this trap. The old tortoise did not want to do useless things. It's none of my business who was unlucky enough to be trapped by this trap. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He was not a good person, so he would never do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The old tortoise withdrew the Grand Sovereign Seal, and the divine power of the extreme Tao quickly retreated into the Grand Sovereign Seal. After excavating 9 tombs for half a year, I only obtained half a divine weapon of a mighty being. I hope there will be something good in the 10th tomb. After all, it is that guy's tomb. The old tortoise muttered to himself. It turned out that he had been a grave robber for the past half a year. He specialized in robbing the tombs of the immemorial fierce men, but it seemed that he did not obtain anything good. The immemorial fierce men were exiled to this world, and most of them were imprisoned in this world by supreme experts. These fierce men were all extremely vicious and evil. After being imprisoned for countless years, some died, and even if some did not die, they were on the verge of death. Mysterious yellow. There should be something good in your tomb. The old tortoise said and directly disappeared into the void. At this time, the 10-direction annihilation formation was activated again. Black chi gathered from all directions and once again shrouded heaven and earth. Huge figures could be vaguely seen in the black chi. Boom! The short mountain in the middle of the 10-direction annihilation formation suddenly exploded. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and in the endless death chi, a terrifying figure rushed out from the ground. Roar! The terrifying evil corpse stood in the endless death chi and roared. The heaven and earth shook, and the dark clouds rolled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, obliterating all living beings in all directions. At this time, Gu Fei and the others, who had hidden in their inner worlds, had already found their own places to cultivate. They did not know when the 10-direction annihilation formation would stop, so they could only wait. However, they could not do nothing while waiting. In that case, he could only cultivate. There were several divine springs of life in Gu Fei's divine land, which condensed endless life essence. He Tian sat cross-legged beside one of the divine springs, inhaling and exhaling the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and cultivating the yin-yang technique. Yin and yang chi intertwined on He Tian's body, and there was a faint yin-yang divine diagram on He Tian's body. On top of a spiritual peak, a green figure sat cross-legged. A divine pearl floated above the figure's head, emitting the mighty fluctuations of the true dragon chi. This was a dragon pearl, and the person sitting cross-legged on top of the spiritual peak was Shao Qing. In this divine land full of spirit chi, a figure surrounded by fiery chi sat cross-legged in a beautiful valley, and waves of heat spread out from the valley. A red divine spear floated in front of the figure. The figure constantly injected pure fire elemental power into the divine spear, and the divine spear flickered with flames. Balan was refining a divine weapon. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on top of the highest mountain in this divine land, and an ancient cauldron floated in front of him, emitting an infinite ancient and vicissitude aura. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to refine his own weapon. The 9 Heaven Star Iron was an item exclusive to Supreme Saints, and it was an immortal divine material. A divine weapon refined with the 9 Heaven Star Iron would not be eroded by time, even if it was passed down through the ages. Time was the most terrifying killing weapon, and it was an invisible killing weapon. As long as there was enough time, even a divine weapon refined by an almighty would decay. Chapter 858. Immortal materials were the exclusive materials used by Supreme Saints to refine ultimate saint tools. They were extremely rare in the world and could not be found even if one searched the heavens and earth. In ancient times, not every saint of the Supreme Path could refine their own saint weapon of the Supreme Path because immortal materials were just too difficult to find. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was so good that even the heavens were envious of him. 9 Heaven Star Iron was a divine material that could only be found in outer space. Even Supreme Saints couldn't find such a divine material even if they searched for it. However, Gu Fei had obtained a mountain completely made of 9 Heaven Star Iron. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was time to refine his weapon. Everything was ready except for one last thing. Now, he even had an immortal material and obtained the true Yang Phoenix marrow from the land of death of the Phoenix. The true Yang flame could smelt all things in the world and was the divine flame exclusive to Supreme Saints. The dragon essence nurtured by the earth dragon chi and the phoenix marrow nurtured by the land of death of the phoenix, one yin and one yang. When the two converged, they could interweave into the world's great Tao. He Tian could use these two supreme treasures to regenerate his flesh and blood. However, Gu Fei wanted to use the true Yang flame to refine the 9 Heaven Star Iron, so He Tian could only wait. I want to refine my own ultimate saint weapon. Gu Fei sat cross-legged at the highest point of this divine land. He had already made up his mind. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. Under Gu Fei's control, the cauldron floating in front of Gu Fei spat out 2 divine beads, each the size of a fist. One of the divine beads was surrounded by divine flames, emitting endless heat. Even with the primordial chaos gas as a barrier, Gu Fei still felt like hot LNG was blowing on his face. Even the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The other divine bead was surging with dragon chi. There seemed to be tiny earthworm-like dragon shadows swimming on its surface. The dragon chi of the earth was vast and mighty. The divine pearl that contained the essence of the dragon and phoenix could change its size. It was already so miraculous even before it had been refined. If it had been refined, it would definitely become another Supreme Saint artifact. With the mountain river cauldron as the center, the aura emitted by the dragon essence and phoenix marrow spread out in all directions, and soon spread across the entire divine land. Are we going to start? On a spiritual peak, Shaoqing swallowed the dragon pearl floating in front of him, then turned to look in the direction of Gu Fei. Dragon essence and phoenix marrow, next to the heavenly spring, the yin-yang divine diagram on He Tian's body kept flickering. The soul flame in his skull was throbbing, emitting powerful soul fluctuations. Roar! A deep roar came from a valley filled with blazing flames. A scarlet qilin the size of a small mountain bathed in blazing flames stood up. Master, in the distance, in a mountain range shrouded in a thick death chi, 3 terrifying figures rushed out. Terrifying roars came from the mountain range, like the sorrowful cries of a group of ghosts, causing one's heart to palpitate. The aura of the dragon essence and phoenix marrow made the undead creatures uneasy. Gu Fei began to refine the immortal material, the 9 heaven star iron, which alarmed all the creatures in the divine land. Under the aura of the mountain river cauldron and the dragon essence and phoenix marrow, everyone's expression changed. Rumble. At this time, a small black mountain rose from the mountain river cauldron and was placed between the phoenix marrow and the dragon essence by Gu Fei. This way, Gu Fei could control the fire better. If the true yang divine fire emitted by the phoenix marrow was too strong, he could use the dragon essence qi to counteract the true yang divine fire. Moreover, under the refinement of these two kinds of essence qi, the 9 heaven star iron might be able to interweave the lines of the great Tao. The dragon essence and phoenix marrow, the yin-yang essence qi, when the two interweaved, they could evolve into the primitive world. In the ancient times, there was a great figure who cultivated the yin and yang, swallowed the sun and the moon, and finally became an invincible saint. Boom! The fist-sized phoenix marrow pearl emitted a monstrous fire. Gu Fei drew the power of the divine pearl and drew the true yang divine fire to refine the 9 heaven star iron. Rumble. When the true yang divine fire pounced on the small mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron, the whole mountain shook. Under the smelting of the true yang divine fire, although the 9 heaven star iron was shaking, the surface of the small mountain did not seem to have any reaction. If it was an ordinary divine iron, it would have turned to ashes under the true yang divine fire. It is indeed worthy of being an immortal material. Gu Fei thought. The 9 heaven star iron was the exclusive refining divine material of the extreme Tao saint. Even the true yang divine fire could not smelt it in a short time. Smelting the 9 heaven star iron was not an easy task. Gu Fei was already mentally prepared. He did not expect to be able to smelt the 9 heaven star iron into a liquid in a short time, although it would take a long time. Above the mountain peak, the divine fire was vast and mighty. The heat surged in all directions. The trees on the mountain peak gradually withered and lost their vitality. The primordial chaos qi emitted from the mountain river cauldron had greatly weakened the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire. However, the mountain peak where Gu Fei was located was still affected. At the top of the mountain peak, it was as if a dazzling sun had appeared. The power of the true yang was vast and mighty. Even the primordial chaos qi could not completely isolate the fluctuations emitted by the power of the true yang. 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The dazzling brilliance above the mountain peak did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Within the brilliance that resembled the sun, there was a divine pearl that emitted a clear brilliance like the moon. Those who had cultivated the heavens would also discover that there was a small black mountain floating between the two divine splendors. On the pitch-black mountain, there were some reddish-brown things. It was the impurities contained in the small mountain that had been smelted out. Even an immortal divine material like the 9 heaven star iron had impurities. It was not absolutely pure. Over the past half a month, the true yang fire had been constantly burning the small mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron. However, there was still no movement from the 9 heaven star iron. Could it be that even the true yang fire can't smelt the 9 heaven star iron? Gu Fei could not help but feel surprised. The true yang fire could smelt all things. It was the exclusive refining divine fire of extreme Tao sages. How could it not smelt the 9 heaven star iron? It looks like I have to raise this divine fire to its limits. If this divine fire was graded, the true yang fire could be divided into 9 grades. The divine fire that Gu Fei was currently using was at most a grade 3 divine fire. This level of divine fire would not be able to smelt the 9 heaven star iron. Only when the phoenix marrow divine pearl was able to display its full power could the true yang fire be raised to the formless, almost incorporeal ultimate divine fire. Raising the divine fire's grade would require more yuan qi. Fortunately, Gu Fei's divine power was endless. His yuan qi was as vast as the sea, so there was no need to worry about his yuan qi drying up. Gu Fei began to trigger the Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl's power. The Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl began to emit a powerful aura of life, as if a sleeping phoenix had awakened. Inside the pearl, one could vaguely see a phoenix rising from the ashes. The phoenix's divine power has been activated. Beside the divine spring, He Tian's expression changed again. He awoke from his cultivation state and stood up, looking in Gu Fei's direction. The aura of the divine beast, the phoenix, spread throughout the divine land, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Even Shaoqing and Balan's expressions changed. A phoenix cry resounded in the sky above Gu Fei's mountain peak. A divine bird flew out of the sun above the mountain peak and circled around it. The phoenix's aura was powerful to the extreme. It was not a true divine beast, but a phantom formed from the phoenix marrow essence. However, it was like a phoenix descending from the 9 heavens, causing all living things to tremble. The phoenix soared, divine fire burning the sky. The divine fire emitted by the phoenix phantom had already taken on a translucent form. Boundless heat spread out, causing the void to collapse and crack. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldrons shook again and again. Primordial chaos chi sealed the area, suppressing the void. Even so, all the trees and flowers on the mountain peak had withered and died. The top of the mountain was bare. All the trees had turned to dust and scattered on the ground. Even the rocks had cracked from the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire. At this time, although Gu Fei had already used the inner world's power to block the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire, he was still sweating profusely. It was as if he had just climbed out of water. The Phoenix Marrow divine bead emitted a brilliant divine light, but the Dragon Origin divine bead was dim. Gu Fei did not activate the power of the Dragon Origin divine bead. Now was not the time. On the top of the mountain, the phenomenon of the phoenix soaring lasted for a full half a month before it disappeared. At this time, the black mountain formed by the 9 heaven stars iron finally changed. The surface of the black mountain had melted into a black paste, but the entire black mountain had not completely melted into a liquid state and could not take the shape of a weapon. Over the past month, Gu Fei had constantly increased the power of the true yang divine fire. At the same time, he was thinking about what kind of divine weapon he could refine this mountain-sized 9 heaven stars iron into. Bell, seal, cauldron, sword, knife, mirror, staff, pagoda. All kinds of weapon shapes appeared in Gu Fei's mind. In the world of cultivation, most cultivators like to refine cauldrons, bells, pagodas, and other magic weapons. Therefore, the majority of cultivators and divine arts practitioners use such magical treasures. However, Gu Fei was not a cultivator, nor was he a divine arts practitioner. Weapons shaped like cauldrons, bells, pagodas were not suitable for him. He wanted to refine a warrior's divine weapon, not a divine weapon of the immortal Tao. Sword. That's right, it's a sword. The sword is the ancestor of all weapons. Let's refine a sword. Let's refine a 9 heaven stars sword. Gu Fei finally decided to refine the 9 heaven stars iron into a sacred sword. Chapter 859. Gu Fei was fully focused on refining his godly weapon in his inner world. He would not be going out for the time being. The peerless all-destructive formation outside came to a stop after half a month. Many people were aware of the existence of the formation, thus no one dared to enter the area within 1,000 li of the formation. The cracked tomb returned to its original appearance. The ancient runes on the tombstone were branded onto the tombstone, announcing to the crowd that it was the tomb of the martial progenitor. One could not help but admit that the words martial progenitor's tomb had attracted the attention of the crowd. It was extremely attractive to the cultivators. The tomb of the peerless supreme martial progenitor that dominated the primordial desolation era, anyone would be tempted by it. However, some people could not help but enter the tomb, and never came out again. Someone saw a heaven realm cultivator enter the tomb too, but he disappeared without even stirring a single LNG flower. Everyone knew that the heaven realm cultivator would never come out again. Even a heaven realm cultivator had died in there. The place had completely stunned everyone. No one dared to enter the place to search for the martial progenitor's tomb. Some people saw the Yao Tai saint standing on a 7-colored godly lotus nearby, while the old martial monarch of the Jiang clan had a chaotic divine orb floating above his head. Some even saw the Tao master of the atavistic Tao sect using his sacred weapon to launch a shocking attack at the martial progenitor's tomb as a test. The primordial desolation faction had existed for a long time, thus they had more than one martial monarch. Some of them had died, but they had left their sacred weapons behind. The atavistic Tao sect was said to be the succession of the supreme martial progenitor, thus it was not surprising that they had a few sacred weapons. The primordial desolation faction was not to be underestimated. The fact that they were able to survive until now without being destroyed by the merciless passage of time was enough to intimidate everyone. If even the martial monarchs were intimidated and did not dare to enter the place where the supreme martial progenitor was buried, the others would not dare to act recklessly. In the end, after the martial monarchs left, the rest of the cultivators that had entered the legendary heaven realm left too. No one was willing to commit suicide even though they knew they would die. Not long after, another earth-shattering event occurred in this abandoned world. The grave of the ancient peerless ferocious Xian Huang had been discovered in the depths of this world. The name Xian Huang, even in the great desolation of ancient times, would cause anyone's face to change at the mention of it. There were some super old-timers who had lived for countless years who seemed to know the origin of the ominous profound yellow. It was said that profound yellow was a great ominous being born from the profound yellow energy of heaven and earth. The innate great beasts born from the heavens and earth would cause the heavens and earth to change color as soon as they appeared, causing the earth to flow with rivers of blood. They were peerless great beasts in name and in reality. The martial ancestor was one thing, but the exceptional ominous Xianhuang tomb was different. That was because the Xianhuang tomb had refined a pagoda known as the Xianhuang pagoda. This pagoda was refined from the mysterious yellow energy of heaven and earth, and it was as heavy as 100,000 archaic divine mountains. It could crush heaven and earth, shatter the universe, and possess unmatched might. During the great desolation of ancient times, countless big shots had been crushed to death by this Xianhuang pagoda. Legend had it that this treasure had refined a connate true demon that had been born from heaven and earth. Although the martial ancestor was an extreme path martial saint, no one had ever heard of him refining any weapons. The ominous profound yellow was famous throughout the great desolation, and the power of the Xianhuang pagoda was obvious to all. Once the Xianhuang pagoda appeared, even an extreme path martial saint would have a headache. The ancient desolation forces naturally knew about the existence of the Xianhuang pagoda. The Xianhuang pagoda was refined from the profound yellow energy of heaven and earth. The profound yellow energy of heaven and earth was an immortal divine material that could not be destroyed even after thousands of years. Even if the ominous profound yellow died, the Xianhuang pagoda would not disappear. Therefore, the attention of all the ancient desolation forces was attracted by the Xianhuang tomb. Even the martial monarchs of the current era rushed into the depths of this world. In the depths of this abandoned world, a figure stood at the peak of a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Humph! Come on! As soon as the news of the Xianhuang tomb spread, it has indeed attracted those guys. The old tortoise stood on the peak of the mountain and laughed coldly. The news of the Xianhuang tomb's appearance was spread by him. This Xianhuang tomb still wants to trick people even when it's dead. The old tortoise sighed and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the vast world. The depths of this world were not a beautiful place. The sky was dark, and even the sun could not shine in, which made people feel extremely depressed. This so-called heavenly realm was just an abandoned world, not a paradise. The celestial qi was not as thick as the one Gu Fei and the others had seen when they first entered this world. Most of the scenes of celestial chi were fake. Someone had set up countless killing traps in this world. Some places seemed to be surging with celestial chi and flashing spiritual lights. This was a deity land. However, if someone let down his guard and entered, he would definitely trigger a killing trap. If he was lucky, he would be able to break out. If he was unlucky, he would die inside. In the depths of this world, there were gloomy clouds and fog. From time to time, blood-colored lightning would fall from the sky. A murderous aura shrouded the area for thousands of miles, as if a peerless demon was lurking. In the center of the area, there was a huge hill. The hill had a radius of 100 miles and was thousands of feet high. From afar, it looked like a grave mound. Recently, there were figures appearing outside this area from time to time. The murderous aura shrouded the area for thousands of miles was like a different world from the outside world. Gloomy clouds and fog lingered inside, but the outside world was sunny. No one could easily enter that place. The burial place of the ancient peerless Xianhuang was definitely not simple. There were all kinds of unpredictable dangers. The eerie white bones that appeared from time to time were the best proof. Even if the old tortoise had the supreme sacred artifact of the demon clan, the Tai Huang seal, he was not willing to take risks easily. In the area shrouded by the murderous aura, dry bones could be seen scattered among the rocks and grass. Some of the bones of wild beasts were as big as small mountains. Even though they had died and turned into dry bones, they were still extremely ferocious and frightening. These wild beasts must have been extremely powerful when they were alive, but they had all turned into dry bones. All of this was a sign that there was a place of great danger ahead. The real big shots have not arrived yet. The old tortoise had been watching the movements outside the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow for the past few days. He himself had not entered the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. The mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred item. No one could resist its temptation. Even if they knew that there was great danger ahead, those people would still flock to it like moths to a flame. The old tortoise was very confident. He wanted to use the people from the ancient desolate forces to scout the way for him. Chapter 860. When the old turtle discovered the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow, he was also extremely shocked. Even an unparalleled monster like Black and Yellow had fallen. What on earth happened in the distant past era? The old turtle was caught into the virtual sky world by a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme saint. Then, he was sealed in the peerless killing formation. He had no idea what happened. The abnormal person who caught the old turtle never came back. The old turtle was sealed for countless years. His vitality was almost exhausted by the killing formation and he died. Supreme saints were extinct, and Black and Yellow had fallen. The great change back then must have been catastrophic. Otherwise, the untainted land wouldn't have disappeared and evolved into the Tinglong continent. Black and Yellow pagoda. The old turtle muttered to himself. He knew that the holy weapon that Black and Yellow used to dominate the world and challenge supreme saints was in that huge tomb. When he approached the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow, the Tai Huang seal in his body reacted. They were both supreme holy weapons, so there was a subtle connection between the Tai Huang seal and the Black and Yellow pagoda. However, this was also what Old Tortoise was worried about. He knew very well that if the mysterious yellow pagoda was used by someone or used as a divine object to suppress the formation eye, he might not be able to keep the mysterious yellow pagoda even if he had the Tai Huang seal. A killing formation that used a supreme holy weapon as the formation eye was a peerless killing formation that could give supreme saints headaches. In particular, a perfect supreme holy weapon would increase the power of the peerless killing formation to a terrifying extent that could crush heaven and earth and obliterate all living things. The old turtle didn't act rashly. He didn't rashly enter the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. He was waiting for someone to explore the way for him. After a few days, more and more cultivators appeared near the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. People from the ancient desolate realm were constantly rushing here. There were many people who had entered this heaven realm. However, in less than a year, there were not many people who could survive in this world. Those with weak cultivations definitely did not have any ability to protect themselves in this so-called heaven realm. Those who survived either had a powerful cultivation base, or they had a rare treasure on them, or they were extremely lucky. After all, this was not a blessed land. There were terrifying killing formations here that could kill celestial being realm celestial emperor and Shin king. There were also killing formations of heaven and earth that could bury immortals and gods. As the sun set, the old turtle stood on a mountain peak outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. He scanned his surroundings and discovered that many immortals had begun to appear in the nearby area. Suddenly, the old tortoise seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the eastern horizon. A silhouette appeared in the distant sky, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, walking in the void, step by step. The powerful aura made even immortals and gods retreat. Celestial beings. Old Tortoise sensed the strength of the newcomer. It was an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. There were 18 divine lights circling around his body, making him look like an immortal emperor of the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Although the immortal lord's aura was so powerful that the crowd of immortals and gods backed away, such a powerhouse was still nothing in the old tortoise's eyes. A bunch of cowards. The newcomer glanced at the immortals and said coldly. Then, he walked directly into the area in front of him that was shrouded in gloomy clouds and miserable fog. The immortal lord did not notice the old tortoise standing at the top of the mountain peak in the distance. Sometimes, it'll kill you. Old Tortoise looked at the scene coldly. The figure of the immortal lord attracted everyone's attention. They saw him carefully walking over the ominous land step by step. Until he went several miles deep, nothing happened. There's no danger. It can't be. How is that possible? That's the burial place of the ancient and peerless ferocious Xian Huang. He just went in. That doesn't mean anything. The people outside could not help but whisper when they saw the immortal lord still walking step by step. Every step of the immortal lord tugged at the nerves of the crowd. Soon, the immortal lord had gone more than 10 miles deep. Still, nothing happened. It seemed that the ominous land seemed to be an exaggeration. Just when everyone's nervous mood was slightly relieved, boom! A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and a blood-red lightning directly bombarded from the dim sky. It connected heaven and earth, and was as huge as a mountain. All of this happened suddenly and without any warning. Everyone was greatly shocked. Roar! The celestial being realm immortal lord roared and opened his mouth to spit out a bronze divine furnace, which went to meet the blood-red lightning that bombarded from the sky. However, under the blood-red lightning, the bronze divine furnace that emitted endless divine light was instantly torn apart. The immortal lord was also hit by the lightning. The huge blood-red lightning emitted an endless aura of destruction. With just a flash, the immortal lord disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. A celestial being was destroyed in body and soul just like that. It was unbelievable. Everyone felt that this was a fantasy. They could not believe that an incomparably powerful immortal lord had fallen just like that. As expected. The old tortoise was very calm when he saw this scene. The tomb of heaven and yellow was not a place that anyone could approach. The immortal lord had overestimated himself. The fall of the immortal lord had suppressed all the people who were eager to make a move. Although the mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred artifact, one needed to be alive to possess it. The old tortoise turned and disappeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. He had to make some preparations. The tomb of heaven and yellow seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. Just as the old tortoise left, a woman stepped on a 7-colored divine lotus, like a fairy from the 9th heaven, descended from the sky and arrived outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. The female sage of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had arrived. Purple chi came from the east. A figure stepped on purple clouds, walking step by step. The aura emitted made everything in the world pale. It was as if a celestial emperor was walking in the world. Emperor Zi of the Yuanshi Immortal sect had arrived. In the west, a chaos divine pearl rose as if a chaotic world was evolving. It emitted an ancient aura that shocked the world, making all living beings tremble. The old celestial emperor of the Jiang family had arrived. Rumble, an extremely shocking sound came from the sky in the south. The whole world was shaking. An ancient bronze chariot, which looked like a primordial sacred mountain, came crashing down from the sky. A sage-like figure stood on the chariot. The path master of the primordial Tao sect had arrived. When the four mighty figures of the current era arrived, the pressure that emanated was something that even immortals and gods could not withstand. If they had not restrained their auras, no one in the vicinity of the tomb of heaven and earth would have been able to stand. Old Jiang, why aren't you dead yet? Emperor Zi of the Yuanshi Immortal sect, who was hidden in the purple chi, said coldly. Humph. Don't worry. I won't die before you die. The old celestial emperor of the Jiang family sneered. They did not seem to be on good terms. Fellow Taoists, let's discuss how to open the tomb of heaven and yellow. The path master of the primordial Tao sect, who stood on the ancient bronze chariot, said indifferently. Fellow Taoists, you are right. Yaotai Saintess, who was standing on the seven-colored divine lotus, said. It was not easy to open the tomb of the fiercest person in all of history. Even the mighty figures of the current era would be very cautious. No one knew what kind of danger they would encounter. They had witnessed the tomb of the martial progenitor before. It was a place of certain death, and no one could verify if the tomb belonged to the martial progenitor. The fiercest person in all of history, the Xianwang Pagoda, was an unparalleled fierce person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme sage. The Xianwang Pagoda had killed many powerful figures of the untainted land. The burial place of this unparalleled fierce person was not inferior to the tomb of the supreme martial ancestor. There was no doubt that it would be extremely dangerous. Even though this fierce person is dead, he still dominates the world. The path master of the primordial Tao sect exclaimed as he looked at the huge hill in the distance. The actual burial place of the Xianwang tomb was only 100 miles wide. There was no tombstone, only a huge mound. However, the fierce aura that emanated from the mound affected the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The sky was so dark that even the rays of the sun could not shine through. In the mountains and forests, white bones could be seen scattered all over the ground. There were human bones and the remains of different species. Blood-colored lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. The fierce aura that emanated from the Xianwang tomb was enough to shock the mighty figures of the current era. It was hard to imagine how powerful the fiercest person in all of history was when he was alive. The four sages of the current era were very cautious. After a brief discussion, they began to gather their disciples, and disciples of their respective sections. The people of the ancient wilderness factions began to quickly gather in the area where the Xianwang tomb was located. In the end, there were more than 1,000 cultivators gathered outside the Xianwang tomb. None of them were weak. Their cultivation bases were at least at the demigod realm. Cultivators of the royal void realm were not qualified to participate. Moreover, there were not many royal void realm cultivators who could survive in this heaven realm. After all, even celestial realm immortal emperor and Shen King could die here. Thousands of people had entered the heaven realm, but 2/3 of them had already stayed here forever. The old turtle's figure appeared in the distance. He had completely concealed his aura, so the four almighties did not notice that he was spying on them. The four almighties of the current era began to extrapolate the forces of heaven and earth outside the Xianwang tomb. They used various secret techniques to probe the tomb of the fiercest person in all of history. Boom! Blood-colored lightning struck down from the sky from time to time, tearing through the void. The blinding light illuminated the dim sky and earth in a blood-red color. Chapter 861. The four almighties of the current era had gathered all the ancient antiquity factions that had entered the heaven realm and worked together to set up a heaven-defying divine formation outside the tomb of heaven and earth. This was definitely a super-divine formation. The divine formation sealed off a region of 10,000 miles. It wasn't just the sect masters of the ancient antiquity factions. Even the super antiques who had lived for countless years and were even more powerful than the sect masters were doing their best to help the four almighties of the current era set up the formation. These super antiques, who were like living fossils, naturally knew about the legend of the ancient ominous mysterious yellow. The mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred weapon that could make anyone go crazy over it. However, with the almighties of the current era around, even if they broke through the tomb of heaven and earth, the mysterious yellow pagoda was not something that these antiques could lay their hands on. These antiques were working so hard because they had no choice but to do so under the pressure of the almighties of the current era. Furthermore, besides the mysterious yellow pagoda, the ancient ominous mysterious yellow probably had many treasures in its collection. The ancient ominous mysterious yellow had swept through the world during the primitive times. God knew how many great figures of the primitive times had died with the mysterious yellow pagoda. Just the spoils of war that it had obtained were already a super divine treasure. Therefore, everyone got into action. There was strength in numbers. This saying was true after all. Outside the tomb of heaven and earth, divine light flashed and immortal chi surged. Mysterious formation patterns were carved on the ground, mountains, and rivers. The four almighties of the current era used their supreme magical powers to imprint countless formation patterns in the void. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth and drew in endless power. All sorts of methods were used in preparation. The four almighties of the current era wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to break through the tomb of heaven and earth. The super-divine formation was gradually taking shape. Endless heaven and earth spiritual chi began to gather from all directions. Formation patterns began to appear on the ground and in the void. Perhaps only the four almighties of the current era could spend so much money. They had mobilized so many people to set up a super-divine formation that covered an area of 10,000 miles. Within the area of 10,000 miles, there were endless mountain ridges, surging rivers, and dense forests. There were countless mountains, but they were all covered by the super-divine formation. These guys, from time to time, Old Tortoise would appear nearby while he hid in the dark and watched coldly from the sidelines. However, even he could not help but be moved when he saw the methods of the four mighty figures of the present age. Could it be that those people actually wanted to refine the entire tomb of heaven and yellow with the power of the formation? These fellows are too cautious. Old Tortoise hid at the side and closely observed the situation outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. The Old Tortoise was a little surprised that the four almighties did not enter the tomb of heaven and yellow. It was not an easy task to set up a super god formation that covered 10,000 miles. Everyone was doing their best. Just the number of formation inscriptions alone was already an astronomical figure. In this way, it would take a lot of time. One had to know that there was a time limit to the opening of the ancient desolation world. If one were to appear in the ancient desolation world after the period when the energy of the heaven and earth was at its weakest, it would be extremely risky. If he were to accidentally attract his own heavenly tribulation, that would be terrible. Time passed by as the Old Tortoise waited patiently. With the Thai sovereign seal in hand, he was not afraid of heavenly tribulation at all. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. More than 1,000 powerful cultivators, the four almighties, more than a dozen sect master immortal emperors, and Shen King spent more than half a year incessantly inscribing the formation inscriptions of the super god formation. The remaining 10% of the formation inscriptions could not be inscribed by ordinary immortals. There were not many inscriptions, only a few hundred of them. However, they were formed by extreme Tao saint inscriptions. Only the Almighties of the present age could inscribe such extreme Tao saint inscriptions in the void and complete the final step. It had to be said that the four Almighties of the present age were going to be ruthless. Although the extreme Tao saint had disappeared from the world, the extreme Tao saint inscriptions that the extreme Tao saint had inscribed during his enlightenment had been passed down and obtained by the forces of the ancient desolation. Of course, what the forces of the ancient desolation obtained was not the complete extreme Tao saint inscriptions. The extreme Tao saint inscriptions that the four Almighties had inscribed in the void were not many, but they were very mysterious. The aura of the great Tao surged and seemed to be able to attract the mighty power of the great Tao. At the end of the God formation, there were only a few hundred ancient inscriptions. Those were the veins of the great Tao. Inscribing one of these veins required a lot of time and effort. These fellows. The old tortoise was moved when he saw the final inscription of the great Tao saint inscriptions. Those were the saint inscriptions of more than one extreme Tao saint. The supreme Tao ancestor, the Yao Tai goddess, and that madman. The old tortoise muttered to himself. Anyone who heard this would be extremely shocked. The old tortoise recognized the extreme Tao saint inscriptions that the four Almighties had inscribed in the void. The primeval Tao Gates Tao Lord had inscribed the incomplete saint inscription of the supreme Tao ancestor, the Yao Tai goddess inscription of the Yao Tai goddess inscription, and the Violet Emperor and the Jiang family celestial emperor had inscribed the great Tao saint inscription of an old madman from the primeval age. The old tortoise was a little surprised that the Violet Emperor and the Jiang family celestial emperor had mastered the old madman's great Tao saint inscription. The three different great Tao saint inscriptions intertwined and magically formed the final part of the peerless God formation. Rumble, 7 days later, when the last great Tao saint inscription was inscribed in the void, the entire super God formation immediately activated. Countless inscriptions appeared on the ground and in the void, emitting a dazzling divine brilliance. When the super God formation was activated, it was as if the power of heaven and earth and the entire heaven realm had been activated. The ground shook, and a starry sky appeared in the sky. At this time, everyone had already retreated far away. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. All of them were dumbfounded and speechless. This was in broad daylight. A starry sky appeared in the sky, and from the ground, wisps of earth chi began to rise. The area that was covered by the God formation immediately collapsed. The various visions that appeared from the God formation made people's hearts palpitate. The peerless God formation was shrinking, and the area that was covered by the God formation began to gradually collapse from the outside in. Not only the ground, but even the void was collapsing. Cracks in the space were spreading. The mighty power formed by the God formation was obliterating everything as it gradually shrank inward. Hundreds of great Tao saint inscriptions that were inscribed in the void attracted endless starlight. It was as if hundreds of stars had appeared in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. The power of the stars dispersed the darkness that shrouded the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. Blood-colored lightning that was as big as a mountain was also annihilated in the starlight. The peerless God formation moved heaven and earth, displaying an extremely terrifying power. In particular, the hundreds of great Tao saint inscriptions attracted endless power of the stars. It caused the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow to seem as if a starry sky was descending, crushing the void and heaven. It was extremely shocking. This super God formation had taken the blood, sweat, and tears of four Almighties of the current era. It was completed in half a year. It was the pinnacle of the current era's God formation, and it had also integrated the incomplete great Tao saint inscriptions of three supreme saints into it. Perhaps even an Almighty of the current era would be reduced to ashes under the cover of this peerless God formation. The peerless God formation possessed unimaginable power. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth and destroy the world. The winds and clouds within a radius of millions of miles changed color. Restless roars came from all over the heaven realm. Many killing traps in other regions were also triggered. Beams of divine light shot up from the ground into the sky from time to time. Terrifying energy waves spread throughout the regions, and the entire heaven realm seemed to be in chaos. Rumble, the land within a radius of 10,000 miles was shattering, and the void was collapsing. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Endless divine light was flashing, and countless inscriptions were emitting dazzling divine light. They continuously attracted the power of heaven and earth. The Yao Tai saintess sat cross-legged on the seven-colored lotus platform. The elder god emperor of the Jiang family held the chaos divine pearl in his hand. A simple and unadorned emperor's blade that emitted a boundless purple light floated above the purple emperor's head. The primeval Tao sects path master stood on an ancient bronze chariot. A divine pearl that looked like the sun floated above his head. The sun divine pearl. I didn't expect the primeval Tao sects path master to actually bring that sacred item with him. Legend has it that it's a sacred item refined from a real sun star. Some living fossil-like figures recognized the divine pearl that was floating above the primeval Tao sects path master's head. It was like a sun that emitted boundless divine light. That divine pearl had a shocking origin. In ancient times, someone used his supreme powers to pluck a sun star from the boundless starry sky and refined it into a supreme treasure. Once the sun divine pearl appeared, the land within a radius of 1,000 miles was dyed red. Although the primeval Tao sects path master did not activate the sun divine pearl, everyone could feel the supreme yang qi that was emitted from the sun divine pearl. Their bodies felt hot and dry. There was an array platform the size of a millstone in front of the four Almighties. The array platform was flashing with divine light, and countless inscriptions appeared. They used the array platform to control this super divine array. The array platform was a miniature version of the divine array. The entire super divine array was like a super destructive millstone that was operating, destroying everything within it. The land within a radius of 10,000 miles was collapsing, and the boundless evil aura was being dispersed. The tomb of heaven and earth was shaking. Very quickly, the 10,000 miles of land was reduced to a radius of only 1,000 miles. The rest of the land had been destroyed by the ultimate divine array. A huge hill stood within the divine array. That was the burial place of the number one savage throughout the ages, the Xianhuang tomb. The aura emitted from the hill was getting stronger and stronger. When the destructive power emitted by the divine formation shook the hill, the entire hill suddenly cracked, and a boundless fiendish aura rushed out from the cracks. A powerful and violent force surged out from the tomb of heaven and earth. The entire shrinking super divine array actually shook. The dazzling starlight formed by the 500 great Tao saint patterns that had descended from the sky was also blocked. Chapter 862. Boundless murderous aura surged out of the tomb of heaven and yellow, shaking the entire super divine array. Even the starry sky formed by the hundreds of great path saint patterns was blocked. A pitch-black coffin rose from the cracked grave. 9 ancient runes appeared on the coffin, and a peerlessly ferocious aura was emitted from the coffin. It was as though a terrifying demon was hiding in the coffin, and it was frightening. The 9 ancient runes that appeared on the coffin attracted boundless murderous aura towards the pitch-black coffin. Everyone felt extremely uneasy. A terrifying wave of energy quickly gathered in the coffin, as though a terrifying existence was awakening from its slumber. Within the tomb, there seemed to be boundless murderous aura continuously gathering towards the coffin. As the murderous aura entered the coffin, the murderous power of heaven and earth surged. Damn it! The 4 great existences were all shocked. They activated the divine array with all their might, and the array platform in front of each of them radiated with dazzling divine light. Rumble, the entire divine array was shaking, and countless runes appeared, drawing in the power of the heavens. Hundreds of great path saint patterns even drew in the endless starlight from the 9 heavens. The starry sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow continued to descend. Under the endless power of the stars, the void was collapsing, and the destructive power obliterated everything. Bam! The pitch-black coffin suddenly shook, and the 9 ancient runes that seemed to be imprinted on the coffin emanated boundless murderous aura as they rushed out from the coffin. Boom! The 9 ancient runes hovered above the coffin, emitting a terrifying wave of energy that triggered an inexplicable power. It actually resisted the starry sky that descended from the sky. The 4 great existences were shocked. Above the 9 ancient runes, there was an endless flow of Taoist rhymes circulating, drawing in the power of the Great Path. These were Great Path saint patterns. The ancient ominous Xian Huang's coffin actually had 9 Great Path saint patterns, which was really unbelievable. After all, Xian Huang was not an extreme path saint. The innate celestial beings that were born from the heaven and earth walked a different path, unlike the human cultivators and the monster race that walked the path of the extreme Tao saint and monster great saint. Of course, a phenomenal innate deity was on par with the extreme Tao saints and monster great saints. The strongest divine weapon forged by them was also on par with the extreme Tao saint weapons. Xian Huang was not an extreme path saint. He did not comprehend the Great Path, so he naturally did not have the Great Path saint mark. However, the Great Path saint mark had appeared on Xian Huang's coffin. The mysterious yellow pagoda could also be considered an extreme saint weapon, but the saint marks of the Great Path that rushed out from the coffin were definitely not from the mysterious yellow pagoda. Preposterous. Could it be that this is another trap? Old Tortoise, who was hiding in the distance, was shocked when he saw this. However, the Thai sovereign seal in his body was reacting. The mysterious yellow pagoda was in this tomb, so how could it not be the mysterious yellow pagoda buried in this tomb? If this tomb of heaven and yellow is also a trap, then it's really too scary. Old Tortoise felt uneasy. Behind all these things, there seemed to be an invisible hand pushing them forward. Could it be that there is an old man secretly controlling everything? He Tian was secretly shocked. Someone actually turned this abandoned world into a killing field. Just thinking about it made one's heart palpitate. If this was really the case, then the person in the dark must have a big plan. Using the world as a chess game, could it be that someone was still unwilling to leave? Rumble, the 9 Great Path divine marks triggered the power of the Great Path. Rays of divine light shot out from the 9 Great Path divine marks, piercing the void and destroying the walls of the world. Everywhere the light passed, the void turned into nothingness. Every ray of divine light seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was extremely terrifying. The super divine formation laid out by the 4 powerful figures was torn apart by the divine light like paper. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling in fear, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Only a saint of the extreme Tao was capable of drawing upon the power of the great Tao. Could it be that these 9 divine marks of the great Tao were actually imprinted on the coffin by a legendary saint? The Great Path divine marks were carved by He Tian and the 4 powerful figures, but they could not trigger the power of the Great Path. However, it was different for the marks personally imprinted by a saint of the Great Path. Bam! The 9 divine marks of the Great Tao that hovered above the coffin suddenly dispersed and imprinted themselves in all directions, causing the entire world to tremble. The power of the Great Path could destroy the world. Everywhere the 9 Great Path divine marks passed, everything was annihilated. The peerless divine formation was disintegrating, and even the starry sky in the sky was collapsing. Hundreds of divine patterns of the Great Path were dissipating. They were all saint patterns of the Great Path, but the 9 divine patterns of the Great Path that rushed out from the coffin broke through the saint patterns of the Great Path that the 4 great cultivators had painstakingly imprinted in the void. The super divine formation collapsed. From the inside to the outside, countless formation runes dissipated in the void. Inside the divine formation, a terrifying destructive power was wreaking havoc. The void collapsed, forming huge spatial cracks that were as big as mountains. Above the huge grave, a pitch-black coffin floated in the endless murderous aura. It was indescribably strange. Endless murderous aura surged from the coffin, causing everything in the world to tremble. Bang! 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 The matrix platform that floated in front of the four powerful figures collapsed. Everything was out of control. Chaotic energy swept out from the divine formation in all directions. The four powerful figures were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were all shocked. They immediately used their great path divine weapons to protect themselves, and then they retreated far away. More than 10 clan masters of the Antiquity era, 20 to 30 celestial kings and divine kings of the mysterious transformation realm, 200 to 300 celestial gods, and nearly 1,000 cultivators below the celestial god realm all retreated as if they were fleeing for their lives. The super divine formation collapsed, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed into dust. Beams of divine light shot out from the divine formation, piercing through the void and destroying everything. Screams rang out. Some celestial gods who could not dodge in time were pierced through and fell from the sky. Some cultivators below the celestial god realm were directly swept by the divine light. They did not even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Rumble, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into a huge ball of energy. Endless dust tumbled and surged inside, and the ground sank into a huge circular pit. Within the ball of energy, divine light constantly tore through the void and shot out. It seemed as if a primordial world was evolving inside, and it emitted a terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. The ball of energy wreaked havoc for several hours before it gradually shrank and finally dissipated. An incomparably huge pit appeared on the ground. The pit occupied an area of 10,000 miles. When the dust settled, a lonely island appeared in the center. The island was dozens of miles wide, and the murderous aura in the sky was vast and mighty. A pitch-black coffin floated in the black gas. It emitted a soaring murderous aura, faintly discernible. The 9 ancient Tao patterns were once again imprinted on the coffin. They flickered on the coffin and attracted the power of the great Tao. It seemed as if they were protecting the coffin, but it also seemed as if they were sealing it.